Here we go. How about now? Can you hear me now? There we go. There we go. My mistake. My mistake, folks. I just realized what was going on. Hold on, hold on. It should be... Alright, we can hear? Perfect, perfect. To everybody on Twitch here, thank you guys for hopping in. Everybody in here, I appreciate you so very much because in Twitch, I don't get nearly as many watchers. So anyone on YouTube who happens to have a Twitch account also, highly appreciate it if you guys could hop over there as well. Twitch, YouTube, let me know in the chat here. Is it too loud right now? Is the background music too loud? Give me some ones if the music is too loud. Give me some two if the background music is all right. All right, perfect, perfect. It's looking like the background music's doing all right. All righty, folks. Are we ready to read some Jurassic Park? All right, and we'll do some discussions about the book, too, as we go along. So, without further ado, we can hop right into this. Give me just a second here. I will be trying to watch both the Twitch and the YouTube chat if I can, just so that way I'm not missing anybody out here. Masked Man, thanks for joining us on Twitch, much appreciated. Oh, hold on a second here. Alright folks, we're going to be starting off right away at the beginning. And to add a little bit of extra ambiance as the night goes on and as it gets a little darker, we're going to turn the light on down here and give ourselves a bit of a better view. Dr. Nightmare, thanks for the follow on here on Twitch. Much appreciated, much appreciated. Alrighty, let's get this started. The tropical rain fell in drenching sheets, hammering the corrugated roof of the clinic building, roaring down the metal gunder. Oh, hold on. Sorry about that, folks. Masked Man, Red Star, thank you guys all for following. Deadshot, wow, a lot of folks following here on Twitch right now. Much appreciated. Alright, let's get this going here. The tropical... Oh. Sorry, folks, do not mean to be stuttering so much. There's just a lot going on. And I'm going to get a little closer to the book as well so I can read it a little better. The tropical rain fell in drenching sheets, hammering the corrugated roof of the clinic building, roaring down the metal gutters and splashing onto the ground in a torrent. Roberta Carter sighed and stared out the window. From the clinic, she could hardly see the beach at the ocean beyond, cloaked in a low fog. This wasn't what she had expected when she had come to the fishing village of Bahia Nasco on the west coast of Costa Rica. To spend 2 months visiting as a physician, Bobby Carter had expected sun and relaxation after 2 grueling years of residency in emergency medicine at Michael Reese in Chicago. She had been in Bahia Nasco now for 3 weeks, and it had rained every day. Everything else was fine. She liked the isolation of Bahia Nasco and the friendliness of its people. Costa Rica had one of the 20 best medical systems in the world, and even in this remote country village, the clinic was well maintained and amply supplied. Her paramedic, Manuel Aragon, was intelligent and well trained. Bobby was able to practice a level of medicine equal to what she had practiced in Chicago. Taking a pause here and a little side note, I'd like to mention that that's something that is very commonly misconstrued for people, that folks in other places don't really have, what's the word for it? Great medical care. Other countries do have fantastic medical care. Like, you'd genuinely be surprised at how good it can be. So I don't know where this like misconception comes from. But a lot of like what's considered third world countries still have great medical coverage and care. Getting back into it. But the rain, the constant, unending rain. Across the examining room, Manuel cocked his head. "Listen," he said. "Believe me, I hear it," Bobby replied. "No, listen." And then she caught it. Another sound blended with the rain. A deeper rumble that built and emerged until it was clear. The rhythmic thumping of a helicopter. She thought, they can't be flying in weather like this. But the sound built steadily, and then the helicopter burst through the ocean fog and roared overhead, circled, and came back. She saw the helicopter swing over the water near the fishing boats, then ease sideways to the rickety wooden dock and back toward the beach. It was looking for a place to land. It was a big-bellied Sikorsky with a blue stripe on the side with the words InGen Construction. That was the name of the construction company building a new resort on one of the offshore islands. The resort was said to be spectacular and very complicated. Many of the local people were employed in the construction, which had been going on for more than 2 years now. Bobby could imagine it. One of those huge American resorts with swimming pools and tennis courts where guests could play and drink their daiquiris without having any contact with the real life of the country. Casual Guy, thank you very much for the follow. Killer Compy, wow, a couple of you guys following me here on Twitch. Much appreciated. Shenigan, Red Star, thank you guys all very much. Casual Guy. Bobby wondered what was so urgent on the island that the helicopter would fly in this weather. Through the windshield, she saw the pilot exhale in relief as the helicopter rattled onto the wet sand of the beach. Uniformed men jumped out and flung open the big side door. She heard frantic shouts in Spanish, and Manuel nudged her. They were calling for a doctor. So, just to provide you guys a little bit of context here, in case you're not completely understanding, these are people from InGen. They flew over back to Costa Rica as fast as they could through a storm, and they're calling for a doctor right now. I know that a big thing that a lot of folks, again, don't realize is, for those of you who are just now tuning in, Costa Rica and other countries have fantastic healthcare systems. So just keep that in mind. And they are forefront of the scientific community. 2 black crewmen carried a limp body toward her while a white man barked orders. The white man had a yellow slicker. Oh, never heard that word before. The white man had a yellow slicker. I'm assuming it means like a raincoat. Red hair appeared around the edges of his Mets baseball cap. "Is there a doctor here?" he called to her as she ran up. "I'm Dr. Carter," she said. The rain fell in heavy drops. Papa John, JCA Postolakos, thank you very much for the follow, guys. Much appreciated. Thank you, guys. Give me some dubs in the chat for them. Let me see. Let me check the chat real quick, too. I haven't spoken to you guys in a little bit. How we doing, chat? How we doing? Yes, we can read too. Even the dinosaurs can read now. Humanity is doomed. Yes, Mets baseball cap. Ed Regas is a huge Mets fan. The rain fell in heavy drops, pounding her head and shoulders. The red-haired man frowned at her. She was wearing cut-off jeans and a tank top. She had a stethoscope over her shoulder, the bell already rusted from the salt air. "Ed Regas, we've got a very sick man here, doctor." "Then you better bring him to San Jose," she said. San Jose was the capital, just 20 minutes away by air. "We would, but we can't get over the mountains in this weather. You have to treat him here." Bobby trotted alongside the injured man as they carried him to the clinic. He was a kid, no older than 18. Lifting away the blood-soaked shirt, she saw a big, slashing rip along his shoulder, and another on the leg. Goodbye to those leaving, and hello to you folks who are joining us now. Some of us Raptors are getting a little bit smarter. Sorry, folks, just wanted to open up the Twitch as well, just to see what's going on there. Say hi to everybody over in the Twitch chat. Thank you guys over here. Everybody over in YouTube, give me some W's for the folks over in Twitch. What happened to him? Construction accident, Rodriguez said. He fell. One of the backhoes ran over him. The kid was pale, shivering, and unconscious. Just in the mask here. Manuel stood by the bright green door of the clinic, waving his arms. The men brought the body through and set it on the table in the center of the room. Manuel started an intravenous line, and Bobby swung the light over the kid and bent to examine the wounds. Immediately, she could see that they did not look good. The kid would almost certainly die. A big, tearing laceration ran from his shoulder down to his torso. At the edge of the wound, the flesh was shredded. At the center, the shoulder was dislocated, the pale bones exposed. A second slash cut through the heavy muscles of the thigh, deep enough to reveal the pulse of the femoral artery below. Her first impressions was that the leg had been ripped open. "Tell me about this injury," she said. "I didn't see it," Rodriguez said. They said a backhoe dragged him. "Because it almost looks as if he was mauled," Bobby Carter replied, probing the wound. Like most emergency room physicians, he could remember in detail patients she had seen even years before. She had seen 2 maulings. One was a 2-year-old child who had been attacked by a Rottweiler dog. The other was a drunken circus attendant who had an encounter with a Bengal tiger. Both injuries were similar. There was a characteristic look to an animal attack. Mauled? Rodriguez said. No. It was a backhoe, believe me. Ed licked his lips as he spoke. He was edgy, acting as if he had done something wrong. Bobby wondered why. If they were using some inexperienced local workers on the resort construction, they must have accidents all the time. Manuela said, "Did you want lavage?" "Yes," she said, "after you block him." She bent lower, probed the wound with her fingertip. If an earth mover had rolled over him, dirt would be forced deep into the wound. But there wasn't any dirt, just a slippery, slimy foam. And the wound had a strange odor to it, a kind of rotten stench, a smell of death and decay. She had never smelled anything like it before. How long ago did this happen? An hour. Again, she noticed how tense Rodriguez was. He had one of those eager, nervous types. He didn't look like a construction foreman, more like an executive. He was obviously out of his depth. Bobby Carter turned back to the injuries. Somehow she didn't think she was seeing mechanical trauma. It just didn't look right. No soil contamination of the wound site, and no crush injury component. Mechanical trauma of any sort, an auto injury, a factory accident, almost always had some component of crushing. But here, there was none. Instead, the man's skin was shredded, ripped, across the shoulder, and again across his thigh. It really did look like a maul. On the other hand, most of the body was unmarked, which was unusual for an animal attack. She looked again at the head, the hand, the arms, the hands. The hands. She felt a sudden chill when she looked at the kid's hands. There were short, slashing cuts on both palms, and bruises on the wrists and forearms. She had worked in Chicago long enough to know what that meant. "All right," she said. Wait outside a minute." "Why?" Rodriguez said, alarmed. He didn't like that. "Do you want me to help him or not?" she said, and pushed him out of the door and closed it in his face. She didn't know what was going on, but she didn't like it. Manuel hesitated. "I continue to wash?" "Yes," and she said. She reached for her little Olympus point and shoot. She took several snapshots of the injury, shifting her light for a better view. It really did look like bites, she thought. Then the kid groaned, and she put her camera aside and bent towards him. His lips moved, his tongue thick. "Raptor," he said. "Velociraptor." At those words, Manuel froze and stepped back in horror. "What does it mean?" Bobby said. Manuel shook his head. "I do not know, doctor. Velociraptor. No es español." No? It sounded to her like Spanish. Then please continue to wash him. No, doctor. He wrinkled his nose. Bad smell. And he crossed himself. Bobby looked again at the slippery foam streaked across the wound. She touched it, rubbing it between her fingers. It seemed almost like saliva. The injured boy's lips moved again. Raptor, he whispered. In a tone of horror, Manuel said it bit him. What bit him? Raptor. What's a raptor? It means hupia. Bobby frowned. The Costa Ricans were not especially superstitious, but she had heard of the hupia mentioned in the villain before. They were said to be night ghosts, faceless vampires who kidnap small children. According to the belief, the hupias had once lived in the mountains of Costa Rica and now inhabited the islands offshore. Manuel was backing away, murmuring and crossing himself. It is not normal, this smell. It is the hupia. Bobby was about to order him back to work when the injured youth opened his eyes and sat straight up on the table. Manuel shrieked in terror. The injured boy moaned, twisted his head, looking left to right with wide, staring eyes, and then he explosively vomited blood. He went immediately into convulsions, his body vibrating, and Bobby grabbed for him, but he shuddered off the table onto the concrete floor. He vomited again. There was blood everywhere. Rodriguez opened the door, saying, "What the hell is happening?" And when he saw the blood, he turned away, his hand to his mouth. Bobby was grabbing for a stick to put in the boy's clenched jaws, but even as she did, she knew it was hopeless, and with a final spastic jerk, he relaxed and lay still. She bent to perform mouth-to-mouth, but Manuel grabbed her shoulders fiercely, pulling her back. "No. The hupia will cross over." "Manuel, for God's sake, no!" "No, you do not understand these things." Bobby looked at the body on the ground and realized that it didn't matter. There was no possibility of resuscitating him. Manuel called for the men who came into the room and took the body away. Ed appeared, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand, muttering, "I'm sure you did all you could." And then she watched as the men took the body away, back to the helicopter, and it lifted up into this thunderously up into the sky. "It is better," Manuel said. Bobby was thinking about the boy's hands. They had been covered with cuts and bruises in the characteristic pattern of defense wounds. She was quite sure that he had not died in a construction accident. He had been attacked, and he had held his hands up against his attacker. Where is this island that they've come from? In the ocean, perhaps 120 miles offshore? Pretty far for a resort. Manuel watched the helicopter. I hope they never come back. Well, she thought, at least she had pictures. But when she turned back to the table, she saw that her camera was gone. Before I continue reading here, just gonna hop in and say thank you to everybody who just followed me recently here. Diatrimov, Thugmeister, Iron Hawkeye, Mr. Goostuck, Colorless Soldier, thank you guys all very much for following. Chat, give me some W's for them, please. Thank you very much to everyone who's following and subscribing. Much appreciated. Let's see, how's chat looking? Get an S to spit for Nedry. I will not read the whole book tonight, but I'll read a decent amount of it. How we doing over in Twitch? Let's go see how the Twitch chat's doing. How you guys doing over here, Twitch? Oh, well, it's nice to see everybody over here on Twitch. Thank you guys all for watching so very much. All right, let's keep this going. Oops, excuse me about that burp. The rain finally stopped later that night. Alone in the bedroom behind the clinic, Bobby thumbed through her tattered paperback Spanish dictionary. The boy had said raptor, and despite Manuel's protest, she suspected it was a Spanish word. Sure enough, she found it in her dictionary. It meant ravisher or abductor. That gave her pause. The sense of the word was suspiciously close to the meaning of hupia. Of course, she did not believe in the superstition. And no ghost had cut those hands. What had the boy been trying to tell her? From the rest of the room, she heard groans. One of the village women was in the first stage of labor, and Elena Morales, the local midwife, was attending her. Bobby went into the clinic room and gestured to Elena to step outside for a moment. Elena, si, doctor. Do you know what is a raptor? Elena was gray-haired and 60, a strong woman with a practical, no-nonsense air. In the night beneath the stars, she frowned and said, Raptor? Yes, you know the word? Si, Elena nodded. It means a person who comes in the night and takes away a child. A kidnapper? Yes. A hoopia? Her whole manner changed with that word. Do not say this word, doctor. Why not? Do not speak of hoopia now, Elena said firmly, nodding her head toward the groans of the laboring woman. It is not wise to say this word now. But does a raptor bite and cut his victims? Bite and cut, Elena said, puzzled. No, doctor, nothing like this. A raptor is a man who takes a new baby. She seemed irritated by the conversation, impatient to end it. Elena started back towards the clinic. I will call to you when she is ready, doctor. I think 1 more hour, perhaps 2. Bobby looked in the stars and listened to the peaceful lapping of the surf at the shore. In the darkness, she saw the shadows of the fishing boats anchored offshore. The whole scene was quiet, so normal. She felt foolish to be talking of vampires and kidnapped babies. Bobby went back into her room, remembering again that Manuel had insisted it was not a Spanish word. Out of curiosity, she looked in the little English dictionary, and to her surprise, she found the word there too. Raptor, meaning bird of prey. And that's the end of the prologue, folks. So the way the prologue ends, Aximili and Mumusagi, thank you very much for the follows. Give me some dubs for them, please. But so let's talk about the ending there for a moment. The end of that is this character will not appear for the rest of the book. At least Bobby Carter will not appear for the rest of the book. And the reason for that is because she's just here for the introduction. She's a character who is important for the moment, but now is going away. And I think that's a big part of these books is small people can make a big effect. And this lady, whether she knows it or not, is the start of this whole situation. And that ends the prologue for us and brings us to the first iteration. Each of the iterations in the book has these little pages. This graph will slowly fill in because it's meant to be mathematics, like what Malcolm reads. I apologize for the ads, folks. I see some of you folks in there complaining. You're right, casual guy. The crib scene is not far off. I think it's within the first chapter or 2. But let's keep going. So the first iteration, there's always a quote from Malcolm at the bottom of the iteration pages. And this one is, at the earliest drawings of the fractal curve, few clues to the underlying mathematical structure will be seen. So obviously, this is the point of that is this is the first iteration, the first part of the novel. And at this point, it's hard and difficult to tell where things will go and how the chaos will unfold itself. And that's one very, very heavy part. I mean, even in the films, right, they talk about chaos and everything, but it's a much more involved part of the novel. And you'll see what I mean as we continue to read on, because there's a lot more scientific stuff in the novel than in the film. Alrighty. So, the first chapter, so that was the prologue, The Bite of the Raptor. My favorite dino nuggie? I don't know. I mean, Tyson nuggies are classic, but I wouldn't say they're my favorite necessarily, you know what I mean? Alright, but we should continue reading on. Just one last time, say hi to the chat. That's an interesting message. Iron Hawkeye. Is Hawkeye? I'm not sure how that's supposed to be pronounced, so I apologize. But I've never seen the Dorito chip emote, and that's kind of cool, actually. Alright, let's get back to this. This chapter is Almost Paradise. Mike Bowman whistled cheerfully as he drove the Land Rover through the Cabo Blanco Biological Reserve on the west coast of Costa Rica. It was a beautiful morning in July, and the road before him was spectacular, hugging the edge of a cliff, overlooking the jungle and the blue Pacific. According to the guidebooks, Cabo Blanco was unspoiled wilderness, almost a paradise. Seeing it now made Bowman feel as if the vacation was back on track. Cryptic, thanks for the follow, much appreciated. Bowman, a 30-year-old real estate developer from Dallas, had come to Costa Rica with his wife and daughter for a 2-week holiday. The trip had actually been his wife's idea. For weeks, Ellen had filled his head with the wonderful national parks of Costa Rica and how good it would be for Tina to see them. Then, when they had arrived, it turned out Ellen had had an appointment to see a plastic surgeon in San Jose. Elena, god dang it. Or not Elena, Ellen. Always gotta be something. That was the first Mike Bowman had heard about the excellent and impressive plastic surgery available in Costa Rica and all the luxurious private clinics in San Jose. Of course, they'd had a huge fight. Mike felt as if she'd lied to him, and she had, and he put his foot down about the plastic surgery business. Anyways, it was ridiculous. Ellen was only 30, and she was a beautiful woman. Hell, she'd been homecoming queen her senior year at Rice, and that was not even 10 years earlier. But Ellen tended to be insecure and worried, and it seemed as if the recent years she had mostly worried about losing her looks. That and, well, everything else. The Land Rover bounced in a pothole, splashing mud. Seated beside him, Ellen said, "Mike, are you sure this is the right road? We haven't seen any other people for hours." "There was another car 15 minutes ago," he reminded her. "Remember, the blue one? Going the other way." "Darling, he wanted a deserted beach," he said, "and that's exactly what you're going to get." Ellen shook her head doubtfully. "I hope you're right." "Yeah, Dad, I hope you're right," said Christina from the back seat. She was 8 years old. "Trust me, I'm right." He drove in silence for a moment. "It's beautiful, isn't it? Look at that view. It's just beautiful." "It's okay," Tina said. Ellen got out a compact and looked at herself in the mirror, pressing her eyes. She sighed and put the compact away. For the younger audience here who might not know, or the male audience who just might not know, a compact is a little mirror, usually used for makeup. The road began to descend, and Mike Bowman concentrated on driving. Suddenly, a small black shape flashed across the road, and Tina shrieked, "Look," and then it was gone, into the jungle. "What was it?" Ellen asked. "A monkey?" "Maybe it was a squirrel monkey," Bowman said. "Can I count it?" Tina said, taking her pencil out. She was keeping a list of all the animals she had seen on her trip, as a project for school. "I don't know," Mike said doubtfully. Tina consulted the pictures in the guidebook. "I don't think it was a squirrel monkey. I think it was just another howler." They had seen several howler monkeys already on their trip. "Hey," she said more brightly, "according to this book, the beaches of Cabo Blanco are frequented by a variety of wildlife, including the howler and white-faced monkeys, three-toed sloths, and quadrimundis. You think we'll see a three-toed sloth, Dad?" "I bet we do." "Really?" "Yeah, just look in the mirror." "Very funny, Dad." The road sloped downward through the jungle toward the ocean. I don't have too much to say about this scene, right? This is all setup. It's all we're getting somewhere to start with. The Bowmans, funnily enough, you guys know them differently because they appear in the Lost World movie, the second movie of the Jurassic Park series, as the rich family at the very beginning of the movie, the ones who get attacked on the beach and everything. But in the book, they're in the first book, and they're not rich. They're just a family on vacation. Don't get me wrong, they're not exactly poor, but doesn't necessarily mean they're the rich one. Yes, I see a couple monkeys in chat. Monkey. Brandon, thank you very much about the donation. Most definitely. I think I'll try to talk about Jurassic Park a little bit more. Much appreciated for the donation, and it really depends on what kind of content we're focused on making in the future. For right now, I mean, as long as we're going to be reading this book, we'll probably have a decent amount of Jurassic Park content coming out. And I do plan to make some more for Jurassic June this upcoming June. let's see here. How we doing, Twitch? I see them sometimes. I'm sorry. I do come in here every now and again. Over here in the Twitch chat, I apologize. Do you know about Pickle from Baki? I don't know anything about Pickle from Baki. I've heard about him a lot, so I'm sorry. But I will look into him more, because this is probably like the 100th time that someone's asked me about Pickle from Baki. So I'll look into it. Someone's mentioned something about him to me before. I just don't know who he is off the top of my head. Mike Bowman felt like a hero when they finally reached the beach. A 2-mile crescent of white sand, utterly deserted. He parked the Land Rover in the shade of the palm trees and fringed the beach and got out the boxed lunches. Ellen changed into her bathing suit, saying, "Honestly, I don't know how I'm going to get this weight off." "You look great, hun." Actually, he felt that she was too thin, but he had learned not to mention that. Tina was already running down the beach. "Don't forget you need your sunscreen," Ellen called. "Later," Tina shouted over her shoulders. "I'm going to go see if there's a sloth." Ellen Bowman looked around the beach and then the trees. "You think she's all right?" "Honey, there's nobody here for miles. What about snakes?" "Oh, for God's sake," Mike Bowman said. "There's no snakes on the beach." "Well, there might be." "The wife's actually right here. Snakes can very well be on beaches. Why wouldn't they? I mean, that never made any sense to me in the movie or the book. Why would there not be snakes on a beach?" "Honey," he said firmly, "snakes are cold-blooded. They're reptiles. They can't control their body temperature. It's 90 degrees on that stand. If a snake came out, it'd be cooked." "Not necessarily true. Believe me, there's no snakes on the beach." He watched his daughter scampering down the beach, a dark spot on the white sand. Let her go. Let her have a good time. He put his arms around his wife's waist. Going back to that, of course, certain snakes are not going to do better on like super hot sand or anything like that. But, I mean, obviously you guys have seen sand boas or other similar creatures before. It's definitely not, it's not like impossible by any means for a snake to be on a beach, especially in South America where there are plenty of beaches. I agree. I saw that in the chat. Godzilla X Kong will be great, in my opinion, too. I 100% agree. Tina ran until she was exhausted, and then she threw herself down on the sand and gleefully rolled to the water's edge. The ocean was warm, and there was hardly any surf at all. She sat for a while, catching her breath, and then she looked back towards her parents in the car to see how far she had come. Her mother waved, beckoning her to return. Tina waved back cheerfully, pretending she didn't understand. Tina didn't want to put on sunscreen. She also didn't want to go back and hear her mother talk about losing weight. She wanted to stay right here and maybe see a sloth. Tina had seen a sloth 2 days earlier at the zoo in San Jose. It looked like a Muppets character, and it seemed harmless. In any case, it couldn't move fast, and she could easily outrun it. Don't be doing that. Don't go chasing sloths. They get panicked easily. But she's a kid. She doesn't understand that. She's 8 years old. Also, for those of you who don't know, this book is pretty old. It's from 1990. Not like that old by any means, but it's older than I am. Now her mother was calling to her, and Tina decided to move out of the sun, back from the water, and to the shade of the palm trees. In this part of the beach, the palm trees overhung a gnarled tangle of mangrove roots, which blocked any attempt to penetrate inside. Tina sat in the sand and kicked the dried mangrove leaves. She noticed many bird tracks in the sand. Costa Rica was famous for its birds, which is actually very true. Costa Rica has a huge biodiversity, including an amazing amount of birds. Definitely check that out. The guidebook said there were 3 times as many birds in Costa Rica as in all of America and Canada. In the sands, some of the 3-toed bird tracks were small and so faint that she could hardly be seen. Other tracks were large and cut deeper in the sand. Tina was looking idly at the tracks when she heard a chirping, followed by a rustling in the mangrove thicket. Did sloths make a chirping sound? Tina didn't think so, but she wasn't sure. The chirping was probably some kind of ocean bird. She waited quietly, not moving, hearing the rustling again, and finally, she saw the source of the sound. A few yards away, a lizard emerged from the mangrove roots and peered at her. Tina held her breath. A new animal for her list. The lizard stood up on its hind legs, balancing on its thick tail, and stared at her. Standing like that, it was almost a foot tall, dark green with brown stripes along its back. Its tiny front legs ended in little fingers that wiggled in the air. The lizard cocked its head and looked at her. I would keep particular attention to this part. For later pieces of the book, this is super important, so definitely something to keep in mind. Tina thought it was cute, sort of like a big salamander. She raised her head and wiggled her fingers back and forth. The lizard wasn't frightened. It came toward her, walking upright on its hind legs. It was hardly bigger than a chicken, and like a chicken, it bobbed its head as it walked. Tina thought it would make a wonderful pet. She noticed that the little lizards left three-toed tracks that looked exactly like the bird tracks. The lizard came closer to Tina. She kept her body still, not wanting to frighten the little animal. She was amazed that it would come so close, but she remembered that this was a national park. All the animals in the park would know that they were protected. The lizard was probably tame. Maybe it even expected her to give it some food. Unfortunately, she didn't have any. Slowly, Tina extended her hand, palm open, to show she didn't have any food. The lizard paused, cocked its head, and chirped. "Sorry," Tina said, "I don't have anything." And then, without warning, the lizard jumped up onto her outstretched hand. Tina could feel its little toes pinching the skin of her palms, and she felt the surprising weight of the animal's body pressing her arm down. And then the little lizard scrambled up her arm toward her face. "I just wish I could see her," Ellen Bowman said, squinting in the sunlight. "That's all. Just see her." "I'm sure she's fine," Mike said, picking through the box lunch packed by the hotel. There was an unappetizing grilled chicken and some kind of meat-filled pastry. Not that Ellen would eat any of it. "You don't think she'd leave the beach?" "No, hon, I don't. I feel so isolated here." "I thought that's what you wanted," Mike Bowman said. "I did. Well then, what's the problem?" I wish I could see her, is all," Ellen said. And then, from down the beach, carried by the wind, they heard their daughter's voice. She was screaming. Oh, and that's the end of the first chapter, folks. Let's check in with everybody. How's everyone doing? I'm gonna try not to give spoilers before, we get too far into the book here. Yes, you're right, sloths can cut you with their claws, though they don't necessarily aim for that. Did someone really go, "He said penetrate"? Come on now, guys. What's all this? Alton Lavelle, thanks for the sub on YouTube. Much appreciated. Let's see here. Twitch, and I think the Rexy nickname was used. Much apologies, just scrolling through this Twitch chat. I understand if you do happen to switch over to YouTube, but I'm trying to grow here on Twitch as well, so I appreciate anybody who is here on Twitch. Thank you all very much for being here in the first place. Alright, so obviously we know what happened there. Tina got attacked by just one compy, though, not a whole pack or anything like that. And you'll see why one was more than enough to take her down. And this has a whole other implication. Of course, it doesn't necessarily mean she's dead, but you'll see what happens. Give me just a moment here. This chapter is Puntaneras. "I think she's quite comfortable now," Dr. Cruz said, lowering the plastic flap of the oxygen tent around Tina as she slept. Mike Bowman sat beside the bed, close to his daughter. Mike thought Dr. Cruz was probably pretty capable. He spoke excellent English, the result of training at medical centers in London and Baltimore. Dr. Cruz radiated competence, and the Clinica Santa Maria, the modern hospital in Puntaneras, was spotless and efficient. But even so, Mike Bowman felt nervous. There was no getting around the fact that his only daughter was desperately ill, and they were far from home. When Mike had first reached Tina, she was screaming hysterically. Sombrock, thank you very much for the follow. Much appreciated. Thank you very much. Give me some W's for Sombrock. When Mike had first reached Tina, she was screaming hysterically. Her whole left arm was bloody, exposed, and covered with profusions of small bites, each the size of a thumbprint, and there were flecks of sticky foam on her arm, like a foamy saliva. He carried her back down the beach. Almost immediately, her arm began to redden and swell. Mike would not soon forget the frantic drive back to civilization, the four-wheeled Land Rover slipping and sliding up the muddy track into the hills, while his daughter screamed in fear and pain, and her arm grew more bloated and red. Long before they reached the park boundaries, the swelling had spread to her neck, and then Tina began to have trouble breathing. "She'll be all right now?" Ellen said, staring through the plastic oxygen tent. "I believe so," Dr. Cruz said. "I have given her another dose of steroids, and her breathing is much easier. As you can see, the edema in her arm is greatly reduced." Mike Bowman said, "About those bites, we have no identification yet," the doctor said. "I myself haven't seen bites like that before. But you'll notice they are disappearing. It's already quite difficult to make them out. Fortunately, I've taken photographs for reference. I've washed her arm to collect some samples of the sticky saliva, one for analysis here, and a second to send to the labs in San Jose. And the third will be kept frozen in case it is needed." Do you have the picture she made?" "Yes," Mike Bowman said. He handed the doctor the sketch that Tina had drawn in response to questions from the admitting officials. This is the animal that bit her," Dr. Cruz said, looking at the picture. "Yes," Mike Bowman said. "She said it was a green lizard, the size of a chicken or a crow." "I don't know of such a lizard," the doctor said. "She has drawn it standing on its hind legs." "That's right," Mike Bowman said. "She said it walked on its hind legs." Dr. Cruz frowned. He stared at the picture a while longer. "I am not an expert. I've asked Dr. Gutierrez to visit us here. He is a senior researcher at the Reserva Biologica de Carrara, which is across the bay. Perhaps he can identify the animal for us." "Isn't there someone from Cabo Blanco?" Bowman asked. "That's where she was bitten." "Unfortunately not," Dr. Cruz said. "Cabo Blanco has no permanent staff, and no researcher has worked there for quite some time. You were probably the first people to walk on that beach in several months, but I am sure you will find Dr. Gutierrez to be very knowledgeable." Dr. Gutierrez, awesome character. I don't know why I like him. He doesn't do very much in the books, but he's just a cool character. I like him. Dr. Gutierrez turned out to be a bearded man wearing khaki shorts and a shirt. The surprise was that he was American. He was introduced to the Bowmans, saying in a soft southern accent, Mr. and Mrs. Bowman, how you doing? Nice to meet you." And then explained that he was a field biologist from Yale who had worked in Costa Rica for the last 5 years. Marty Gutierrez examined Tina thoroughly, lifting her arms gently, peering closely at each of the bites with a penlight, and then measuring them with a small pocket ruler. After a while, Gutierrez stepped away, nodding to himself as if he had understood something. He then inspected the Polaroids and asked several questions about the saliva, which Cruz told him was being tested in the lab. Finally, he turned to Mike Bowman and his wife, waiting tensely. "I think Tina's going to be fine. I just want to be clear about a few details," he said, making notes in precise hand. "Your daughter says that she was bitten by a green lizard, approximately 1 foot high, which walked upright on the beach from the mangrove swamp." "That's right, yes, and the lizard makes some kind of vocalizations. Tina said it chirped or squeaked." "Like a mouse, would you say?" "Yes. Well then," Dr. Gutierrez said, "I know this lizard." He explained that, with the 6,000 species of lizard in the world, no more than a dozen species walked upright. One of these species, only 4 were found in Latin America, and judging by the coloration, the lizard could only be one of the 4. "I'm sure that this lizard was Basilicus amaranthus, a striped basilisk lizard found here in Costa Rica and also in Honduras. Standing on their hind legs, they are sometimes as tall as a foot." "Are they poisonous?" "No, Mrs. Bowman, not at all." Gutierrez explained that the swelling in Tina's arm was an allergic reaction. According to the literature, 14% of people are strongly allergic to reptiles, he said, and your daughter seems to be one of them. She was screaming. She said it was so painful. And so Tina is actually allergic to the Compi venom, but that's what is happening here. It's venom. It's not her having necessarily an allergic reaction, but part of it is the venom combined with her reaction to it. Sorry, just finding my place here. Gutierrez explained that the swelling in Tina's arm was an allergic reaction. According to the literature, 14% of people are strongly allergic to reptiles, he said, and your daughter seems to be one of them. She was screaming. She said it was so painful. Probably was, Gutierrez said. Reptile saliva contains serotonin, which causes tremendous pains. He turned to Cruz. Her blood pressure came down with antihistamine? Yes, Cruz said, promptly. Serotonin, Gutierrez said, no questions. Still, Ed Bowman remained uneasy. But why would a little lizard bite her in the first place? Lizard bites are actually very common, Gutierrez said. Animal handlers in zoos get bitten all the time, and just the other day I heard that a lizard had bitten an infant in her crib in Amaloya, about 60 miles from where you were. So bites do occur. I'm not sure why your daughter had so many bites, though. What was she doing at the time? Nothing. She said she was sitting pretty still because she didn't want to frighten the thing. Sitting pretty still, Gutierrez said, frowning. He shook his head. Well, I don't think we can say exactly what happened. Wild animals are often unpredictable. And what about the foamy saliva on her arm, Ellen said. I keep thinking about rabies. No, Gutierrez said. A reptile can't carry rabies, Mrs. Bowman. Your daughter has suffered an allergic reaction to the bite of a basilisk lizard. Nothing more. Mike Bowman then showed Gutierrez the pictures Tina had drawn. Gutierrez nodded. I would accept this as a picture of a basilisk lizard, he said. A few of the details are wrong, of course. The neck is much too long, and she has drawn the hind legs with only 3 toes instead of 5. The tail is too thick, and its raised too high. But otherwise, this is a perfectly serviceable lizard of the kind we are talking about. But Tina specifically said the neck was long, Ellen Bowman insisted, and she said that there were 3 toes on the foot. Tina's pretty observant, Mike Bowman said. I'm sure she is, Gutierrez said, smiling, but I still think your daughter was bitten by a common Bacillus amoratus and may have had a severe herpetological reaction. Normal time course with medication is 12 hours. She should be just fine in the morning. Ooh, it gets a little taxing reading that fast sometimes. DM, thanks for the sub, much appreciated. What got taken down by YouTube? Oh, yeah, the original one. I thought you meant my live stream was for a second. I was like, wait, huh? I was like, how are people still chatting then? That was confusing me. Yep, I agree. I'm going to drink some water. I'm not going to leave here. Just give me one moment. Just going to put us on an intermission screen. Everybody still hear me? Everybody doing okay? We're coming back here. Give me 1 second. Turning it back to live scene now. Alright, chat. We are back and in business. Let's get her going here. Sorry, just trying to get my phone caught up to everything, so that way we are all good. Alright. Also, this edition happens to have both the Jurassic Park and the Lost World in it, so definitely recommend getting this one. I always get mine at Barnes & Nobles. I've accidentally bought this book like 3 times now, so, you know. But it happens. Who doesn't own a couple of copies of their favorite book? Alright. Back to it. In the modern laboratory in the basement of the Clinica Santa Maria, word was received that Dr. Gutierrez had identified the animal that had bitten the American child as a harmless basilisk lizard. Immediately, the analysis of the saliva was halted, even though a preliminary fractionation showed that several extremely high molecular weight proteins of unknown biological activity. But the night technician was busy, and he put the saliva samples on the holding shelf of the refrigerator. The next morning, the day clerks checked the holding shelf against the names of the discharged patients. Seeing that Bowman Christina L. was scheduled for discharge that morning, the clerk threw out the samples. At the last moment, he noticed that one of the samples had a red tag, which meant that it was to be forwarded to another university lab in San Jose. He retrieved the test tube from the wastebasket and sent it on its way. "Go on, say thank you to Dr. Cruz," Ellen Bowman said, and pushed Tina forward. "Thank you, Dr. Cruz," Tina said. "I feel much better now." She reached up and shook the doctor's hands. Then she said, "You have a different shirt than you did before." For a moment, Dr. Cruz looked perplexed, and then he smiled. "That's right. When I work all night at the hospital in the morning, I change my shirt." "But not your tie?" "No, just my shirt." Ellen Bowman laughed and said, "Mike told you she's observant." "She certainly is," Dr. Cruz smiled and shook the little girl's hand. "Enjoy the rest of your trip in Costa Rica, Tina." "I will." The Bowman family had started to leave when Dr. Cruz said, "Oh, Tina, do you remember the lizard that bit you?" "Uh-huh." "Do you remember its feet?" "Uh-huh." "Did it have any toes?" "Yes." "How many toes did it have?" "3." She said, "How do you know that?" "Because I looked," she said. "Anyway, all those birds on the beach made marks in the sand with 3 toes, like this." She said. She held up her middle 3 fingers spread wide, and the lizard made those kind of marks in the sand too. "The lizard made marks like a bird?" "Uh-huh," Tina said. "It walked like a bird too. He jerked his head up and down like this." And she took a few steps, bobbing her head up and down. After that, the Bowmans departed, and Dr. Cruz decided to report this conversation to Gutierrez at the biological station. "I must admit, the girl's story is puzzling," Gutierrez said. "I have been doing some checking myself, and I am no longer certain she was bitten by a basilisk. Not certain at all." "Then what could it be?" "Well," Gutierrez said, "let's not speculate prematurely. By the way, have you heard any of the other lizard bites at the hospital?" "No, why?" "Let me know if you do, my friend. Let me know if you do." And that's the end of that chapter. Bringing us to another one pretty quickly there. Because we were kind of at the end of the other one anyway, so. How's everybody doing in here? Everybody doing all right? Everybody enjoying yourselves? It might be a Procomsognathus. You don't know for sure until you know for sure. Know what I'm saying? Nah, I mean. All right. So another thing too to keep in mind here is that these characters are all starting to get suspicious. They're starting to figure out that something's not right here, and it's a good thing. People should always be questioning stuff like this, especially when it comes to science. The next chapter is titled The Beach. Marty Gutierrez sat on the beach and watched the afternoon sun fall lower in the sky until it sparkled harshly on the water of the bay, and its rays reached beneath the palm trees to where he sat amongst the mangroves on the beach of Cabo Blanco. At best, he could determine he was sitting near the spot where the American girl had been 2 days before. Although it was true enough, as he had told the Bowmans, that lizard bites were common, Gutierrez had never heard of a basilisk lizard biting anyone, and he had certainly never heard of anyone being hospitalized for a lizard bite. Then, too, the bite radius on Tina's arm appeared slightly too large for a basilisk. When he got back to the Carrara station, he had checked the small research laboratory there, but found that 2 references to the basilisk lizard bites. Next, he checked the International Biosciences Services, a computer database in America, but he found no references to basilisk bites or hospitalization for lizard bites. He then called the medical officer in Amaloya, who confirmed that a 9-day-old infant sleeping in its crib had been bitten on the foot by an animal the grandmother, the only person to actually see it, claimed was a lizard. Subsequently, the foot had become swollen and the infant had nearly died. The grandmother described the lizard as green with brown stripes. It had bitten the child several times before the woman had managed to frighten it away. "Strange," Gutierrez said. "No, it's like all the others," the medical officer replied. adding that he had heard of other biting incidents. A child in Vasquez, the next village up the coast, had been bitten while sleeping, and another in Puerto Sotrero. All these... Puerto Sotrero. Man, I could... Stammer, thanks for the sub. Much appreciated. All these incidents had occurred in the last 2 months. All had involved sleeping children and infants. Such a new and distinctive pattern led Gutierrez to suspect the presence of a previously unknown species of lizard. This was particularly likely to happen in Costa Rica. Only 75 miles wide at its narrowest point, the country was smaller than the state of Maine. Yet, within its hundreds of miles of space, within its limited space, Costa Rica had a remarkable diversity of biological habitats. Seacoasts on both the Atlantic and Pacific, 4 separate mountain ranges, including 12,000-foot peaks and active volcanoes, rainforests, cloud forests, temperate zones, swampy marshes, and arid deserts. Such ecological diversity sustained an astonishing diversity of plants and animal life that in Costa Rica had 3 times as many species of birds as all of North America, more than 1,000 species of orchids, and more than 5,000 species of insects. Costa Rica does have an insane biodiversity, though I'm not entirely sure if these statistics are correct. New species were being discovered all the time at a pace that had increased in recent years for sad reasons. Costa Rica was becoming deforested, and as jungle species lost their habitats, they moved to other areas and sometimes changed behavior as well. So a new species was perfectly possible, but along with the excitement of a new species was the worrisome possibility of new diseases. Lizards carried viral diseases, including several that could be transmitted to humans. The most serious was central saurian encephalitis, or CSE, which caused a form of sleeping sickness in human beings and horses. Gutierrez felt that it was important to find this new lizard, if only to test for disease. Sitting on the beach, he watched the sun drop lower and sighed. Perhaps Tina Bowman had seen a new animal, and perhaps not. Certainly Gutierrez had not. Earlier that morning, he had taken the air pistol, loaded the clip with ligamine darts, and set out for the beach with high hopes. But the day was wasted. Soon, he would have to begin the drive back up the hill from the beach, and he did not want to drive that road in darkness. Gutierrez got to his feet and started back up the beach. Farther along, he saw the dark shape of a howler monkey, ambling along the edge of the mangrove swamp. Gutierrez moved away, stepping out toward the water. If there was one howler, there would probably be others in the trees overhead, and howlers tended to urinate on intruders. But this particular howler monkey seemed to be alone, and walking slowly, pausing frequently to sit on its haunches. The monkey had something in its mouth. As Gutierrez came closer, he saw that it was eating a lizard. The tail and the hind legs drooped from the monkey's jaws. Even from a distance, Gutierrez saw the brown stripes against green. Gutierrez dropped to the ground and aimed the pistol. The howler monkey, accustomed to living in a protected reserve, stared curiously. He did not run away, even when the first dart whined harmlessly past him. When the second dart struck deep in the thigh, the howler shrieked in anger and surprise, dropping the remains of its meals, and fled into the jungle. Sorry, it gets particularly hot when I'm reading in here. Gutierrez got to his feet and walked forward. He wasn't worried about the monkey. The tranquilizer dose was too small to give it anything but a few minutes of dizziness. Already he was thinking of what to do with his new find. Gutierrez himself would write the preliminary report, but the remains would have to be sent back to the United States for final positive identification, of course. To whom should he send it? The acknowledged expert was Edward H. Simpson, emeritus professor of zoology at Columbia University in New York. An elegant older man with swept-back white hair, Simpson was the world's leading authority on lizard taxonomy. Probably, Marty thought, he would send the lizard to Dr. Simpson. And that is the end of that chapter. Let's have a bit of discussion here real quick. So what are folks thinking? Like, any predictions? Anything you guys have that you think might happen? Let's see some viewer predictions here online, so you can still catch it at a later point. All right, and chat is back up and running, folks. So let's continue our little read-through. This chapter is titled New York. Dr. Richard Stone, the head of Tropical Diseases Laboratory of Columbia University Medical Center, often remarked that the name conjured up a grander place than it actually was. In the early 20th century, when the laboratory occupied the entire fourth floor of the biomedical research building, crews of technicians worked to eliminate the scourges of yellow fever, malaria, and cholera. But medical successes and research laboratories in Nairobi and Sao Paulo had left the TDL a much less important place than it once was. Now a fraction of its former size, it employed only 2 full-time technicians, and they were primarily concerned with diagnosing illnesses of New Yorkers who had traveled abroad. The lab's comfortable routine was unprepared for what it received that morning. "Oh, very nice," the technician in the Tropical Disease Laboratory said as she continued to read the customs label. "Partially masticated fragment of unidentified Costa Rican lizard." She wrinkled her nose. "This one's all yours, Dr. Stone." Richard Stone crossed the lab to inspect the new arrival. "Is this the material from Ed Simpson's lab?" "Yes, but I don't know why they'd send a lizard to us." "His secretary called," Stone said. "Simpson's on a field trip in Borneo for the summer, but there's a question of communicable diseases with this lizard, and she asked our lab to take a look at it. Let's see what we've got here." The white plastic cylinder was the size of a half-gallon milk container. It had locking metal latches and a screw top. It was labeled International Biological Specimens Container, and plastered with stickers and warnings in 4 languages. The warning was intended to keep the cylinder from being opened by suspicious customs officials. Apparently, the warnings had worked, as Richard Stone swung the big light over, and he could see the seals were still intact. Stone turned on the air handlers and pulled on plastic gloves and a face mask. After all, the lab had recently identified specimens contained with Venezuelan equine fever, Japanese bee encephalitis, Chiassoner forest virus, Langat virus, and Mayaro. Then he unscrewed the top. Sorry, I do not know any of those disease names, so a lot of that was very unfamiliar for me. And that's just my lamp making those clacky noises. So, it be happening like that sometimes. There was a hiss of escaping gas, and the white smoke boiled out. The cylinder turned frosty cold. Inside, he found a plastic Ziploc sandwich bag containing something green. Stone spread a surgical drape on the table and shook out the contents of the bag. A piece of frozen flesh struck the table with a dull thud. "Huh," the technician said. "Looks eaten." "Yes, it does," Stone said. "What do they want with us?" The technician consulted the enclosed documents. The lizard is biting local children. They have a question about identification of the species and a concern about transmitted diseases from the bite. She produced a child's picture of a lizard, signed Tina, at the top. One of the kids drew a picture of the lizard. Stone glanced at the picture. "Obviously, we can't verify the species," he said, "but we can check the disease easily enough if we can get any blood out of this fragment. What are they calling this animal?" Basilicus amoratus, with a 3-toe genetic anomaly," she said. "Okay, let's get started. While you're waiting for it to thaw, do an x-ray and take Polaroids for the record. Once we have blood, start running antibody sets until we get some matches. Let me know if there's a problem." Sorry, my nose is a little itchy there. So, this is obviously a research lab, and they're testing for diseases, which is why the lizard got sent to them, because they're worried it might have transmitted some kind of disease to Tina. Before lunchtime, the lab had its answer. The lizard blood showed no significant reactivity to any viral or bacterial antigen. They had run toxicity profiles as well, and they found they had only one positive match. The blood was mildly reactive to the venom of the Indian king cobra. But such cross-reactivity was common among reptile species, and Dr. Stone did not think it noteworthy to include in the facts to his technician sent to Dr. Martin Gutierrez that same evening. There was never any question about identifying the lizard. That would await the return of Dr. Simpson. He was not due back for several weeks, and his secretary asked if the TDL would please store the lizard fragment in the meantime. Dr. Stone put it back in the Ziploc bag and stuck it in the freezer. So they're not finding any diseases. They're not finding any issues. All they've seen is that the venom is similar to that of a king cobra. Martin Gutierrez read the facts from the Columbia Medical Center Tropical Diseases Laboratory. It was brief. Subject: Basiliscus amaratus with 3-toe genetic anomaly. Posterior segment, partially eaten animal. Actually, you know what? I'm just going to show you guys the chart. If I can get it to... Oh, look good. So you see here, it's just a kind of a little chart. That's going to be one thing. I have to bring that up in future videos when they show charts and stuff, because there will be charts. So hopefully I can just get something like right here that I can just show the chart on. It'll make it a little easier. But basically, the chart is just saying there's no evidence for any communicable diseases about it, and that it doesn't seem like it's carrying any diseases. That's basically the whole gist of the letter there. Gutierrez made 2 assumptions based on the memo. First, that his identification of the lizard as a basilisk had been confirmed by scientists at Columbia University. And second, that the absence of communicable disease meant that the recent episodes of sporadic lizard bites implied no serious health hazards for Costa Rica. On the contrary, he felt his original views were correct, that a lizard species had been driven from the forest into a new habitat and were coming into contact with village people. Gutierrez was certain that in a few more weeks the lizards would settle down and the biting episodes would end. Here's what you've been waiting for, folks. I know a lot of you have been asking for this. This is the scene. The tropical rain fell in great, drenching sheets, hammering the corrugated roof of the clinic in Bahia Anasco. It was nearly midnight. Power had been lost in the storms, and the midwife Elena Morales was working by flashlight when she heard a squeaking, chirping sound. Thinking that it was a rat, she quickly put a compress on the forehead of the mother and went into the next room to check on the newborn baby. As her hand reached the doorknobs, she heard the chirping again, and she relaxed. Evidently, it was just a bird, flying in the window to get out of the rain. Costa Ricans said that it was when a bird came to visit a newborn child, it brought good luck. Elena opened the door. The infant lay in a wicker bassinet, swaddled in a light blanket, only its face exposed. Around the rim of the bassinet, 3 dark green lizards crouched like gargoyles. When they saw Elena, they cocked their heads and stared at her curiously, but they did not flee. In the light of her flashlight, Elena saw the blood dripping from their snouts. Softly chirping, one lizard bent down and with a quick shake of its head, tore a ragged chunk of flesh from the baby. Elena rushed forward screaming, and the lizards fled into the darkness, but long before she reached the bassinet, she could see what had happened to the infant's face, and she knew the child would be dead. The lizards scattered into the rainy night, chirping and squealing, leaving behind only bloody 3-toed tracks like birds. And that's the end of that chapter there. Dun dun dun. Yeah, it gets pretty dark, guys. I mean, don't get me wrong. There's some like less dangerous stuff, but that one is a pretty rough part, especially for some younger folks. And honestly, I mean, it's a baby. Iron Hawkeye, I'm sorry you're stuck in the hospital. No, you're right. This ain't no, this is definitely not Land Before Time. All right, back to it. And again, that's a pretty dark part of the novel. Babies don't really get hurt more throughout the rest of the novel, if I remember correctly, so you shouldn't have to worry about that. Unless you're worried about dinosaur babies, which you should be. Later, when she was calmer, Elena Morales decided not to report the lizard attack. Despite the horror she had seen, she began to worry that she might be criticized for leaving the baby unguarded. So she told the mother that the baby had asphyxiated, and she reported the death on the forms she sent to San Jose as SIDS, Sudden Infant Death Syndrome. This was a syndrome of unexplained death among very young children. It was unremarkable, and her report went unchallenged. Which, I get being scared for yourself and your job and all that stuff, but, I mean, you lied. That lady lied about that child's death. The university lab in San Jose that analyzed the sample from Tina Bowman's arm made several remarkable discoveries. There was, as expected, a great deal of serotonin, but among the salivary proteins there was a real monster, molecular mass of 1980, one of the largest proteins known. Biological activity was still under study, but it seemed to be a neurotoxic poison related to cobra venom, although more primitive in structure. So it's a type of venom very closely to that would act similar to a cobra, a type of neurotoxicity, but much weaker. The lab also detected trace quantities of the gamma-amino methionine hydrolase. Sorry, I don't know those words very much. The lab also detected trace quantities of the gamma-amino methionine hydrolase. Because of this enzyme was a marker for genetic engineering and not found in wild animals, technicians assumed it was a lab contaminated and did not report what they called to Dr. Cruz. Did not report it when they called Dr. Cruz, the referring physician in Putaneras. Sorry, reading too fast sometimes. The lizard fragment rested in the freezer at Columbia University, awaiting the return of Dr. Simpson, who was not expected for at least a month. And so things might have remained, had not a technician named Alice Levin walked in the tropical disease laboratory, seen Tina Bowman's picture, and said, "Oh, whose kid drew the dinosaur?" And so I've seen a lot of people say Alice is not like a worker here, or that she's a janitor. I don't know where people get that. Alice Levin, it literally said there as a technician. The same level as Stone was, like, a few pieces earlier in the last chapter. She's the other technician. I don't know what's going on, but either way. Alice Levin walked in the tropical disease laboratory, seen Tina Bowman's picture, and said, "Oh, whose kid drew the dinosaur?" "What?" Richard Stone said, turning slowly towards her. "The dinosaur. Isn't that what it is? My kid draws them all the time." "This is a lizard," Stone said, "from Costa Rica. Some girl down there drew a picture of it." "No," Alice Levin said, shaking her head. "Look at it. It's very clear. Big head, long neck, stands on its hind legs, thick tail. It's a dinosaur." "It can't be. It's only a foot tall." "So? There were little dinosaurs back then," Alice said. "Believe me, I know. I have 2 boys. I'm an expert." My mom would agree with her. "The smallest dinosaurs were under a foot. Teenosaurus or something. I don't know." That obviously not the actual name. "Those names are impossible. You never learn those names if you're over the age of 10. "You don't understand," Richard Stone said. "This is a picture of a contemporary animal. They sent us a fragment of this animal. It's in the freezer now." Stone went to get it and shook it out of the baggie. Alice Levin looked at the frozen piece of leg and tail and shrugged. She didn't touch it. "I don't know, but that looks like a dinosaur to me." Stone shook his head. "Impossible." "Why?" Alice Levin said. "It could be a leftover or a remnant or whatever they call them." Stone continued to shake his head. Alice was uninformed, and she was just a technician who worked in the bacteriology lab down the hall, and she had an active imagination. Stone remembered that when she thought she was being followed by one of the surgical orderlies. "You know," Alice Levin said, "if this is a dinosaur, Richard, it could be a big deal. It's not a dinosaur. Has anybody checked it?" "No," Stone said. Well, take it to the Museum of Natural History or something. You really should. I'd be embarrassed. You want me to do it for you? No, Richard Stone said. I don't. You're not going to do anything? Nothing at all. And he put the baggie back in the freezer and slammed the door. It's not a dinosaur. It's a lizard. And whatever it is, it can wait until Dr. Simpson gets back from Borneo to identify it. That's final, Alice. The lizard's not going anywhere. So a lot of these chapters go pretty quickly. That was the chapter called The Shape of the Data. How's everybody doing? Everybody enjoying the book so far? We're working on a Discord water bottle. I'll hopefully have one up for everyone here soon. Not a dino womp womp. The book, Daniel, is Jurassic Park. Oh my, 1 o'clock at night for you? That's kind of nutty. It's not even 9 o'clock over here yet. Alright. But let's keep her going, eh? Alright, so now we get into the second iteration. Once again, sorry, I'm just bringing this up so I can make sure I'm showing you. They do this, right? So, you get the shape of the data over here as the lines get a little more intense. This one reads, with subsequent drawings of the fractal curve, sudden changes may appear. And this is Ian Malcolm is making these because he, again, is a huge part of the book. The boys are back in town. I don't know why that just randomly started playing in my head, but it did. The boys are back in town. Wow, wow. Down. Alright. This chapter is titled The Shore of the Inland Sea, and here's where we meet our main character. Alan Grant crouched down, his nose inches from the ground. The temperature was over 100 degrees. His knees ached despite the rug layers pads he wore. His lungs burned from the harsh alkaline dust. Sweat dripped off his forehead onto the ground, but Grant was oblivious to the discomfort. His entire attention was focused on the 6-inch square of earth in front of him. Working patiently with a dental pick and an artist's camel brush, he exposed the tiny L-shaped fragment of jawbone. It was only an inch long and no thicker than his little finger. The teeth were a small row of points, and they had a characteristic medial angling. Bits of bone flaked away as he dug. Grant paused for a moment to paint the bone with rubber cement before continuing to expose it. There was no question that this was the jawbone from an infant carnivorous dinosaur. So, pause here, side note. Infant dinosaurs in general are, like, extremely rare. They have thinner and weaker bones, and it's harder for them to preserve. So the finding of an infant dinosaur in any capacity is usually pretty impressive, let alone what Grant's doing and finding one that's not a hatchling, so out of the nest, but also not like grown enough to where it's lost a lot of its juvenile characteristics, which is actually super cool from a paleontological perspective. Alright, anyways. Its owner had died 79 million years ago, at the age of about 2 months. With any luck, Grant might find the rest of the skeleton as well. If so, it would be the first complete skeleton of a baby carnivorous. Hey, Alan! Someone cut him off. Alan looked up, blinking in the sunlight. He pulled down his sunglasses and wiped his forehead with the back of his arm. He was crouched on an eroded hillside in the Badlands outside Snakewater, Montana. Beneath the great blue bowl of sky, blunted hills and exposed outcroppings of crumbling limestone stretched for miles in every direction. There was not a tree or a bush, nothing but barren rock, hot sun, and whining wind. Visitors found the Badlands depressingly bleak, but when Grant looked out the landscape, he saw something else entirely. This barren landscape was what remained of another vastly different world which had vanished 80 million years ago. In his mind's eye, Grant saw himself back in the warm, swampy bayou that formed the shoreline of the great inland sea. And here's what he's talking about. The shore of the inland sea is the Western Interior Seaway, which is something we've talked about a bunch. It basically split North America in half during the Cretaceous. So it was a very important piece of the landscape, and it divided North America. Most of the dinosaurs we think of from Cretaceous North America, Triceratops, T-Rex, all that stuff, is technically from the western half of what is modern-day North America. Anyways, this inland sea was 1,000 miles wide, extending all the way from the newly upthrust Rocky Mountains to the sharp, craggy peak of the Appalachians. All of the American West was underwater. At the time, there were thin clouds in the sky overhead, darkened by the smoke of nearby volcanoes. The atmosphere was denser, richer in carbon dioxide. Plants grew rapidly along the shoreline. There was no fish in these waters, but there were clams and snails, which, I don't know why he says that. There would definitely be fish there, if I remember correctly. Pterosaurs swooped down to scoop algae from the surface. A few carnivorous dinosaurs prowled the swampy shores of the lake, moving among the palm trees, and offshore was a small island, about 2 acres in size. Ringed with dense vegetation, this island formed a protective sanctuary where herds of herbivorous duck-billed dinosaurs laid their eggs in communal nests and raised their squeaking young. I love the way Grant thinks. I'm sorry. I know it's kind of classic and cliche, but that's how I feel. Over the millions of years that followed, the pale green alkaline lake grew shallower and finally vanished. The exposed land buckled and cracked under the heat, and the offshore island with its dinosaur eggs became the eroded hillside of northern Montana, which Alan Grant was now excavating. "Hey, Alan!" He stood, a barrel-chested, bearded man of 40, and heard the clanging of the portable generator and the distant clatter of the jackhammer cutting into the dense rock on the next hill. He saw the kids working around the jackhammer, removing the big pieces of rock after checking them for fossils. At the foot of the hill, he saw the 6 teepees of his camp, the flapping mast tent, and the trailer that served as their field laboratory. And he saw Ellie waving to him from the shadow of the field laboratory. "Visitor!" she called and pointed towards the cast. What? Oh, pointed towards the east. Grant saw the cloud of dust and the blue Ford sedan bouncing over the rutted road towards them. He glanced at his watch right on time. On the other side of the hill, the kids looked up with interest. They didn't get many visitors in Snakewater, and there had been a lot of speculation about what a lawyer from the Environmental Protection Agency would want to see Alan Grant about. Okay, I have to say this because they mentioned the Environmental Protection Agency. Eepa! 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 Alright, I'm done. I had to do that. Had to is a strong word, wanted to, but, you know, if you know, you know. I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. A rubber room. A rubber room with raptors. Raptors make me crazy. Crazy? I was crazy once. Sorry, I'm starting to go crazy now. Okay. Eepa! But Grant knew that paleontology, the entire study of extinct life, had in recent years taken an unexpected relevance in the modern world. The modern world was changing fast, and urgent questions about weather, deforestation, global warming, or the ozone layer often seemed unanswerable, at least in part with information from the past. Information that paleontologists could provide. He had been called on as an expert witness twice in the past few years. Grant started down the hill to meet the car. The visitor coughed in the white dust as he slammed the car door. "Bob Morris, EPA," he said, extending his hand. "I'm with the San Francisco office." Grant introduced himself and said, "You look hot. You want a beer?" "Jesus, yeah," Morris said. Morris was in his late 20s, wearing a tie and pants from a business suit. He carried a briefcase. His wing-tip shoes crunched on the rocks as they walked toward the trailer. When I first came over the hill, I thought this was an Indian reservation. Also, that terms like that are going to appear in here. Unfortunately, this wasn't like at a time where people were more sensitive about that kind of thing. So terms like Indian do appear. Even though these people aren't Indian, they're Native American. Versus, someone like me and my family who actually comes from Indian descent. Alright, where are we? I thought this was an Indian reservation, Morris said, pointing towards the teepees. No, Grant said, just the best way to live out here. Grant explained that in 1978, the first year of their excavations, they had come out in North Slope octahedral tents, the most advanced tents available at the time. But the tents always blew over in the wind. They tried other kinds of tents with the same result. Finally, they just started putting up teepees, which were larger inside, more comfortable, and more stable in the wind. These are Blackfoot teepees, built around 4 poles, Grant said. Sioux teepees are built around 3, but this used to be Blackfoot territory, so we thought. Morris said. Very fitting. He squinted at the desolate landscape and shook his head. How long have you been out here? About 60 cases, Grant said. When Morris looked surprised, he kind of laughed and explained, we measure time in beer. We start in June with 100 cases. We've gone through about 60 so far. 63 to be exact, Ellie Sattler said as they reached the trailer. Grant was amused to see Morris gaping at her. Ellie was wearing cut-off jeans and a work shirt tied at her midriff. She was 24 and darkly tanned. Her blonde hair was pulled back. Ellie keeps us going, Grant said, introducing her. She's very good at what she does. And what does she do? Morris asked. Paleobotany, Ellie said, and I also do the standard field preps. She opened the door and they went inside. The air conditioning in the trailer only brought the temperature down to 85 degrees, but it seemed cool after the midday heat. The trailer had a series of long wooden tables with tiny bone specimens neatly laid out, tagged, and labeled. Farther along were ceramic dishes and crocks. There was a strong odor of vinegar. Morris glanced at the bones. I thought dinosaur bones were big, he said. They were, Ellie said, but everything you see here comes from babies. Snake water is important primarily because of the number of dinosaur nesting sites here. Until we started this work, there were hardly any infant dinosaurs known. Only one nest had ever been found in the Gobi Desert. We've discovered a dozen different hadrosaur nests complete with eggs and bones of infants. So, one thing to note here is, basically Grant, in this universe, has replaced Jack Horner. Because this is describing Jack Horner's discovery of a place called Egg Mountain, which is, and was, a huge and very important deal in paleontology. I completely understand, Cryptic. Sorry, just checking and seeing your comment right now. But let's keep going. All right. While Grant went to the refrigerator, she showed Morris the acetic acid baths, which is where they used to dissolve away the limestone from delicate bones. They look like chicken bones, Morris said, peering into the ceramic dishes. Yes, and they're very bird-like. And what about those? Morris said, pointing through the trailer window to piles of large bones outside, wrapped in heavy plastic. Rejects, Ellie said. Bones too fragmentary when we took them out of the ground. In the old days, we just discard them, but nowadays we send them for genetic testing. Genetic testing, Morris said. Here you go, Grant said, thrusting a beer into his hand. He gave another to Ellie. She chugged hers, throwing her long neck back, and Morris stared. We're pretty informal here, Grant said. Want to step into my office? Sure, Morris said. Grant led him through to the end of the trailer, where there was a torn couch, a sagging chair, and a battered end table. Grant dropped onto the couch, which creaked and exhaled a cloud of chalky dust. He leaned back, thumped his boots up on the end table, and gestured for Morris to sit in the chair. Make yourself comfortable. You know what, Grant? I think I'll do just that by adjusting my helmet. Grant was a professor of paleontology at the University of Denver and was one of the foremost researchers in his field, but he had never been comfortable with social niceties. He saw himself as an outdoor man, and he knew that all the important work in paleontology was done outdoors with your hands. Grant had little patience for the academics, for the museum curators, or for what he called the teacup dinosaur hunters, and he took some pains to distance himself in dress and behavior from the teacup dinosaur hunters, even delivering his lectures in jeans and sneakers. Grant watched as Morris primly brushed off the seat of the chair before he sat down. Morris opened his briefcase, rummaged through his papers, and glanced back at Ellie, who was lifting bones with tweezers from the acid bath at the other end of the trailer, paying no attention to them. "You're probably wondering why I'm here." "Yeah, Mr. Eepa, he is." Grant nodded. "It's a long way to come, Mr. Morris. Well, to get right to the point, the EPA is concerned about the activities of the Hammond Foundation. You received some funding from them." $30,000 a year, Grant said, "for the last 5 years. What do you know about the foundation?" "The Hammond Foundation is a respected resource of academic grants," Grant said, shrugging. "They fund research all over the world, including several dinosaur researchers. I know they support Bob Carey out of Terrell in Alberta and John Weller in Alaska, probably more." How are we looking here? I forgot to check YouTube when I was checking chats last time. My apologies, chat. Did not go back to read anything until just now. Alright, we're back to it. Do you know why the Hammond Foundation supports so much dinosaur research? Of course, it's because old John Hammond is a dinosaur nut. You've met Hammond? Grant shrugged. Once or twice. He comes here for brief visits. He's quite elderly, you know. And eccentric, the way rich people sometimes are. But always very enthusiastic. Why? Well, Morris said, the Hammond Foundation is actually a rather mysterious organization. He pulled out a world map marked with... he pulled out a Xeroxed world map marked with red dots. He passed it to Grant. These are the digs of the foundation financed last year. Notice anything odd about them? Montana, Alaska, Canada, Sweden. They're all sites to the north. There's nothing below the 45th parallel. Morris pulled out more maps. It's the same, year after year. Dinosaur projects to the south, in Utah or Colorado or Mexico, they never get funded. The Hammond Foundation only supports cold weather digs. We'd like to know why. Grant shuffled through the maps quickly. If it was true that the Foundation only supported cold weather digs, then it was strange behavior because some of the best dinosaur researchers were working in hot climates, and there are other puzzles, Morris said, cutting him off. For example, what is the relationships of dinosaurs to amber? Amber? Yes, it's the hard yellow resin of dried up trees. I know what it is, Grant said, but why are you asking about it? Because, Morris said, over the last 5 years, Hammond has purchased enormous quantities of amber in America, Europe, and Asia, including many pieces of museum-quality jewelry. The Foundation has spent $17 million on amber. They now possess the largest privately held stock of this material in the world. I don't get it, Grant said. Neither does anybody else. As far as we can tell, it doesn't make any sense at all. Amber is easily synthesized. It has no commercial or defense value. There's no reason to stockpile it, but Hammond has done just that over many years. Amber, Grant said again, shaking his head. And what about his island in Costa Rica, Morris continued. 10 years ago, the Hammond Foundation leased an island from the government in Costa Rica, supposedly to set up a biological reserve. I don't know anything about that, Grant said, frowning. I haven't been able to find out much, Morris said. The island is 100 miles off the west coast. It's very rugged, and it's in an area of the ocean where the combination of the winds and current make it almost perpetually covered in fog. They used to call it Cloud Island, Isla Nublar. Apparently, the Costa Ricans were amazed that anybody would want it. Morris searched in his briefcase. "The reason I mentioned it," he said, "is that according to the records, you were paid a consultant's fee in connection with this island." "I was?" Grant asked. Morris passed a sheet of paper to Grant. It was the Xerox of a check issued in March 1984 from InGen Inc., made out to Alan Grant in the amount of $12,000. At the lower corner, the check was marked Consultant Services, Costa Rica Juvenile Hyperspace. "Oh, sure," Grant said. "I remember that. It was weird as hell, but I remember it. And I didn't have anything to do with an island." Alan Grant had found the first clutch of dinosaur eggs in Montana in 1979 and many, many more in the next 2 years, but he hadn't gotten around to publishing his findings until 1983. His paper, with its report of a herd of 10,000 duck-billed dinosaurs living along the shore of the vast inland sea, building communal nests of eggs in the mud, raising their infants in the dinosaur herd, made Grant a celebrity overnight. The notion of maternal instincts in giant dinosaurs and the drawings of cute babies poking their snouts out of the eggs had appeal all around the world. Grant was besieged with requests for interviews, lectures, books. Characteristically, he turned them all down, wanting only to continue his excavations. But it was during these frantic days of the mid-1980s that he was approached by the InGen Corporation with a request for consulting services. "Have you heard of InGen before?" Morris asked. "No. How'd they contact you?" "Telephone call. It was a man named Gennaro or Giannino or something like that." Morris nodded. "Donald Gennaro," he said. "He's the legal counsel for InGen. Anyway, he wanted to know about the eating habits of dinosaurs, and he offered me a fee to draw up a paper for him." Grant drank his beer, set the can on the floor. Gennaro was particularly interested in young dinosaurs, infants and juveniles, what they ate. "I guess he thought I would know about that." "Did you?" "Well, not really, no. I told him that. We'd found lots of skeletal material, but we have very little dietary data. But Gennaro said he knew we hadn't published everything, and he wanted whatever he had. And he offered a very large fee, $50,000. Morris took out a tape recorder and set it on the end table. "You mind?" "No, go ahead." "So, Gennaro telephoned you in 1984. What happened then?" "Well," Grant said, "you see our operation here. 50,000 would support 2 full summers of digging. I told him I'd do what I could. So you agreed to prepare a paper for him?" "Yes, on the dietary habits of juvenile dinosaurs." "Yes. You met Gennaro?" "No, just on the phone." "Did Gennaro say why he wanted this information?" "Yes, he was planning a museum for children and he wanted to feature baby dinosaurs. He said he was hiring a number of academic consultants and named them. They were paleontologists like me, a mathematician from Texas named Ian Malcolm, and a couple of ecologists, a system analysis. Good group." Morris nodded, making notes. "So you accepted the consultancy?" Oh, I must have skipped a page. Hold on a second here, lads. "Yes. I agreed to send him a summary of our work, what we knew about the habits of duck-billed hadrosaurs we found." "What kind of information did you send?" Everything. Nesting behavior, territorial ranges, feeding behavior, social behavior, everything." "And how did Gennaro respond?" "He kept calling and calling, sometimes in the middle of the night. Would the dinosaurs eat this? Would they eat that? Should their exhibit include this?" I could never understand why he was so worked up. I mean, I think dinosaurs are important too, but not that important. They've been dead 65 million years. You'd think his calls could wait until morning. "I see," Morris said. "And the $50,000? Grant shook his head. "I got tired of Gennaro and called the whole thing off. We settled up for $12,000. That must have been around the middle of '85. "Oh, One True Goose, thank you so much for the donation, man. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you very much, Goose. Give me some W's for Goose in the chat, please. Can I get some W's for Goose in both Twitch and YouTube? I'm sorry, casual guy. I know. Some parts of the book are a little slower. But it's got the early parts of the book are important, so that way we can build up to the end. And once again, thank you very much to the one true Goose. All those W's are for you, Goose. We settled up for 12,000. That must have been about the middle of 85. Morris made note. And InGen? Any other contact with them? Not since 85. And when did the Hammond Foundation begin to fund your research? I'd have to look, but it was around then, mid-80s. And you know Hammond is just a rich dinosaur enthusiast? Yes. Morris made another note. Look, Grant said, if the EPA is so concerned about John Hammond, EPA, and what he's doing, the dinosaur sites in the north, the amber purchases, the island in Costa Rica, then why don't you just ask him about it? At the moment, we can't. Why not, Grant said. Because we don't have any evidence of wrongdoing, Morris said. But personally, I think it's clear that John Hammond is evading the law. So, this is the first indication that we get through the entire book that Hammond is the bad guy, right? Like, don't get me wrong, Grant is defending him, and I don't blame Grant for defending him, because Grant doesn't know everything. But Morris is portrayed here kind of like a snobby kid, right? But he's actually right. He is correct on a lot of the things he says here about Hammond, and on his opinion that Hammond is evading the law. Because that's, at the end of the day, that's true. And I think it's really, like, good foreshadowing, because a lot of people, especially if you watch the movie before reading the books, would genuinely just be like, screw this guy. Like, who likes him? He's picking on Hammond. Like, who wants to pick on John Hammond, right? I was first contacted, Morris explained, by the Office of Technology Transfer. The OTT monitors shipments of American technology which might have military significance. They called to say that InGen had two areas of possible illegal technology transfer. First, InGen shipped 3 Cray XMPs to Costa Rica. InGen characterized it as transfer within corporate divisions, but said that they weren't for resale. But OTT couldn't imagine why the hell somebody'd need that kind of power in Costa Rica. 3 Crays, Grant said. Is that a kind of computer? So, before we go on, Crays are revealed to be... Oh man, my voice cracked there. Crays are revealed to be a type of computer in the book. I don't know if Crays were a real-life computer, but computer technology was way different in 1990 than it is now. So, like, that's one thing you got to keep in mind is computers in this book might not make sense to a lot of you because it's from an older generation, basically. Does that make sense? I hope it makes sense. At least. Alright, anyways. 3 Crays, Grant said. Is that a kind of computer? Morris nodded. A very powerful supercomputer. To put it in perspective, 3 Crays represent more computing power than any other privately held company in America. And InGen sent the machines to Costa Rica. You have to wonder why. I give up, Grant said. Why? Nobody knows, and the hoods are even more worrisome. Morris continued. Hoods are automated gene sequencers, machines that work out the genetic code by themselves. They're so new that they haven't been put into the restricted lists yet. But any genetic engineering lab is likely to have one if it can afford the $500,000 price tag. He flipped through his notes. Well, it seems that InGen shipped 24 hood sequencers to their island in Costa Rica. Again, they said it was a transfer within divisions and not an export, Morris said. There wasn't much that OTT could do. They're not officially concerned with use, but InGen was obviously setting up one of the most powerful genetic engineering facilities in the world in an obscure Central American country. A country with no regulations. That kind of thing has happened before. There had already been cases of the American bioengineering companies moving to another country so that they would not be hampered by regulations and rules. The most flagrant, Morris explained, was the Biosyn rabies case. So this is also our first introduction to Biosyn in the novels. In 1986, Genetic Biosyn Corporation of Cupertino tested a bioengineered rabies virus on rabies vaccine on a farm in Chile. They didn't inform the government of Chile or the farm workers involved. They simply released the vaccine. The vaccine consisted of a live rabies virus, genetically modified to be non-virulent, but the virulence hadn't been tested. Biosyn didn't know whether the virus could still cause rabies or not. Even worse, the virus had been modified. Ordinarily, you couldn't contract rabies unless you were bitten by the animal, but Biosyn modified the rabies virus to cross the pulmonary alveoli, and you could get infected by just inhaling it. Biosyn staffers brought this live rabies virus down to Chile in a carry-on bag in a commercial airline flight. Morris often wondered what would have happened if the capsule had broken open during the flight. Everybody on the plane might have been infected with rabies. Man. Alright, hold on. Before I continue, definitely need a thing of water. You can tell when my voice starts going like that. Just give me one. Alright, folks. Where were we? Biosyn. It was outrageous. It was irresponsible. It was criminally negligent. But no action was taken against Biosyn. Sorry, my hair is like getting... I've got long hair, so it's getting kind of caught in my mask a little bit. It was criminally negligent, but no actions were taken against Biosyn. The Chilean farmers who unwillingly risked their lives were ignorant peasants. The government of Chile had an economic crisis to worry about, and the American authorities had no jurisdiction. So Louis Dodson, the geneticist responsible for the test, was still working at Biosyn. Biosyn was still as reckless as ever, and other American companies were hurrying to set up facilities in foreign countries that lack sophistication about genetic research. Countries that perceived genetic engineering to be like any other high-tech development, and thus welcomed it to their lands unaware of the dangers it posed. So that's why we began our investigation of InGen, Morris said, about 3 weeks ago. And what have you actually found? Grant asked. Not much, Morris admitted. When I go back to San Francisco, we'll probably have to close the investigation. And I think I'm about finished here. He started packing up his briefcase. By the way, what does juvenile hyperspace mean? That's just a fancy label for my report, Grant said. Hyperspace is a term for multidimensional space, like a three-dimensional tic-tac-toe. If you were to take all the behaviors of an animal, its eating and movement and sleeping, you could plot the whole animal within a multidimensional space. Some paleontologists refer to the behavior of an animal as occurring in ecological hyperspace. Juvenile hyperspace would refer to the behavior of juvenile dinosaurs, if you wanted to be as pretentious as possible. At the far end of the trailer, the phone rang. Elliot answered it. She said, "He's in a meeting right now. Could he call you back?" Morris snapped his briefcase shut and said, "Thanks for your help, and the beer," he said. "No problem," Grant said. Grant walked with Morris down the trailer to the door at the far end. Morris said, "Did Hammond ever ask about any physical materials from your site? Bones or eggs or anything like that?" "No," Grant said. "Dr. Sattler mentioned you do some genetic work here." "Well, not exactly. When we remove fossils that are broken or for some other reason not suitable for museum preservation, we send the bones out to a lab to grind them up and try to extract proteins for us. Those proteins are then identifiable and the report is sent back to us." "Which lab is that?" "Medical Biological Services in Salt Lake." "How'd you choose them?" "Competitive bids." "The lab has nothing to do with InGen?" Morris asked. "Not that I know of." They came out of the door of the trailer, and Grant opened it and felt the rush of hot air from the outside. Morris paused to put on his sunglasses. "One last thing," Morris said. "Suppose InGen wasn't really making a museum exhibit. Is there anything else they could have done with the information in the report you gave them?" Grant laughed. "Sure. They could feed a baby hadrosaur." Morris laughed too. "A baby hadrosaur. That'd be something to see. How big were they?" "About so," Grant said, holding his hands about 6 inches apart. "Squirrel size." "And about how long before they become full grown?" 3 years, give or take." Morris held out his hand. "Well, thanks again for your help." "Take it easy driving back," Grant said. He watched for a moment as Morris walked back towards his car and then closed the trailer door. "What did you think?" Grant said. Ellie shrugged. "Naive." "You like the part where John Hammond is the evil arch-villain?" Grant laughed. "Hammond's about as sinister as Walt Disney." "By the way, who called?" "Oh, it was some woman named Alice Levin. She works at Columbia Medical Center. You know her?" Grant shook his head. "No." Well, it was something about identifying some remains. She wants you to call her back right away. And that was the end of that chapter. Oh, Taldas. Holy cannoli. Taldas, thank you so much for the donation. Not only that, but an incredible message too. Honestly, that made my night alone. Taldas, thank you so very much. Chat, give me some major W's for Taldas. Thank you so much, and I hope that you will have the absolute best night and that you're enjoying this video. And remember, Taldas, if you're ever feeling down, I understand, and I've been in the same boat, and you're always making the world a little better and brighter yourself. Thank you very much for the donation, and I appreciate it more than I can really put to words. Thank you very much once again, Taldas. And everyone in both chats, make sure some major W's for Taldas, please. Thank you very much to everyone in Twitch for immediately hopping on that, and everybody on YouTube. I see you guys too. Once again, thank you very much, Taldas, for the $20. Let's get back into this, because this next part's very interesting. We get to kind of see the beginning of where we learn that Hammond might not be the best guy. She wants you to call her back right away. Okay, I already finished that part. Perfect. Ellie Sattler brushed a strand of blonde hair back from her face and turned her attention to the acid baths. She had 6 in a row, at molar strengths between 5 to 30%. She had to keep an eye on the stronger solutions because they would eat through the limestone and begin to erode the actual fossils. And infant dinosaur bones were so very fragile. She marveled that they had been preserved at all after 80 million years. She listened idly as Grant said, "Miss Levin, this is Alan Grant. What's about this, you have a what? A what?" He began to laugh. "Oh, I doubt that very much, Miss Levin. No, I really don't have time. Well, I take a look at it, but I can pretty much guarantee it's a basilisk lizard. But, yes, you can do that. All right, send it now, Grant." Grant hung up and shook his head. "These people." Ellie said, What's all this about?" "Some lizard she's trying to identify," Grant said. She's going to fax me an x-ray." He walked over to the fax and... Umbra, thank you for the subscription. Very much appreciated. Some fax for me. She's going to fax me an x-ray. He walked over to the fax and waited as the transmissions came through. "Incidentally, I've got a new find for you. A good one." "Yeah?" she asked. Grant nodded. "Found it just before that kid showed up. On South Hill, Horizon 4. Infant velociraptor. Jaw and complete dentition. So there's no question about identity. And the site looks undisturbed. We might even get a full skeleton." "That's fantastic," Ellie said. "How young?" "About 2 months. Maybe 4 months at the most. And it's definitely a velociraptor?" "Definitely," Grant said. "Maybe our luck has finally turned." Alright, pause here real quick just to make a quick note. They're talking about Velociraptor here in the time span about 80 million years ago. Velociraptor in both the book and the films is based off of Deinonychus, which is a very specific species of Dromaeosauraptor. Deinonychus did live about 80 million years ago. I don't think they lived all the way as far north as Montana, but I'm not positive on that. I'd have to double check their range. But I do know for sure that they were not velociraptors, obviously. They end up later calling this American species Velociraptor anteropus, which is just... Deinonychus' name is Deinonychus anteropus. So that would be, therefore, its main, It's a Deinonychus, it's not a Velociraptor, but they're going to call it Velociraptor throughout the book. Anyways. For For the last 2 years at Snakewater, the team had excavated only duck-billed hadrosaurs. They already had evidence for vast herds of these grazing dinosaurs, roaming the Cretaceous plains in groups of 10 or 20,000, as buffalo would later roam. But increasingly, the questions that faced them was, where were the predators? They expected predators to be rare, of course. Studies of predator-prey populations in the game peak of Africa and India suggested that, roughly speaking, there was one predatory carnivore for every 400 herbivores. That meant a herd of 10,000 duckbills would support only 25 tyrannosaurs, so it was unlikely that they would find the remains of a large predator. But where were the smaller predators? Snakewaters had dozens of nesting sites. In some places, the ground were literally covered with fragments of dinosaur eggshells, and many of the small dinosaurs ate eggs. Animals like Dromaeosaurus, Oviraptor, Velociraptor, and Silurus, predators 3 to 6 feet tall, must have been found here in abundance, but they had discovered none so far. Perhaps this Velociraptor skeleton did mean their luck had changed. And an infant. Ellie knew that one of Grant's dreams was to study infant rearing. Speaking too fast there. Ellie knew that one of Grant's dreams was to study infant rearing behavior in carnivorous dinosaurs, as he had already studied the behavior of herbivores. Perhaps this was the first step towards that dream. You must be pretty excited, Ellie said. Grant didn't answer, and I said, you must be pretty excited. My God, Grant said. He was just simply staring at the facts. Sometimes you gotta stare at the facts, you know what I mean? The dino fact. No, I'm kidding. But this is a big turning point in the novel, because this is basically the linchpin that convinces Alan that something's going on and that he should get involved to a certain degree. Deinonychus is very much still a cool dinosaur. You're 100% right about that, soldier. That reminded me of Karlak for some reason, just saying soldier there. If you guys don't play Baldur's Gate and you haven't heard Karlak, you definitely should do that. Get on that. Karlak is one of my favorite characters in video game media recently, and it's not just because she's hot. Ellie looked over Grant's shoulder at the x-rays and breathed out slowly. You think it's an ammassicus? Yes, Grant said, or a triassicus. The skeleton is so light. But it's no lizard, she said. No. This is not a lizard. No three-toed lizard has walked on this planet for 200 million years. Grant was perplexed. Ellie's first thoughts was that she was looking at a hoax. An ingenious, skillful hoax, but a hoax nonetheless. Every biologist knew that the threat of a hoax was omnipresent. The most famous hoax, the Piltdown Man, had gone undetected for 40 years, and its perpetrator was still unknown. More recently, the distinguished astronomer Fred Hoyle had claimed that a fossil winged dinosaur, Archaeopteryx, on display at the British Museum was a fraud, but it was later shown to be genuine. The essence of a successful hoax was that it presented scientists with what they expected to see, and to Ellie's eye, the X-ray image of the lizard was exactly correct. The three-toed foot was well balanced, with the medial claw the smallest. The medial claw is that fourth claw that's like, you always see it on the back of a dinosaur's foot, or theropod dinosaur foot. It's kind of like the tiny little fourth toe that hangs in the back there. The bony remnants of the fourth and fifth tones were located up near the metatarsal joint. The tibia was strong and considerably longer than the femur. At the hip, the acetabellum was complete. The tail showed 45 vertebrae. It was a Procompsognathus. Could this X-ray be faked? I don't know, Grant said, but it's almost impossible to fake an X-ray. And Procompsognathus is an obscure animal. Even people familiar with dinosaurs have never heard of it before. Ellie read the note. Specimen acquired on the beach of Cabo Blanco, July 16th. Apparently, a howler monkey was eating the animal, and this was all that was recovered. Oh, and it says the lizard attacked a little girl. I doubt that, Grant said, but perhaps. Procompsognathus was so small and light, and we assumed it must be a scavenger, only feeding off dead creatures, and you can tell the and you can tell the size, he measured quickly, is about 20 centimeters at the hips, which means that the full animal would only be about a foot tall, about as big as a chicken. Even a child would look pretty fearsome to it. It might bite an infant, but not a child. Ellie frowned at the X-ray image. You think this could really be a legitimate rediscovery? Like the coelacanth? Maybe, Grant said. The coelacanth was a 5-foot-long fish long thought to have died about 65 million years ago, until a specimen was pulled from the ocean in 1938. But there were other examples. The Australian mountain pygmy possum was known only from fossils until a live one was found in a garbage can in Melbourne. About 10,000-year-old fossil fruit bat from New Guinea was described by a zoologist who not long afterwards received a living specimen in the mail. But could it be real, she persisted. What about the age? Grant nodded. The age is a problem. Most rediscovered animals were rather recent additions to the fossil record, 10 or 20,000 years old. Some were a few million years old, and in the case of the coelacanth, 65 million years old. But the specimen they were looking at was much, much older than that. Dinosaurs had died out in the Cretaceous period, 65 million years ago. They had flourished as the dominant life form in the Jurassic, and 190 million years ago. And they had first appeared in the Triassic, roughly 220 million years ago. Flatpick, thank you for the follow on Twitch. Much appreciated. I very highly appreciate anybody who joins me on Twitch at the moment. Again, I'm not nearly as big on Twitch, so if you folks wouldn't mind helping me out and following me on there too, if you have a Twitch account, I'd highly appreciate you. It was during the early Triassic period that Procompsognathus had lived, a time so distant that our planet didn't even look the same. All the continents were joined together in a single landmass called Pangaea, which extended from the north to the south pole, a vast continent of ferns and forests, with a few large deserts in between. The Atlantic Ocean was a narrow lake between what would become Africa and Florida. The air was denser, the land was warmer. There were hundreds of active volcanoes, and it was in this environment that Procompsognathus lived. Well, Ellie said, we know animals have survived. Crocodiles are basically Triassic animals living in the present. Sharks are Triassic, so we know it's happened before. Grant nodded. And the thing is, how else do we explain it? It's either a fake, which I doubt, or else it's a rediscovery. What else could it be? The phone rang. Alice leaving again, Grant said. Let's see if she'll send us the actual specimen. He'd answered it and looked at Ellie, surprised. Yes, I'll hold for Mr. Hammond. Yes, of course. Hammond? What does he want? Ellie said. Grant shook his head and then said into the phone, Yes, Mr. Hammond, yes, it's good to hear your voice too. Yes, he looked at Ellie. Oh, you did? Oh, yes, is that right? He cupped his hand over the mouthpiece instead, still as eccentric as ever. You've got to hear this. Grant pushed the speaker button, and Ellie heard a raspy old man's voice speaking rapidly. Hell of an annoyance from some EPA fellow. Seems to have gone off half-cock, all on his own, running around the country talking to people and stirring up things. I don't suppose anybody's come to see you out there. As a matter of fact, Grant said, someone did come to see me. Hammond snorted. I was afraid of that. Smart-ass kid named Morris? Yes, his name is Morris, Grant said. He's going to see all our consultants, Hammond said. He went to see Ian Malcolm the other day, you know, the mathematician in Texas. That's the first I knew of it. We're having one hell of a time getting a handle on this thing. It's typical of the way the government operates. There isn't any complaint, there isn't any charge, just harassment from some kid who's unsupervised and is running around at the taxpayer's expense. Did he bother you? Disrupt your work? No, he didn't bother me, Mr. Hammond. Well, that's too bad, in a way, Hammond said, because I'd try and get an injunction to stop him if he had. And as it is, I had our lawyers call all over at the EPA to find out what the hell their problem is. The head of the office claims he didn't know there wasn't any investigation. You figured that one out. Damn bureaucracy is all it is. Hell, I think the kid's trying to get down to Costa Rica, poke around, get onto our island. You know we have an island down there. No, Grant said, looking at Ellie. I didn't know. Oh, yes, we bought it and started our operation, 4 or 5 years ago now. I forget exactly. Called Isla Nublar. Big island, 100 miles offshore. Going to be a biological preserve, you know. Wonderful place. Tropical jungle. You know, you ought to see it, Dr. Grant. Sounds interesting, Dr. Grant said, but actually, it's almost finished now, you know, Hammond said, cutting him off. I've sent you some material about it. Did you get my material? No, but we're pretty far from... Maybe it'll come today. Look it over. The island's just beautiful. It's got everything. We've been in construction now 30 months. You can imagine. Big park. Opens in September next year. You really ought to go see it. It sounds wonderful, Mr. Hammond, but as a matter of fact, Hammond said, I'm going to insist you see it, Dr. Grant. I knew you'd find it right up your alley. You'd find it fascinating. I'm in the middle of, Grant said. Say, I'll tell you what, Hammond said, as if the idea had just occurred to him. I'm having some people who consulted for us go down there this weekend. Spend a few days and look it over. At our expense, of course. It'd be terrific if you gave us your opinions. I couldn't possibly, Grant said. Oh, just for a weekend, Hammond said, with the irritating, cheery persistence of an old man. That's all I'm talking about, Dr. Grant. I wouldn't want to interrupt your work. I know how important that work is. Believe me, I know that. Never interrupt your work. But you could hop down there this weekend and be back by Monday. No, I couldn't. I've just found a new skeleton and... Yes, fine, but I still think you should come, Hammond said, not really listening to him. And we've just received some evidence for a very puzzling and remarkable find, which seems to be a living procompsognathed. A what? Hammond said, slowing down. I didn't quite get that. You said a living procompsognathed? A living procompsognathed? All right, hold on. I need water once more. Sorry I'm taking so many pauses tonight, folks. Reading is actually a lot harder than just playing video games in this mask for some reason. So, back to it. A what? Hammond said, slowing down. I didn't quite get that. You said a living procompsognathed? That's right, Grant said. It's a biological specimen, a partial fragment of an animal collected from Central America. A living animal. You don't say, Hammond said, slower. A living animal. How extraordinary. Yes, Grant said. We think so, too. So you see, this isn't the time for me to be leaving Central America, did you say? Yes. Where in Central America is it from? Do you know? A beach called Cabo Blanco. I don't know exactly where. I see. I see, Hammond said, clearing his throat. And where did this specimen arrive in your hands? Just today. Today, I see. Today, I see, yes. Hammond cleared his throat again. Grant looked at Ellie and mouthed, What's going on? Flat pick that... Wait. Did it inform me twice about... Okay. Well, not sure why it took such a delayed response to show me Taldos had subbed, but thank you once again, Taldos. What's going on? Ellie shook her head. Sounds upset. Grant mouthed, See if Morris is still here. She went to the window and looked out, but Morris's car was gone. She turned back and shrugged her shoulders. On the speaker, Hammond coughed. Dr. Grant, have you told anybody about the specimen yet? No. Good, good. That's good. Well, yes. I'll tell you frankly, Dr. Grant, I'm having just a little problem about this island. This EPA thing is coming at just the wrong time. How's that? Grant said. Well, we've had our problems and some delays. Let's just say that I'm under a little pressure here, and I'd like you to look at this island for me. Give me your opinion. I'll be paying you the usual weekend consultant rate of $20,000 a day. That'd be $60,000 for 3 days. And if you can spare Dr. Sattler, she'll go at the same rate. We need a botanist, too. What do you say? Ellie looked at Grant and said, Well, Mr. Hammond, that much money would fully finance our expeditions for the next 2 summers. Good, good, Hammond said blandly. He seemed distracted now, his thoughts elsewhere. I want this to be easy. Now, I'm sending the corporate jet to pick you up at the private airfield east of Chato. You know the one I mean? It's only about 2 hours drive from where you are now. You be there at 5 p.m. tomorrow, and I'll be waiting for you. Take you right down. Can you and Dr. Sattler make that plane? I guess we can. Good. Pack lightly. You don't need passports, and I'm looking forward to it. I'll see you all tomorrow, Hammond said, and he hung up. And that was the end of that chapter? For some reason, I thought there was something afterwards. So, Hammond, obviously, he knows that something's up. He knows something's going on. I'm not going to spoil too much for you, but obviously he's trying to genuinely hide something. And even Alan, who just said, man, you can't really say John Hammond's evil, is now kind of suspicious of something going on. So again, definitely something to keep in mind. Cheeses123, thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. I don't think I ever said what page, because we're just going to kind of see how we're going. I'll let you know what page we're on, at least in my version of the book, once we actually get closer to the end here. We'll probably go for another maybe hour, maybe half hour. We'll see how you guys are feeling once we finish the next couple chapters or so. Let me just double check the Twitch here. It's going to be a bit before they get to Nublar. I'm not sure if they'll get to Nublar tonight, but we'll see how far we can get. This next chapter is titled Cohen, Swain, and Ross. And these are, you'll see. Midday was streamed into the San Francisco law offices of Cohen, Swain, and Ross, giving the room a cheerfulness that Donald Gennaro did not feel. He listened on the phone and looked at his boss, Daniel Ross, cold as the Undertaker in his dark pinstripe suit. I understand, John. And Grant agreed to come? Good, good. Yes, that sounds fine to me. My congratulations, John. He hung up the phone and turned to Ross. We can't trust Hammond anymore. He's under too much pressure. The EPA's investigating him, he's behind schedule on his Costa Rican resort, and the investors are getting nervous. There have been too many rumors of problems down there. Too many workmen have died, and now this business about a living pro-cum whatever down on the mainland. What does that mean? Ross said. Maybe nothing, Gennaro said. But Hamachi is one of our principal investors. I got a report last week from Hamachi's representative in San Jose, the capital of Costa Rica. According to the report, some new kind of lizard is biting children on the coast. Ross blinked. A new lizard? Yes. We can't screw around with this. We've got to inspect that island right away. I've asked Hammond to arrange independent site inspection every week for the next 3 weeks. What does Hammond say? He insists that nothing is wrong with the island. Claims he has all of these security precautions. But you don't believe him, Ross said. No, Gennaro said. I don't. Donald Gennaro had come to Cohen, Swain, and Ross from a background in investment banking. Cohen, Swain's highest tech clients, frequently needed capitalization, and Gennaro helped them find the money. One of his first assignments back in 1982 had been to accompany John Hammond while the old man, then nearly 70, put together the funding to start the InGen Corporation. They eventually raised about $1 billion, and Gennaro remembered it as a wild ride. Naomi Malone, thank you for the subscription. Hammond's a dreamer, Gennaro said. A potentially dangerous dreamer, Ross replied. We should have never gotten involved. What is our financial position? The firm owns 5%, Gennaro said. General or limited? General. Ross shook his head. We should never have done that. It seemed wise at the time, Gennaro said. Hell, it was 8 years ago. We took it in lieu of some fees. And if you remembered, Hammond's plan was extremely speculative. He was really pushing the envelope. Nobody really thought he could pull it off. But apparently he has, Ross said. In any case, I agree that the inspection is overdue. What about your site experts? I'm starting with experts Hammond already hired as consultants early in the project. Gennaro tossed a list onto Ross' desks. First is a group of paleontologists, a paleobotanist, and a mathematician. They go down this weekend, and I'll go with them. Will they tell you the truth? I think so. None of them have much to do with the island, and one of them, the mathematician Ian Malcolm, was openly hostile towards the project from the start, insisted that it would never work, could never work. And who else? Just a technical person. The computer system analyst reviews the park's computers and fixes some bugs. He should be there by Friday morning. Fine, Ross said. You're making the arrangements? Hammond asked to place the calls himself. I think he wants to pretend that he's not in trouble, that it's just a social intervention. Showing off his island. Why is it showing you so late after you subscribed? I don't know, but I still appreciate you, cheeses. Showing off his island. Alright, Ross said, but just make sure it happens. Stay on top of it. I want this Costa Rican situation resolved within a week. Ross got up and walked out of the room. Gennaro dialed, heard the whining hiss of the radiophone. Then he heard a voice say, Grant here. Hi, Dr. Grant. This is Donald Gennaro. I'm the general counsel for InGen. We talked a few years back. I don't know if you remember. Grant cut him off. I remember. Well, Gennaro said, I just got off the phone with John Hammond, who tells me the good news that you're coming down to our island in Costa Rica. Yes, Grant said. I guess we're going down there tomorrow. Well, I just want to extend my thanks for you for doing this on such short notice. Everybody at InGen appreciates it. We've asked Ian Malcolm, who like you was one of the early consults, to come down and talk as well. He's the mathematician at UT in Austin. John Hammond mentioned that, Grant said. Well, good, Gennaro said. And I'll be coming too, as a matter of fact. By the way, the specimen you had found of Procompsognathus, Grant said. Yes. Do you have the specimen with you, Dr. Grant? The actual specimen? No, Grant said. I've only seen an x-ray. The specimen is in New York. A woman from Columbia University called me. Well, I wonder if you could give me details on that. Then I can run down that specimen for Mr. Hammond, who's very excited about it. I'm sure you want to see the actual specimen, too. Perhaps I can even get it delivered to the island while you're all down there. Grant gave him the information. Well, that's fine, Dr. Grant. My regards to Dr. Sadler. I look forward to meeting you and him tomorrow. Gennaro hung up. So, a couple things to note there. Obviously, Gennaro's a lawyer. That's what he was in the film, too. But in the film, they combine the characters of Ed Regis and Gennaro into one, right? Basically make them the same, but they're very different in the books. Regis is a lawyer and everything like that, but he's not... He's genuinely working for the interest of his company, not necessarily for Hammond. I hope that kind of makes sense. Alright, folks. I think one more chapter here, and we can probably finish up for the night. What time is it? About 9:30? Maybe two more chapters. We'll see where we're at. Casual guy, don't worry, we'll be done pretty soon here. And these will still stay up on both Twitch and YouTube for a couple days at least. Crocs Rule, thank you very much for subscribing. Give me some big W's for Crocs. And then someone respond on here. Oh man, it's 2:30 for you, Casual. And I definitely don't blame you if you do end up going to bed there, bud. Alright. Let's bring that back up. This next chapter is called Plans. This just came, Ellie said the next day, walking to the back of the trailer with a thick manila envelope. One of the kids brought it back from town. It's from Hammond. Grant noticed the blue and white InGen logo as he tore open the paper envelope. Inside, there was no cover letter, just a bound stack of paper. Pulling it out, he discovered it was blueprints. They were reduced, forming a thick book. The cover was marked. Isla Nublar Resort Guest Facilities. Full set staff Safari Lodge. Staff Safari Lodge. Sorry. Reading for a long time out loud is something I haven't done in quite some time. So basically they just got sent some blueprints. What the hell is that? Grant said. As he flipped open the book, a sheet of paper fell out. Dear Alan and Ellie, As you can imagine, we don't have much in the way of formal promotional materials yet, but this should give you some idea of the Isla Nublar project. I think it's very exciting. Looking forward to discussing this with you. Hope you can join us. Regards, John. That was a letter from Hammond, obviously. I don't get it, Grant said. He flipped through the sheets. These are architectural plans. He turned to the top of the sheets. So, just so you guys can kind of see what's going on here. It's this here in particular that he's talking about. This page here. And it's the start of some charts. Basically, it's showing like people who were involved in that project on that first chart there and what they were making. Grant turned to the plans themselves. They were stamped Industrial Secrets, Do Not Copy, and Confidential Work Product, Not for Distribution. Each sheet was numbered, and at the top, these plans represent the confidential creations of InGen Inc. You must have signed document 1124A, or you risk prosecution. Looks pretty paranoid to me, Grant said. Maybe there's a reason. The next page was a topographical map. It showed Isla Nublar and inverted as an inverted teardrop, bulging at the north, tapering at the south. The island was 8 miles long, and the map divided it into several large sections. The northern section was marked Visitor Area, and it contained structures marked Visitor Arrival, Visitor Center and Administration, Power, Desalination and Support, Hammond Resort, and Safari Lodge. Grant could see the outline of a swimming pool, the rectangles of a tennis court, and the round squiggles that represented planting and shrubbery. Looks like a resort, all right, Ellie said. They followed detail sheets from the Safari Lodge itself. In the elevation sketches, the lodge looked dramatic, a long, low building with a series of pyramid slopes on the roof, but there was little about the other buildings in the visitor area. And the rest of the island was even more mysterious. As far as Grant could tell, it was mostly open space, a network of roads, tunnels, and outlying buildings, and a long, thin lake that appeared to be man-made, with concrete dams and barriers. But for the most part, the island was divided into big, curving areas with very little development at all. Each area was marked by codes, such as PROC, TRIC, OTHN. And again, these are little, I don't know if you can read them there, but just little codes representing different dinosaur names, basically. But I think they're like just starting to figure that out. Is there an explanation for the code? She said. Grant flipped the pages rapidly, but he couldn't find any. Maybe they took it out, she said. I'm telling you, paranoid. He looked at the big curving divisions and separated them one another by the network of roads. There were only 6 divisions on the whole island, and each division was separated from the road by a concrete moat. Outside each moat was a fence with a little lightning sign alongside it. That mystified them until they were finally able to figure out that meant the fences were electrified. That's odd, Ellie said. Electrified fences at a resort? Miles of them, Grant said. Electrified fences and moats together, and usually with a road just alongside them as well. Just like a zoo, Ellie said. They went back to the topographical map and looked closely at the contour lines. The roads had been placed oddly. The main road ran north-south, right through the central hills of the island, including one section of the road that seemed to literally cut into the side of a cliff above a river. It began to look as if there had been a deliberate effort to leave these open areas as big enclosures separated from the roads by moats and electrical fences. And the roads were raised up above the ground level so you could see over the fences. You know, Ellie said, some of these dimensions are enormous. Look at this. This concrete moat is 30 feet wide. That's like a military fortification. So are these buildings, Grant said. He had noticed that each open division had a few buildings, usually located in out-of-the-way corners. But the buildings were all concrete with thick walls. Inside view elevations, they looked like concrete bunkers with small windows, like the Nazi pillboxes from old war movies. At that moment, they heard muffled explosion, and Grant put the papers aside. Back to work, he said. Just stretch a little bit real quick. Everybody enjoying yourself? Everybody having a good time so far? I completely understand. It's getting a little late, Cryptic. We're getting to that point. Fire! There was a slight vibration, and then yellow contour lines traced across the computer screen. This time, the resolution was perfect, and Alan Grant had a glimpse of the skeleton, beautifully defined as the long neck arced backwards. It was unquestionably an infant velociraptor, and it looked like it was imperfect. The screen went black. I hate computers, Grant said, squinting in the sunlight. What happened this time? Lost the integrator input, one of the kids said. Just give me a minute. The kid bent to look at the tangle of wires going into the back of the battery-powered portable computer. They had set up the computer on a beer carton at the top of Hill 4, not far from the device they called Thumper. Grant sat down on the side of the hill and looked at his watch. He said to Ellie, "We're going to have to do this the old-fashioned way." One of the kids overheard, "Aw, Alan, look, I've got a plane to catch, and I want the fossil protected before I go." Once you began to expose a fossil, you had to continue or risk losing it. Visitors imagined the landscape of the Badlands to be unchanging, but in fact they were continuously eroding, literally right before your eyes. All day long you could hear the clatter of pebbles rolling down the crumbling hillside. And there was always the risk of a rainstorm. Even a brief shower would wash away a delicate fossil. Thus, Grant's partially exposed skeleton was at risk, and it had to be protected until he returned. Fossil protection ordinarily consisted of a tarp over the site and a trench around the perimeter to control water runoff. The question was how large a trench the Velociraptor fossil required. To decide that, they were trying to use computer-assisted sonic tomography, or CAST. This was a new procedure in which Thumper fired a soft lead slug into the ground, setting up shock waves that could be read by the computer and assembled into a kind of X-ray image of the hillside. They had been using it all summer with varying results. It's your boy. Thank you very much for the follow. Much appreciated. For those of you all watching and following me on Twitch, thank you all very much. It's a little bit extra love for those of you on Twitch just because I, again, appreciate you. But at the same time, I got to give love to my YouTube fellows as well because every single one of you is amazing. Every one of you. Friendly anime chick, you getting a little wild there. You're getting a little wild there, don't you think? Maybe a little too friendly. Hey, it is here on YouTube. I don't know what Rumble is, if I'm being honest. What's Rumble? Chat, let me know in the comments or in anything else. What is Rumble? Like, let me know. All right. Where were we at? Thumper was 20 feet away now, a big silver box on wheels with an umbrella on top. It looked like an ice cream vendor's pushcart parked incongruously on the Badlands. Thumper had two youthful attendants loading the next soft lead pellet. So far, the CAST program merely located the extent of finds, helping Grant's team to dig more efficiently. But the kids claimed that within a few years, it would be possible to generate an image so detailed that excavation would be redundant. You could get a perfect image of the bones in 3 dimensions, and it promised a whole new era of archaeology without excavation. Which, what's the fun in that? Where's the fun in archaeology with no excavation? Have a good night. Dinorama? Sorry, I could not think of your name for whatever reason. Lila, you wildin' a little bit, Lila. But the kids claimed, okay. But none of that had happened yet, and the equipment that worked flawlessly in the university labs proved pitifully delicate and fickle in the field. Oh, that's interesting, time travel. I'll have to look into that. How much longer, Grant said. We got it now, Alan. It's not bad. Grant went to look at the computer screen. He saw the complete skeleton, traced in bright yellow, and it was indeed a young specimen. The outstanding characteristic of a velociraptor, the single-toed claw, which in full-grown animals was a curved, 6-inch long weapon capable of ripping open its prey, was in this infant no larger than a thorn on a rose bush. It was hardly visible at all on the screen, and Velociraptor was a lightly built dinosaur in any case, as an animal as fine-boned as a bird, and presumably as intelligent. Hold on. Can't see for some reason, not this for as well. Hold on. Yo, all y'all in here wildin'. Relax a little bit. Relax a little bit. Well, I guess you can't relax with some very violent dinosaurs, but... Alright, where are we at? Here, the skeleton appeared to be in perfect order, except that the head and neck were bent back towards the posterior. Such neck flexation was so common in fossils that some scientists had formulated a theory to explain it, suggesting that dinosaurs had become extinct because they had been poisoned by the evolving alkaloids in plants. The twisted neck was thought to signify the death agony of dinosaurs. Grant had finally put that one to rest by demonstrating that many species of birds and reptiles underwent a post-mortem construction of posterior neck ligaments which bent the head backwards in a characteristic way. It had nothing to do with the cause of death, so it had to do with the way the carcass dried in the sun. Grant saw that this particular skeleton had also been twisted laterally, so that the right leg and the foot were raised up above the backbone. It looks kind of distorted, one of the kids said. Yes, I do have The Lost World Gozo. It's actually in the same book here. I do play Minecraft sometimes, but I haven't in quite some time. Alright. It looks kind of distorted, one of the kids said, but I don't think that's because of the computer. No, Grant said, it's just time. Lots and lots of time. Grant knew that the people could not imagine geological time. Human life was lived on another scale of time entirely. An apple turned brown in a few days. Silverware turned black, an apple turned brown in a few minutes. Silverware turned black in a few days. A compost heap decayed in a season. A child grew up in a decade. None of these everyday human experiences prepared people to be able to imagine the meaning of 80 million years, the length of time that had passed since this little animal had died. In the classroom, Grant had tried different comparisons. If you imagine the human lifespan of 60 years was compressed to an hour, then 8 million years would still be 3,652 years, older than the pyramids. The Velociraptor had been dead a very long time. Doesn't look very fearsome, one of the kids said. He wasn't, Grant said, at least not until he grew up. Probably this baby had scavenged, feeding off the carcasses slain by the adults after the big animals had gorged themselves and lay basking in the sun. Carnivores could eat as much as 25% of their body weight. Carnivores could eat as much as 25% of their body weight in a single meal, and it meant that they made them sleepy afterwards. The baby would chitter and scramble over the indulgent, somnolent bodies of the adults and nip little bites from the dead animal. The babies were probably cute little animals. But an adult velociraptor was another matter entirely. Pound for pound, the velociraptor was probably one of the most rapacious dinosaurs that ever lived. Although relatively small, about 200 pounds and the size of a leopard, velociraptors were quick, intelligent, and vicious, able to attack with sharp jaws, powerful clawed forearms, and a devastating single claw on its foot. Velociraptor hunted in packs, and Grant thought it must have been a sight to see a dozen of these animals racing at full speed, leaping onto the back of a much larger dinosaur and tearing at the neck and slashing at the ribs and belly. "We're running out of time," Ellie said, bringing him back to the present. Grant gave instructions for the trench. From the computer image, they knew the skeleton lay in a relatively confined area. A ditch around 200 square meters would be sufficient. Meanwhile, Ellie laid out the tarp that covered the entire side of the hill. Grant helped her pound in the final stakes. "How did this baby velociraptor die?" one of the kids asked. "I doubt we'll know," Grant replied. "Infant mortality in the wild is high. In African parks, it runs 70% among some carnivores. It could have been anything: disease, separation from the group, or even attacked by an adult. We know these animals hunted in pack, but we don't know anything about their social behavior in a group." The students nodded. They had all studied animal behavior, and they knew, for example, that when a new male took over a lion pride, the first thing he did was kill all the other cubs. The reason was apparently genetic. The male had evolved to disseminate his genes as widely as possible, and by killing the other cubs, he brought all the females into heat so that he could impregnate them. It also prevented the females from wasting their time nurturing the offspring of another, weaker male. Perhaps the velociraptor hunting pack was also ruled by a dominant male. They knew so little about dinosaurs, Grant thought. After 150 years of research and excavation all around the world, they still knew almost nothing about what the dinosaurs had been really like. "We've got to go," Ellie said, "if we're going to get to Choto by 5. And that finishes that chapter there, folks. How's everybody feeling? How's everybody doing? You enjoying yourselves? How is Twitch doing? Let's check out over Twitch. Barely hanging on. Let me see. Give me 1 second. How long is this next chapter? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pages. All right, folks. Do you want me to read one more chapter to go, and then we'll end it for the night here, and we'll pick this back up again probably on Monday next week, or maybe Fridays. Well, I'll hold a vote on YouTube to see if we should do this every Friday. If you guys want this once a week, we'll see how it goes, because we can only do it for so long, right? Gennaro's secretary This chapter is titled Hammond. Gennaro's secretary bustled in with a new suitcase. It still had the sales tags on it. "You know, Mr. Gennaro," she said severely, "when you forget to pack it, it makes me think you really don't want to go on this trip." "Maybe you're right," Gennaro said. "I'm missing my kid's birthday." Saturday was Amanda's birthday, and Elizabeth had invited 20 screaming 4-year-olds to share it, as well as Cappy the clown and a magician. His wife hadn't been happy to hear that Gennaro was going out of town, and neither was their daughter Amanda. "Well, I did the best I could on short notice," his secretary said. There's running shoes at your size, and khaki shorts and shirts, and a shaving kit, a pair of jeans, and a sweatshirt if it gets cold. The car is downstairs to take you to the airport. You have to leave now, though, if you're going to make that flight." She left, and Gennaro walked down the hallway, tearing the sales tag off the suitcase. As he passed the all-glass conference room, Dan Ross left the table and came outside. "Have a good trip," Ross said, "but let's be very clear about one thing. I don't know how bad the situation actually is, Donald, but if there's a problem on that island, burn it to the ground." "Jesus, Dan, we're talking about a big investment here. Don't hesitate. Don't even think about it. Just do it. You hear me?" Gennaro nodded. "I hear you. But Hammond..." "Screw Hammond," Ross said. My boy," the familiar raspy voice said. "How have you been, my boy?" "Very well, sir," Gennaro replied. He leaned back in the padded leather chair of the Gulfstream II jet as it flew east toward the Rocky Mountains. You never call me anymore, Hammond said reproachfully. I've missed you, Donald. How is your lovely wife? She's fine. Elizabeth's fine. We have a little girl now. Wonderful, wonderful. Children are such a delight. She'd get a kick out of our park in Costa Rica. Oh, hold on. Hair in my face. Gennaro had forgotten how short Hammond was. As he sat in the chair, his feet didn't even touch the carpet. He swung his legs as he talked. There was a childlike quality to the man, even though Hammond must now be, 75, 76, something like that. He looked older than Gennaro remembered, but then Gennaro hadn't seen him for about 5 years. Hammond was flamboyant, a born showman, and back in 1983 he had had an elephant that he carried around him all the time in a little cage. The elephant was 9 inches high and a foot long and perfectly formed, except his tusks, which were stunted. Hammond took the elephant with him to fundraising meetings. Gennaro usually carried it into the room, the cage covered with a little blanket, like a tea cozy, and Hammond would give some usual speech about the prospects for developing what he called consumer biologicals. Then, at the dramatic moment, Hammond would whip away the blanket to reveal the elephant, and he would ask for money. The elephant was always a rousing success. Its tiny body, hardly bigger than a cat's, promised untold wonders to come from the laboratory of Norman Atherton, the Stanford geneticist who was Hammond's partner in this new venture. But as Hammond talked about the elephant, he left a great deal unsaid. For example, Hammond was starting a genetics company, but the tiny elephant's body hadn't been made by any genetic procedure. Atherton had simply taken a dwarf elephant embryo and raised it in an artificial womb with hormonal modifications. That in and of itself was quite an achievement, but nothing like what Hammond hinted had been done. Sorry. Also, Atherton hadn't been able to duplicate his miniature elephant, and he tried. For one thing, everybody who saw the elephant wanted one. Then, too, the elephant was prone to colds, particularly during the winter. The sneezes coming through the little trunk filled Hammond with dread, and sometimes the elephant would get his tusks... I thought it said he didn't grow his tusks. Oh, they're just stunted, never mind. Get his tusks stuck between the bars of the cage and snort irritably as he tried to get free. Sometimes he got infections around the tusk line. Hammond always fretted that the elephant would die before Atherton could grow a replacement. Hammond also concealed from prospective investors that the fact that the elephant's behavior had changed substantially in the process of miniaturization. The little creature might look like an elephant, but he acted like a vicious rodent, quick-moving and mean-tempered. Hammond discouraged people from petting the elephant to avoid nipped fingers. Although Hammond spoke confidently of the $7 billion in annual revenue by 1993, his project was intensely speculative. Hammond had visions and enthusiasm, but there was no certainty that his plan would work at all, particularly since Norman Atherton, the brains behind the project, had terminal cancer, which is the final point Hammond had neglected to mention. Even so, with Gennaro's help, Hammond got his money. Between September of 1983 and November of 1985, John Alfred Hammond and his pachyderm portfolio raised $870 million in venture capital to finance his proposed corporation, International Genetic Technologies, Inc. And then they could have raised more, except Hammond insisted on absolute secrecy, and he offered no return on capital for at least 5 years. That scared a lot of investors off. In the end, they'd had to take mostly Japanese consortia. The Japanese were the only investors who had the patience. Sorry, pulling everything back up here. I don't know what's going on with my phone, but it's not liking this right now for whatever reason. I'm just trying to load up the chat here. Alright. Sitting in the leather chair of the jet, Gennaro thought about how evasive Hammond was. The old man was now ignoring the fact that Gennaro's law firms had forced this trip on him. Instead, Hammond behaved as if they were engaged in a purely social outing. "It's too bad you didn't bring your family with you, Donald," he said. Gennaro shrugged. "It's my daughter's birthday. 20 kids already scheduled. The cake and the clown. You know how it is. "Oh, I understand," Hammond said. "Kids set their heart on things." "Anyway, is the park ready for visitors?" Gennaro asked. "Well, not officially," Hammond said, "but the hotel is built, so there is a place to stay." "And the animals?" "Oh, of course, the animals are all there, all in their spaces." Gennaro nodded. "I remember in the original proposal you were hoping of a total for 12 animals. Oh, we're far beyond that, Donald. We've had 238 animals." 238? The old man giggled, pleased to hear Gennaro's reaction. "You can't imagine it. We have herds of them." 238. How many different species? 15 different species, Donald. That's incredible. That's fantastic. And what about all the other things you wanted? The facilities, the computers? All of it, Hammond said. Everything's on the island is state of the art. You'll see for yourself, Donald. It's all perfectly wonderful. That's why this concern is so misplaced. There's absolutely no problem with the island. Gennaro nodded again. Then there should be absolutely no problem with an inspection. And there isn't, Hammond said. But it slows things down. Everything has to stop for this official visit. You've had delays anyways. You postponed the opening. "Oh, that," Hammond said, tugging at the red silk handkerchief in the breast pocket of his sport coat. "It was bound to happen. Bound to happen." "Why?" "Well, Donald," Hammond said, "to explain that to you, you have to go back to the initial concept of the resort. The concept of the most advanced amusement park in the world, combining the latest electronical and biological technologies. I'm not talking about rides. Everyone has rides. Coney Island has rides, and these days everybody has animatronic environments. The haunted house, the pirate den, the Wild West, the earthquake. Everyone has those things. So we set out to make biological attractions, living attractions, so astounding that they would capture the imagination of the entire world." Gennaro had to smile. It was almost the same speech, word for word, that he had used on the investors so many years ago. And we can never forget the ultimate objective of the project in Costa Rica: to make money, Hammond said, staring out the window of the jet and smiling. "Lots and lots of money." "I remember," Gennaro said. "And the secret to making money in a park," Hammond said, "is to limit your personnel costs. The food handlers, ticket tellers, cleanup crews, repair teams, to make a park that runs with minimal staff. That is why we invested in all the computer technology. We automated wherever we could. I remember. But the plain fact is," Hammond said, "when you put together all the animals and all the computer systems, you run into snags. Whoever got a major computer system up and running on schedule? Nobody I know. So you've just had another normal startup delay." "Yes, that's right. Normal delays." "I heard there were accidents during construction," Gennaro said. Some workmen died?" "Yes, there were several accidents, and a total of 3 deaths. 2 workmen died building the cliff road. 1 other died as a result of an earth mover accident in January. But we haven't had any accidents for months now." He put his hand on the younger man's arms. "Donald," he said, "believe me when I tell you, everything on the island is going forward as planned. Everything on that island is perfectly fine." The intercom clicked. The pilot said, Seatbelts, please. We're landing in Choto." And that, folks, is the end of that chapter. Next time we pick this up, we will be starting with the Choto chapter. And that would be page 64 of Jurassic Park. At least if you have this variation, the page might be slightly different. And for you, depending on your version of the book. Spectre, holy cannoli, thank you so much for the dono. Much appreciated, Spectre. Guys, before we get off tonight, let's give some major W's for Spectre there. Thank you very much, and thank you. I hope I am able to inspire you, Spectre, and I hope that I can continue to do so as time goes on. That's the whole goal of this, is to inspire and teach people about dinosaurs in our fiction and our prehistoric world. And so I genuinely cannot thank each and every one of you enough. I hope that everybody had a fantastic night and had a great time joining me as we began to read this book. This is just the first part, so make sure to tune in next time for the second part of this. And make sure to stay tuned, because after we finish this book, if everybody enjoyed this well enough, we'll start the next one after. So until then, you folks make sure you have a fantastic night. Remember to be good people, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Hello all, and welcome to another read-through of Jurassic Park here. Can everybody hear me? How are we doing? I just want to make sure I can be heard first before we get started here. How are we doing over on the Twitch side? Hello all, and welcome to another read-through of Jurassic. Alright, it looks like we are getting what we need here. Just trying to... Alright. How's everybody doing today? Everybody doing alright? Perfect, perfect. Glad to hear that everything is working. Give me just a moment here, because I do want to go and set up my TikTok live as well today. So that way we can get some folks over from TikTok out here. To all the 8 viewers here in the Twitch chat, thank you all so very much for joining me tonight. How are you guys doing? Or not tonight, but this afternoon. How you guys doing? Cryptic, It Ya Boy, Casual Guy, and Interraptor. Thank you guys all for being in the chat and chatting. Donner, hi, nice to see you in here. Let's see how the YouTube's going. Hi guys, how's everybody doing? Yep. Alrighty, 3 streams this week. I know, it's a lot more than I normally do. Give me just a second here, and we will get this road on the show. Sorry, folks, sorry. We're just getting all this set up. Jurassic Park. I thought I already had it set up, but I guess not on TikTok. Alrighty. No, you guys are the GOATs. Thank you for all being here in the first place. I appreciate every single one of you, from TikTok to Twitch and everywhere in between. Everyone who's watching me, thank you all so very much. If anyone ends up joining me on TikTok, thank you all so very much as well. I will be doing my best to check all 3 chats as we go along. But without any further ado, we should get this road on the show. So, let's get started, shall we? So, just for reference, last time we left off, we had just left Hammond after he had introduced, or after him and Gennaro had begun conversations with one another. They were arriving in Choto to pick up the other main characters like Grant, Ellie, and so on. So, give me just a moment here. Just want to adjust the camera a bit, so that way you guys have the most ideal. Hello, everybody here in the TikTok chat as well. Thank you all so very much for joining me. And get ready. I will say, you guys on TikTok are a little far behind compared to the folks on YouTube and Twitch, but that's all right. You don't need to have the first part entirely. Master Key, thanks so much for joining us here on Twitch. Yes, he does. You are exactly right. Malcolm does appear. Anatomical, hi there. All right, let's see. Hello, everyone over in the YouTube as well. If I didn't already say it, thank you all so very much for joining me here today, and it's much appreciated. Now then, without any further ado, dry plains stretched away toward the distant black buttes. The afternoon wind blew dust and tumbleweed across the cracked concrete, and Grant stood with Ellie near the Jeep and waited while the sleek Grumman jet circled for landing. I hate waiting on money men, Grant grumbled. Ellie shrugged. Goes with the job. Oh, hold on, I almost forgot my little ambiance light down here. Add a little extra mood to this whole thing, right? Also gives me a little bit of extra lighting. I'm sorry you don't like analog horror, but it does tend to happen. Comes with the territory, you know what I'm saying? Let's see here. Oops, sorry. Didn't mean to pause the Twitch chat. It is pretty difficult for me to read, I'm not going to lie, but we'll get through it here. What's up, guys? Everyone here on TikTok, thank you all so very much for joining. Thanks everyone in TikTok for the roses and such. Much appreciated. Sorry. Anywho, I hate to wait on the money men, Grant grumbled. Ellie shrugged. Goes with the job. Although many fields of science, such as physics and chemistry, had become federally funded, paleontology remained strongly dependent on private patrons, which is still true today. Quite apart from his own curiosity about the island in Costa Rica, Grant understood that if John Hammond asked for his help, he would give it. That was how patronage worked, how it had always worked. The little jet landed and rolled quietly towards them. Ellie shouldered her bag. The jet came to a stop, and a stewardess in a blue uniform opened the door. Inside, he was surprised at how cramped it was, despite the luxurious appointments. Grant had to hunch over as he went to shake Hammond's hand. Dr. Grant and Dr. Sattler, Hammond said. It's good of you to join us. Allow me to introduce my associate, Donald Gennaro. Gennaro was a stocky, muscular man in his mid-30s, wearing an Armani suit and wire-frame glasses. Grant disliked him on sight. He shook hands quickly. When Ellie shook hands, Gennaro said in surprise, "You're a woman." "These things happen," she said, and Grant thought, she doesn't like him either. Hammond turned to Gennaro. "You know, of course, what Dr. Grant and Dr. Sattler do. They're paleontologists. They dig up dinosaurs." And then he began to laugh, as if he found the idea very funny. So, before we continue here, that's something that's very relevant in paleontology and just a lot of scientific fields today, unfortunately, is just sexism in the field. You see Gennaro's immediate reaction to her being I'm Dr. Sattler is, "Oh, you're a woman?" Even though and don't get me wrong, this was in the 90s, this was a different time period, all that kind of stuff, but it's still relevant today because these kind of things are still happening today. People don't like to accept women in fields of science, especially older folks, and that's become a huge problem in the scientific field. However, as time goes on and we become more progressive, this problem begins to wane, and the women scientists can really begin to shine. Well, thanks for being here on Twitch, but alrighty. Wait, what happened there? I wasn't quite sure, but if folks are in here, thank you all very much for watching. Oh, I got 40 folks in the TikTok chat. Thank you all so very much for being here. Anyways, Hammond turned to Gennaro. "Take your seats, please," the stewardess said, closing the door. Immediately, the plane began to move. "You'll have to excuse us," Hammond said, "but we are in a bit of a rush. Donald thinks it's important we get right down there." The pilot announced 4 hours flight time to Dallas, where they would refuel and then go to Costa Rica, arriving the following morning. "And how long will we be in Costa Rica?" Grant asked. "Well, that really depends," Gennaro said. "We have a few things to clear up." "Take my word for it," Hammond said, turning to Grant. "We'll be down there no more than 48 hours. Grant buckled his seatbelt. "This island of yours that we're going to, I haven't heard anything about it before. Is it some kind of secret?" "In a way," Hammond said. "We have been very, very careful about making sure nobody knew about it until the day we finally opened the island to a surprised and delighted public." Hello to everybody joining us here in the YouTube chat, and goodbye to everybody leaving. And same with everybody on Twitch and TikTok. Thank you all so very much for joining me here today, and I hope you all are enjoying. Now, sorry, I keep getting distracted, so let's get right back into it. The Biosyn Corporation of Cupertino. This next chapter is called Target of Opportunity. The Biosyn Corporation of Cupertino, California, had never called an emergency meeting of its board of directors. The 10 directors now sitting in the conference room were irritable and impatient. It was 8 o'clock p.m. They had been talking amongst themselves for the last 10 minutes, but slowly had fallen silent, shuffling papers, looking pointedly at their watches. "What are we waiting for?" one asked. "One more," Louis Doxson said. "One more. We need one more." He glanced at his watch. Rem Meyer's office had said he was coming up on the next 6 o'clock plane from San Diego. He should have been here by now, even allowing for traffic from the airport. "You need a quorum?" another director asked. "Yes," Doxson said. "We do." That shut them up for a moment. A quorum meant that they were going to be asked to make an important decision. And God knows they were, although Dodgson would have preferred not to call a meeting at all. But Stergarten, the head of Biosyn, was adamant. You'll have to get their agreement for this one, Lou. Depending on who you talk to, Louis Dodgson was famous as the most aggressive geneticist of his generation, or the most reckless. 34 as a graduate student for planning gene therapy. 34, balding, hawk-faced, and intense. He had been dismissed by Johns Hopkins as a graduate student for planning gene therapy on human patients without obtaining the proper FDA protocols. Hired by Biosyn, he had conducted the controversial rabies vaccine test in Chile. Now he was the head of product development at Biosyn, which supposedly consisted of reverse engineering, taking a competitor's product, tearing it apart, and learning how it worked, and then making your own version. In practice, it involved industrial espionage, much of it directed towards the InGen Corporation. So obviously Dodgson here is setting up a whole situation, right? It's very similar to the movie, but Dodgson's more involved in the books here. And especially during the second book. But we see more of him there, but we'll still see him in this book a couple times. Let's just check out the chat real quick. Hi, everybody. I hope you're enjoying yourselves. Oh, some folks are making breakfast. Some folks are just getting done with breakfast. Man, must be morning for some folks still, huh? Well, I hope every single one of you is enjoying yourselves. And everybody still here on Twitch, thank you all so very much. Everybody here on TikTok, thank you guys all too very much. No, unfortunately, I'm not going to do a face reveal, but you can see the book if you want. This is the cover for the book because it's got both Jurassic Park and The Lost World in it. So that way those of you can see here, Jurassic Park and The Lost World. All right. Being conducted. In the 1980s, a few genetic engineering companies began to ask, what is the biological equivalent of a Sony Walkman? These companies weren't interested in pharmaceuticals for health. They were interested in entertainment, sports, leisure activities, cosmetics, and pets. The perceived demand for consumer biologicals in the 1990s was high, and InGen and Biosyn were both at work in that field. Heard a little notification. What just happened there? Narf Show, thanks for subscribing on YouTube. Much appreciated, Narf Show. For those of you, I see a couple folks saying, I'm your favorite dinosaur tuber. Thank you all so very much. That means a lot to me, actually. And I appreciate you all for watching me in the first place. Now then, Biosyn had already achieved some success, engineering a new pale trout under contract to the Department of Fish and Game in the state of Idaho. This trout was easier to spot in streams and was said to represent a step forward in angling. At least it eliminated complaints to the Fish and Game Department that there were no trout in the streams. The fact that the pale trout sometimes died of sunburn and that its flesh was soggy and tasteless was not discussed. Biosyn was still working on that, and the door opened, and Ron Meyer entered the room, cutting off Dogson's thoughts, and slipped into his seat. Dodgson now had his quorum. He immediately stood. Gentlemen, he said, we're here tonight to consider a target of opportunity, InGen. Dodgson quickly reviewed the background. InGen's startup in 1981 with Japanese investors, the purchase of 3 Cray XMP supercomputers, and the purchase of Isla Nublar in Costa Rica, the stockpiling of amber, the unusual donations to zoos around the world, from the New York Zoological Society to Rathapan Wildlife Park in India. Oops, sorry, my headset shut off. I don't know what happened there. Sorry, Trout Gang. That's a funny one. Soggy Trout Gang. We all in the Soggy Trout Gang. Everybody enjoying the Soggy Trouts. Sorry, I don't know why I find that so funny, but Despite all these clues, Dodgson said, we still have no idea where InGen might be going. The company seemed obviously focused on animals, and they had hired researchers with an interest in the past, paleobiologists, DNA phylogeneticists, and so on. Then, in 1987, InGen bought an obscure company called Millipore Plastic Products in Nashville, Tennessee. This was an agribusiness company that had recently patented a new plastic with the characteristics of an avian eggshell. The plastic could be shaped into an egg and used to grow chicken embryos. Starting the following year, InGen took the entire output of this millipore plastic for its own use. Dr. Dodgson, this is all very interesting. At the same time, Dodgson continued, construction was began on Isla Nublar. This involved massive earthworks, including a shallow lake 2 miles long in the center of the island. Plans for resort facilities were let out with a high degree of confidentiality, but it appears that InGen has built a private zoo of very large dimensions on this island. One of the directors leaned forward and said, "Dr. Dodgson, so what?" Dodgson sighed. "It's not an ordinary zoo," he said. "This zoo is unique in the world. It seems that InGen have done something quite extraordinary. They have managed to clone extinct animals from the past." "What animals?" "Animals that hatched from eggs, that require a lot of room in a zoo." "What animals?" "Dinosaurs," Dodgson said. "They are cloning dinosaurs." Sorry, I'm just trying to find the best angle to read this at. I just want to say once again, I appreciate everyone for watching. The consternation that followed was entirely misplaced in Dodgson's view. The trouble with money men was that they didn't keep up they had invested in the field, but they didn't know what was possible. In fact, there had been discussion of cloning dinosaurs in the technical literature as far back as 1982. With each passing year, the manipulation of DNA had grown easier. Genetic material had always been extracted from Egyptian mummies and from the hide of a quagga, a zebra-like African animal that had become extinct in the 1880s. But by 1985, it seemed possible that quagga DNA might be reconstituted and a new animal grown. If so, it would be the first creature brought back from extinction solely by the reconstruction of its DNA. If that was possible, what else was possible? The mastodon, a saber-toothed cat, the dodo, or even a dinosaur? Of course, no dinosaur DNA was known to exist anywhere in the world. But by grinding up large quantity of dinosaur bones, it might be possible to extract fragments of the DNA. Formerly, it was thought that fossilization eliminated all DNA. Now that we recognize that as untrue, if enough DNA fragments were recovered, it might be possible to clone a living animal. Hi, InGen2D. Nice to see you in the chat here. Give me some W's for InGen2D. If you guys haven't already seen it, he's done a very cool animation that I collabed with him on. I did the voiceover, and he did all the animation himself, so definitely go check out his channel. Thanks for joining us this morning, InGen. Or this afternoon, I should say. Hey, thank you guys here on TikTok for the follows. Much appreciated, much appreciated. Alrighty. Back in 1982, the technical problems had seemed daunting, but there was no theoretical barrier. It was merely difficult, expensive, and unlikely to work, yet it was certainly possible if anyone cared enough to try. InGen had apparently decided to try. What they have done, Dodgson said, is build the greatest single tourist attraction in the history of the world. As you know, zoos are extremely popular. Last year, more Americans visited zoos than all the professional baseball and football games combined, and the Japanese love zoos. There are 50 zoos in Japan and more being built. And for this zoo, InGen can charge whatever they want. $2,000 a day, $10,000 a day. And then there's the merchandising. The picture books, t-shirts, video games, caps, stuffed toys, comic books, and pets. Pets? Of course. InGen can make full-size dinosaurs. They can also make a pygmy dinosaur as household pets. What child wouldn't want a little dinosaur as a pet? A little patented animal for their very own. InGen will sell millions of them, and InGen will engineer them so that pet dinosaurs can only eat InGen pet food. Jesus, somebody said. Exactly, Dodgson said. The zoo is the centerpiece of an enormous enterprise. You said that the dinosaurs will be patented? Yes, genetically engineered animals can now be patented. The Supreme Court ruled on that in favor of Harvard in 1987. InGen will own its dinosaurs, and no one else can legally make them. What prevents us from creating our own dinosaurs? Nothing, except that they have a 5-year head start. It'll almost be impossible to catch up before the end of the century. He paused. Of course, if we could obtain examples of their dinosaurs, we could reverse engineer them and make our own, with enough modifications in the DNA to evade their patents. Can we obtain examples of their dinosaurs? Dodgson paused. I believe we can, yes. Somebody cleared his throat. There wouldn't be anything illegal about it. Oh no, Dodgson said quickly. Nothing illegal. I'm talking about a legitimate source of their DNA. A disgruntled employee, or some trash improperly disposed of. Something like that. Do you have a legitimate source, Dodgson? I do, Dodgson said, but I'm afraid there is some urgency in that decision because InGen is experiencing a small crisis, and my source will have to act within the next 24 hours. A long silence descended over the room. The men looked at the secretary taking notes and the tape recorder on the table in front of her. I don't see the need for a formal resolution on this, Dodgson said. Just a sense of the room, as to whether you feel I should proceed. Slowly, the heads nodded. Nobody spoke. Nobody went on record. They just nodded silently. Thank you for coming, gentlemen, Dodgson said. I'll take it from here. So just talking about this real quick, Dodgson is obviously trying to set some stuff up, but it's much more clever than it is in the films, right? Dodgson just shows up, pays Nedry to steal the embryos for Biosyn. In the book here, it's much more than that. Dodgson seems to have some sort of vendetta against InGen and will do anything he can to steal from them specifically. Most of his work and everything seems to be mainly focused on InGen for whatever reason. Thank you for the bits very much, Mo Chocolate 9K. Thank you very much for the bits. Give me some W's for Mo Chocolate. I'm glad you enjoy the TikToks. Thank you so very much. Alrighty, Roo. And everybody here on the TikTok as well. Thank you all so very much for being in here, sharing the live and stuff. Body bag? I don't know who that is, but alrighty. Next chapter is called Airport. And so if you're not already starting to kind of pick up on what's going on, Dodgson is obviously setting up just like he did in the book or in the film, but in a different way than in the films. Oh, I just got a notification about something. What do we get? Dr. Nightmare, thank you so much for the subscription. Holy cannoli. Give us some major W's for Dr. Nightmare. Thank you so very much for subscribing, and it's very much appreciated. Your boy, how do I see through the mask? I see through this part right here. This is like, I don't know if you noticed, especially you on TikTok, you can kind of see through the mask with this light shining on. So I'm not entirely like, I'm not blind, you know what I'm saying? I can still see through here. Anywho, oh man, I didn't change any of my tags here on Twitch. Whoops, my mistake. But anyways, one more time, give me some W's for Dr. Nightmare. Thank you so much once again for the subscription, my guy. This next chapter is called Airport. And again, this one continues with Dodgson. Louis Dodgson entered the coffee shop in the departure building of San Francisco Airport and looked around quickly. His man was already there, waiting at the counter. Dodgson sat down next to him and placed the briefcase on the floor between them. "You're late, pal," the man said. He looked at the straw hat Dodgson was wearing and laughed. "What is this supposed to be, a disguise?" "You never know," Dodgson said, suppressing his anger. For 6 months, Dodgson had patiently cultivated this man, who had grown more obnoxious with each meeting. But there was nothing Dodgson could do about that. Both men knew exactly what the stakes were. Bioengineered DNA was, weight for weight, the most valuable material in the world. A single microscopic bacterium, too small to see with the naked eye, but containing the genes for a heart attack enzyme, streptokinase, or for ice minus, which prevented frost damage to crops, might be worth $5 billion to the right buyer. Sorry for fumbling over my words there a bit, folks. And that fact of life had created a bizarre new world of industrial espionage. Dodgson was especially skilled at it. In 1987, he convinced a disgruntled geneticist to quit Cetus for Biosyn and take 5 strains of engineered bacteria with her. The geneticist simply put a drop of it on each of her fingernails of one hand and walked out the door. I'm sorry, Twitch had some ads. YouTube does have some ads too. I will give you a fair warning. Cedric, thank you very much for the subscription on YouTube. Much appreciated. I appreciate every single one of you folks for watching, though, whether you're on Twitch, TikTok, or YouTube. All of you guys, I appreciate you. All right, where were we at? But InGen presented a tougher challenge. Dodgson wanted more than bacterial DNA. He wanted frozen embryos, and he knew InGen guarded its embryos with the most elaborate security measures. To obtain them, he needed an InGen employee who had access to the embryos, who was willing to steal them, and who could defeat the security. Such a person was not easy to find. Dodgson had finally located a susceptible InGen employee earlier in the year. Although this particular person had no access to genetic material, Dodgson kept up contact, meeting the man monthly at Carlos and Charlie's in Silicon Valley, helping him in small ways. And now that InGen was inviting contractors and advisors to visit the island, this was the moment that Dodgson had been waiting for, because it meant he would have access to the embryos. Let's get down to it, the man said. I've got 10 minutes before my flight. You want to go over it again? Dodgson said. Nah, Dr. Dodgson. I want to see the damn money. Dodgson flipped the latch on the briefcase and opened it a few inches. The man glanced down casually. That's all of it? That's half of it. $750,000. Okay, fine. The man turned away, drank his coffee. That's fine, Dr. Dodgson. Dodgson quickly locked the briefcase. That's for all 15 species, you remember. I remember. 15 species, frozen embryos. How am I going to transport them? Dodgson handed the man a large can of Gillette foamy shaving cream. That's it? That's it. They may check my luggage. Dodgson shrugged. Press the top, he said. The man pressed it, and white shaving cream puffed into his hand. Not bad. He wiped the foam off at the edge of his plate. Not bad. The can's a little heavier than usual, is all. Dodgson's technical team had been assembling it around the clock for the last 2 days. Quickly, he showed him how it worked. How much coolant gas is inside? Enough for 36 hours. The embryos have to be back in San Jose by then. That's up to your guy on the boat, the man said. Better make sure he has a portable cooler on board. I'll do that, Dodgson said. And let's just review the bidding. The deal is the same, Dodgson said. $50,000 on delivery of each embryo. If they're viable, an additional $50,000 each. That's fine. Just make sure you have the boat waiting at the end of the dock on the island, Friday night. Not the north dock where the big supply boats arrive, the east dock. It's a small utility dock. You got that? I got it, Dodgson said. When will you be back in San Jose? Probably Sunday. The man pushed away from the counter. Dodgson frowned. You're sure you know how to work the... I know, the man said. Believe me, I know. Also, Dodgson said, we think that the island maintains constant radio contact with InGen corporate headquarters in California. So, look, I've got it covered, the man said. Just relax and get the money ready. I want it all Sunday morning in San Jose Airport in cash. I'll be waiting for you, Dodgson said. Don't worry. So, obviously, that was the Nedry scene from the book, or from the films. Obviously, just it's slightly different here in the books. They don't say Nedry's name. They don't reveal exactly who's working for Dodgson, but it's pretty clear, especially once you start to get into Nedry's chapters yourself. I apologize for the ads, folks. I know it's not necessarily ideal. I hope you guys can bear with me. Exactly, Dinorama. But that's not for a little while. That's not for a little while. Alrighty. The next chapter, many of you may enjoy this. This next chapter is called Malcolm. Shortly before midnight, he stepped on the plane at Dallas Airport, a tall, thin, balding man of 35, dressed entirely in black. Black shirt, black trousers, black socks, black sneakers. Ah, Dr. Malcolm, Hammond said, smiling with forced graciousness. Malcolm grinned. Hello, John. Yes, I am afraid your old nemesis is here. Malcolm shook hands with everyone, saying quickly, Ian Malcolm, how do you do? I do maths. He struck Grant as being more amused by the outing than anything else. Certainly Grant recognized his name. Ian Malcolm was one of the most famous of the new generation of mathematicians who were openly interested in how the real world works. These scholars broke with the cloistered tradition of mathematics in several important ways. For one thing, they used computers constantly, a practice traditional mathematics frowned on. For another, they worked almost exclusively with nonlinear equations in the emerging field called chaos theory. For a third, they appeared to care that their mathematics described something that actually existed in the real world. And finally, as if to emphasize their emergence from the academia into the real world, they dressed and spoke with what one senior mathematician called a deplorable excess of personality. In fact, they often behaved like rock stars. And so that's why Malcolm's character is the way he is in the movie, because it's based off of this description, which is a pretty apt description of Malcolm's character, if I do say so myself. So I'm all right with it. Malcolm sat in one of the padded chairs. The stewardom asked us if he wanted a drink, and he said, "Diet Coke, shaken, not stirred." Humid Dallas air drifted through the open door, and Ellie said, "Isn't it a little warm for black?" "You're extremely pretty, Dr. Sadler," he said. "I could look at your legs all day." But no, as a matter of fact, black is an excellent color for heat. If you remember your black body radiation, black is actually best in heat. Efficient radiation. In any case, I wear only two colors, black and gray. Ellie was just staring at him, mouth open. And again, here's a little more of what I meant by a little sexism in the book, but it happens. Especially in the scientific field back in the day. I'm not excusing it by any means, and it's not okay, but it did happen. Though I will say, Ellie makes them all regret their sexism, trust you me. Ellie was staring at him, her mouth open. "These colors are appropriate for any occasion," Malcolm continued, and they go well together should I mistakenly put on a pair of gray socks with my black trousers. "But don't you find it boring to wear only two colors?" "Not at all. I find it liberating. I believe my life has value, and I don't want to waste it thinking about clothing," Malcolm said. "I don't want to think about what I will wear in the morning. Truly, can you imagine anything more boring than fashion? Professional sports, perhaps. Grown men swatting little balls while the rest of the world pays money to applaud. But on the whole, I find fashion even more tedious than sports." "Dr. Malcolm," Hammond explained, "is a man of strong opinions." "And mad as a hatter," Malcolm said cheerfully. "But you must admit, these are non-trivial issues. We live in a world of frightful givens. It is given that you will behave like this, given that you will care about that. No one thinks about the givens. Isn't it amazing? In the information society, nobody thinks. We expected to banish paper, but we actually banish thought." Hammond turned to Gennaro and raised his hands. "You invited him." "And a lucky thing, too," Malcolm said, "because it sounds as if you have a serious problem." "We have no problems," Hammond said quickly. I always maintained this island would be unworkable," Malcolm said. "I predicted it from the beginning." He reached into a soft leather briefcase. "And I trust by now that we all know the eventual outcome is going to be. You're going to have to shut the thing down." "Shut it down," Hammond said angrily. "This is ridiculous." Malcolm shrugged, indifferent to Hammond's outburst. "I brought copies of my original paper for you to look at," he said. "The original consultancy paper I did for InGen. Mathematics are a bit sticky, but I can walk you through it. You leaving now?" "I have some phone calls to make," Hammond said, and went into the adjoining cabin. "Well, it's a long flight," Malcolm said. "At least my paper will give you something to do." And so that transitions to, obviously, this is Malcolm's first, actual introduction in the book. Thank you, everyone who's still watching. Much appreciated, much appreciated. Yeah, I'm sorry. I can show you a little bit of the inside of the book as well, but, yeah, sorry, I'm not doing a face reveal or anything. You might see my beard or something when I go scratch a little bit, but that's about it. And thank you to those of you who are saying respect my anonymity. I appreciate that very much. I try to be anonymous for the most part, but, The plane flew through the night. Grant knew that Ian Malcolm had his share of detractors, and he could understand why some found his style too abrasive, and his applications of chaos theory too glib. Grant thumbed through the paper, glancing at equations. Gennaro said, "Your paper concludes that Hammond's Island is bound to fail?" "Correct, because of chaos theory." "Correct. To be more precise, because of the behavior of the system in phase space." Gennaro tossed the paper aside and said, "Can you explain this in English?" "Surely," Malcolm said. "Let's see where we have to start. You know what a nonlinear equation is? No. Strange attractors? No. All right," Malcolm said. "Let's go back to the beginning." He paused, staring at the ceiling. Physics has had a great success at describing certain kinds of behavior. Planets in orbit, spacecraft going to the moon, pendulums and springs and rolling balls, that sort of thing. The regular movements of objects. They are described by what we call linear equations, and mathematicians can solve those equations easily. We've been doing it for hundreds of years. Okay, Gennaro said. But there's another kind of behavior which physics handles badly. For example, anything to do with turbulence, water coming out of a spout, air moving over an airplane wing, weather, blood flowing through the heart. Turbulent events are described by nonlinear equations. They're hard to solve. In fact, they're usually impossible to solve. So physics has never understood this whole class of events until about 10 years ago. The new theory that describes them is called chaos theory. Chaos theory originally grew out of attempts to make computer models of weather in the 1960s. Weather is a big, complicated system, namely the Earth's atmosphere as it interacts with the land and the sun. The behavior of this big, complicated system was always defied understanding, so naturally we couldn't predict weather. But what the early researchers learned from computer models was that even if you understood it, you still couldn't predict it. Weather prediction is absolutely impossible. The reason is that the behavior of the system is sensitivity dependent on initial conditions. You lost me, Gennaro said. If I use a cannon to fire a shell of a certain weight, at a certain speed, and at a certain angle of inclination, and then if I fire a second shell with almost the exact same weight, speed, and angle, what will happen? The two shells will land at almost the exact same spot. Right, that's linear dynamics. Okay, but if I have a weather system that I start up with a certain temperature and a certain wind speed and a certain humidity, and if I then repeat it with almost the same temperature, wind, and humidity, the second system will not behave the same. It'll wander off and rapidly will become very different from the first. Thunderstorms instead of sunshine. That's nonlinear dynamics. They are sensitive to initial conditions. Tiny differences become amplified. I think I see, Gennaro said. The shorthand is the butterfly effect. A butterfly flaps its wings and pecking, and the weather in New York is different. So chaos is all just random and unpredictable? Is that it? No, Malcolm said. We actually find hidden regularities within the complex variety of a system's behavior. That's why chaos has now become a very broad theory that's used to study everything from the stock market to rioting crowds to brain waves during epilepsy. Any sort of complex system where there is confusion and unpredictability. We can find underlying order. Okay? Okay. But what is this underlying order? It's essentially characterized by the movement of the system within phase space. Jesus, Gennaro said. All I wanted to know is why you think Hammond's island can't work. I understand, Malcolm said, and I'll get there. Chaos theory says two things. First, the complex systems like weather have an underlying order. Second, the reverse of that. That simple systems can produce complex behavior. For example, pool balls. You hit a pool ball and it starts to carom off the sides of the table. In theory, that's a fairly simple system, almost a Newtonian system. Since you can know the force imparted on the ball and the mass of the ball, you can calculate the angles at which it will strike the walls, and you can predict the future behavior of the ball. In theory, you could predict the behavior of the ball far into the future as it keeps bouncing from side to side. You could predict where it will end up in 3 hours from now, in theory. Okay, Gennaro nodded. But, in fact, Malcolm said, it turns out you can't predict more than a few seconds into the future, because almost immediately very small effects, imperfections in the surface of the ball, tiny indentations on the wood of the table, start to make a difference. And it doesn't take long before they overpower your careful calculations. So it turns out that this simple system of a pool ball on a table has unpredictable behavior. Okay. And Hammond's project, Malcolm said, is another apparently simple system, animals within a zoo environment, that will eventually show unpredictable behavior. You know this because of theory, Malcolm said. But hadn't you better see the island to see what he's actually done? No, that's quite unnecessary. The details don't matter. Theory tells me that the island will quickly proceed to behave in unpredictable fashions. And you're confident in your theory. Oh yes, Malcolm said. Totally confident. He sat back in the chair. There is a problem with the island. It's an accident waiting to happen. We're going to take a pause for just a moment so I can grab a sip of water and whatnot. Just making sure everything's appearing good. All right. I did miss you, casual guy. Thanks for coming back. Photography with your Hammond figure collections, that's pretty cool. I don't have any of the Hammond collection yet, but they are pretty neat. Alrighty. Me too. Don't get me wrong. I think though that if this book is a success, they will be making another book with, again, more dinosaurs. So I think it's definitely worth it. If you pick this book up, obviously it's telling them that there is a demand for this sort of thing. So if you want more, if you want that kind of stuff, support that kind of stuff. You know what I'm saying? And once again, everybody here from TikTok, Twitch, and YouTube, I appreciate you all so very much. Thank you for watching. And without further ado, let's continue. With a whine, the rotors began to swing in circles overhead, casting shadows on the runway at San Jose Airport. Grant listened to the crackle in his headphones as the pilot talked to the tower. They had picked up another passenger in San Jose, a man named Dennis Nedry, who had flown in to meet them. He was fat and sloppy, eating a candy bar, and there was sticky chocolate on his fingers and flecks of aluminum foil in his t-shirt. Nedry had mumbled something about doing computers on the island and hadn't offered to shake hands. Through the plexi bubble, Grant watched the airport concrete drop away beneath his feet, and he saw the shadow of the helicopter racing as they went west toward the mountains. It's about a 40-minute trip, Hammond said, from one of the main seats. Grant watched the low hills rise up, and then they were passing through intermittent clouds, breaking out into the sunshine. The mountains were rugged, though he was surprised at the amount of deforestation. Acre after acre denuded, eroded hills. Costa Rica, Hammond said, has better population control than the other countries in Central America, but even so, the land is badly deforested, most of this within the last 10 years. Pausing this real quick, this might have been true at the time, and I'm not positive, but I will say these days Costa Rica is much more conscious of its just ecological impact and its importance in the ecological just system, and that deforestation is a lot less relevant in Costa Rica specifically, just because tourism is a big part of their income there. And without it, they'd be screwed. And I mean, hey, if that's what it takes for them to keep animals alive, that's what it takes sometimes, you know. Alrighty. There's better population control, blah, blah, blah. They came down out of the clouds on the other side of the mountains, and Grant saw beaches off the west coast. They flashed over a small coastal village. Bahia Anasco, the pilot said. Fishing village. He pointed north. Up there, up the coast, you can see the Cabo Blanco Preserve. They have beautiful beaches. The pilot headed straight out over the seas. The water turned green and then deep aquamarine. The sun shone on the water. It was about 10 in the morning. Just a few minutes now, and we should be seeing Isla Nublar. Isla Nublar, Hammond explained, was not a true island. Rather, it was a seamount, a volcanic upthrusting of rock from the ocean floor. Its volcanic origins can be seen all over the island, Hammond said. There are steam vents in many places, and the ground is often hot underfoot. Because of this, and also because of prevailing currents, Isla Nublar lies in a sort of foggy area. As we get there, you will see... there we are. The helicopter rushed forward, low to the water, and ahead Grant saw an island, rugged, craggy, and rising sharply from the ocean. Christ, it looks like Alcatraz, Malcolm said. Its forested slopes were wreathed in fog, giving the island a mysterious appearance. Much larger, of course, Hammond said. 8 miles long and 3 miles wide at the widest point, and in total some 22 square miles, making it the largest private animal preserve in North America. The helicopter began to climb and headed towards the north end of the island. Grant was trying to see through the dense fog. It's not usually this thick, Hammond said. He sounded a bit worried. Hey, I mean, I'm always interested in seeing fan art, Tyrannosaurus Rex. I've never actually, seen fan art before, so that'd be interesting. Oh, you're writing your own Jurassic Park novel. That'd be interesting. I'm always interested in fan projects because, I'm essentially a fan project myself, so... At the north end of the island, the hills were highest, rising more than 2,000 feet above the ocean. The tops of the hills were in fog, but Grant saw rugged cliffs and crashing ocean below. The helicopters climbed above the hills. Unfortunately, Hammond said, we have to land on the island. I don't like to do it because it disturbs the animals, and it's sometimes a bit thrilling. Hammond's voice cut off as the pilot said, "Starting our descent now. Hang on, folks." The helicopter started down, and immediately they were blanketed in fog. Gramp heard a repetitive electronic beeping through his earphones, but he could see nothing at all, and then he began dimly to discern the green branches of pine trees reaching through the mist. Some of the branches were very close. "How the hell is he doing this?" Malcolm said, but nobody answered. The pilot swung his gaze left, then right, looking at the pine forest. The trees were still close. The helicopter was still descending rapidly. "Jesus," Malcolm said. The beeping was louder. Grant looked at the pilot. He was concentrating. Grant looked down and saw a giant glowing fluorescent cross beneath the plexi bubble at his feet. There were flashing lights at the corners of the cross. The pilot corrected slightly and touched down on a helipad. The sound of the rotors faded and died. Grant sighed and released his seatbelt. "We have to come down fast that way," Hammond said, "because of the wind shear. There's often bad wind shears on this peak, and, well, we're safe." Someone was running up to the helicopter, a man with a baseball cap and red hair. He threw open the doors and said cheerfully, "Hi, I'm Ed Rikas. Welcome to Isla Nublar, everybody, and watch your step, please." A narrow path wound down the hill. The air was chilly and damp as they moved lower, and the mist around them thinned, and Grant could see the landscape better. It looked, he thought, rather like the Pacific Northwest, the Olympic Peninsula. "That's right," Rigas said. "Primary ecology is deciduous rainforest, rather different from the vegetation on the mainland, which is more classical rainforest. But this is a microclimate that only occurs at elevation on the slopes of northern hills. The majority of this island is tropical." Down below they could see the white roofs of larger buildings, nestled among the planting. Grant was surprised. The construction was elaborate. They moved lower out of the mist, and now he could see a full extent of the island stretching away to the south. As Rigas had said, it was mostly covered in tropical forest. To the south, rising above the palm trees, Grant saw a single trunk with no leaves at all, just a big, curving stump. Then the stump moved and twisted around to face the new arrivals, and Grant realized he wasn't seeing a trunk at all. He was looking at the graceful, curving neck of an enormous creature, rising 50 feet into the air. He was looking at a dinosaur. My God. This next chapter is called Welcome, and obviously this is the part in the film where they show up to the island and see the dinosaurs for the first time. It just goes a little faster. There's not the whole scene where Hammond's going, "Stop, stop, 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 stop." Alright, next chapter is called Welcome. "My God," Ellie said softly. They were all staring at the animal above the trees. My God. Her first thought was that the dinosaur was extraordinarily beautiful. Books portrayed them as oversized, dumpy creatures, but this long-necked animal had a gracefulness, almost a dignity about its movements. And it was quick. There was nothing lumbering or dull about its behavior. The sauropod peered alertly at them and made a low trumpeting sound, rather like an elephant. A moment later, a second head rose above the foliage, and then a third and a fourth. My God, Ellie said again. Gennaro was speechless. He had known all along what to expect. He had known about it for years, but he had somehow never believed it would happen, and now he was shocked into silence. The awesome power of new genetic technology, which he had formerly considered to be just so many words in an overwrought sales pitch, the power suddenly became clear to him. These animals were so big. They were enormous, as big as a house, and so many of them. Actual damn dinosaurs, just as real as you could want. Gennaro thought, we're going to make a fortune off this place. A fortune. He hoped to God the island was safe. Grant stood on the path on the side of the hill, with the mist on his face, staring at the gray necks coming above the palms. He felt dizzy, as if the ground was slipping away too steeply. He had trouble getting his breath, because he was looking at something he had never expected to see in his life, and yet he was seeing it. The animals in the mist were perfect apatosaurs, medium-sized sauropods. His stunned mind made academic associations. North American herbivores, late Jurassic horizon, commonly called Brontosaurus. Pause here real quick. So, at this point in time, Brontosaurus had been deemed a invalid species, I believe. So, Apatosaurus and Brontosaurus were thought to be the same creatures. But nowadays, as of 2015, we know that they are in fact separate species. Commonly called Brontosaurus. first discovered by E.D. Cope in Montana in 1876. Specimens associated with the Morrison Formation strata in Colorado, Utah, and Oklahoma. Recently, Berman and McIntosh had reclassified it as a Diplodocus based on skull appearance. Traditionally, Brontosaurus was thought to spend most of its time in shallow water, which would help support its bulk. Although this animal was clearly not in the water, it was moving much too quickly, the head and neck shifting above the palms in a very active manner. A surprisingly active manner. And Grant began to laugh. "What is it?" Hammond said, worrying. "Is something wrong?" Grant just shook his head and continued to laugh. He couldn't tell them that what was funny was that he had seen this animal for only a few seconds, but he had already begun to accept it and to use his observations to answer long-standing questions in the field. He was still laughing as he saw the fifth and sixth neck crane up above the palm trees. The sauropod watched the people arrived. They reminded Grant of oversized giraffes. They had the same pleasant, rather stupid gaze. "I take it they're not animatronics," Malcolm said. "They're very lifelike." "Yes, they certainly are," Hammond said. "Well, they should be, shouldn't they?" From the distance, they heard the trumpeting sound again. First one animal made it, and then the other, and then others joined in. "That's their call," Rodriguez said, "welcoming us to the island." Grant stood and listened for a moment, entranced. "You probably want to know what happens next," Hammond was saying, continuing down the path. "We've scheduled a complete tour of the facilities for you, and a trip to see the dinosaurs in the park later this afternoon. I'll be joining you for dinner, and will answer any remaining questions you may have then. Now, if you'll go with Mr. Regas." The group followed Ed Regas towards the nearest building. Over the path, a crude, hand-painted sign read, "Welcome to Jurassic Park." And so, that's the end of that chapter, and that starts the third iteration, right? So, I mentioned this before. This book is broken down, I believe, into 7 iterations, quote-unquote, with more chaos unfolding at each. And the point of these is just to kind of show us that Malcolm is making these predictions as the book goes along. So this third iteration, it says, details emerge more clearly as the fractal curve is redrawn. Kind of branching into his chaos theory that he was talking about previously. Exactly. Journey to the island is that's what I went into my mind. Alright, back to it. Hey, and everybody in here on the TikTok, thank you all so very much for joining me. I know I haven't done a live TikTok in a while, but I appreciate it. This next chapter is titled Jurassic Park, the first chapter of the third iteration. They moved into a green tunnel of overarching palms leading towards the main visitor building. Everywhere, extensive and elaborate planting emphasized the feeling that they were entering a new world, a prehistoric tropical world, and leaving the normal world behind. Ellie said to Grant, "They look pretty good." Yes, Grant said. "I want to see them up close. I want to lift up their toe pads and inspect their claws and feel their skin and open their jaws and have a look at their teeth. Until then, I don't know for sure, but yeah, they look good." "I suppose it changes your field a bit," Malcolm said. Grant shook his head. "It changes everything," he said. "For 150 years, ever since the discovery of gigantic animal bones in Europe, the study of dinosaurs had been an exercise in scientific deductions. Paleontology was essentially detective work, searching for clues in the fossil bones and the trackways of long-vanished giants. The best paleontologists were the ones who could make the most clever deductions. And all the great disputes of paleontology were carried out in this fashion, including the bitter debate in which Grant was a key figure about whether dinosaurs were warm-blooded." So again, this book was at a time where we weren't positive if dinosaurs were warm-blooded or cold-blooded or what. But it was the start, basically, of the dinosaur revolution, which was kind of like, or not the dinosaur revolution, the dinosaur renaissance, started by Backer and Ostrom after the discovery of Deinonychus. So this was like the first piece of media that really exemplified this. In which Grant was a key figure about whether dinosaurs were warm-blooded. Scientists had always classified dinosaurs as reptiles, cold-blooded creatures drawing the heat they needed for life from the environment. A mammal could metabolize food to produce bodily warmth, but a reptile could not. Eventually, a handful of researchers led chiefly by John Ostrom and Robert Baker at Yale, began to suspect that the concept of sluggish, cold-blooded dinosaurs was inadequate. was inadequate to explain the fossil record. In classic deductive fashion, they drew conclusions from several lines of evidence. First was posture. Lizards and reptiles were bent-legged sprawlers, hugging the ground for warmth. Lizards didn't have the energy to stand on their hind legs for more than a few seconds, but the dinosaurs stood on straight legs, and many walked erect on their hind legs. Among living animals, erect posture occurred only in warm-blooded mammals and birds, and the dinosaurs' posture suggested warm-bloodedness. Now, next, they studied metabolism, calculating the pressure necessary to push blood up the 18-foot-long neck of a brachiosaur, and concluded that could only be accomplished by a 4-chambered, hot-blooded heart. They studied trackways, fossil footprints left in the mud, and concluded that dinosaurs ran as fast as a man. Such activity implied warm blood. They found dinosaur remains above the Arctic Circle, in a frigid environment unimaginable for a reptile. And the new studies of group behavior, based largely on Grant's own work, suggested that dinosaurs had complex social life and reared their young as reptiles did. Crocodiles and turtles abandoned their eggs, but dinosaurs probably didn't. Another thing here that Grant kind of made. So you guys might not know this, but Grant is actually kind of a sit-in for paleontologist Jack Horner. And obviously, Jack Horner's been controversial, this, that, the other thing, but overall, that's who he's meant to represent. All the Egg Mountain and everything, that is him in the book. The warm-blooded controversy had raged for 15 years before a new perception of dinosaurs as quick-moving, active animals was accepted, but not without the lasting animosities. At conventions, there were still colleagues who did not speak to one another. But now, if dinosaurs could be cloned, why, Grant's field of study was going to change instantly. The paleontological study of dinosaurs was finished. The whole enterprise, the museum's halls with their great giant skeletons and flocks of echoing school children, the university laboratories with their bone trays, the research papers, the journals, all of it was going to end. You don't seem upset, Malcolm said. Grant shook his head. It's been discussed in the field. Many people imagined it was coming, just not so soon. Story of our species, Malcolm said, laughing. Everybody knows it's coming, but not so soon. As they walked down the path, they could no longer see the dinosaurs, but they could hear them, trumpeting softly in the distance. My only question is, Grant said, where'd they get the DNA? Grant was aware of serious speculation in laboratories in Berkeley, Tokyo, and London that it might eventually be possible to clone an extinct animal such as a dinosaur if you could get some dinosaur DNA to work with. The problem was that all known dinosaurs were fossils, and the fossilization destroyed most DNA, replacing it with inorganic material. Of course, if a dinosaur was frozen or preserved in a peat bog or mummified in a desert environment, then its DNA might be recoverable. But nobody had ever found a frozen or mummified dinosaur, so cloning was therefore impossible, and there was nothing to clone from. All the modern genetic technology was useless. It was like having a Xerox copier, but nothing to copy with it. Ellie said, you can't reproduce a real dinosaur because you can't get real dinosaur DNA. Unless there's a way we haven't thought of, Grant said. Like what? I don't know. Beyond a fence, they came to the swimming pool, which spilled over into a series of waterfalls and smaller rocky pools. The area was planted with huge ferns. Isn't this extraordinary, Edriga said, especially on a misty day. These plants really contribute to the prehistoric atmosphere. These are authentic Jurassic ferns, of course. Ellie paused and looked more closely at the ferns. Yes, it was just as he said. Serrana veriformans, a plant found abundantly in fossils more than 200 million years old, now common only in the wetlands of Brazil and Colombia. But whoever had decided to place this particular fern at poolside obviously didn't know that the spores of veriformans contained a deadly beta-carboline alkaloid. Even touching the attractive green fronds could make you sick, and if a child were to take a mouthful, he would almost certainly die. The toxin was 50 times more poisonous than oleander. People were so naive about plants, Ellie thought. They just chose plants for appearance, as they would choose a picture for the wall. It never occurred to them that the plants were actually living things, busily performing all the living functions of respiration, ingestion, excretion, and reproduction, and defense. But Ellie knew, in the Earth's history, plants had evolved as competitively as animals, and in some ways, more fiercely. The poison in Serrana veriformans was a minor example of the elaborate chemical arsenal and weapons that plants had evolved. There were terpenes, which plants spread to poison the soil around them and inhibit competitors. alkaloids which made them unpalatable to insects and predators, and children, and the pheromones used for communication. When a Douglas fir tree was attacked by beetles, it produced an anti-feeding chemical, and so did others. Douglas firs in distant parts of the forest. It happened in response to warning alleochemicals secreted by the trees that were under attack. People who imagined that life on Earth consisted of animals moving against a green background seriously misunderstood what they were seeing. That green background was busily alive. Plants grew, moved, twisted, turned, fighting for the sun, and they interact continuously with the animals, discouraging some with bark and thorns, poisoning others, and feeding still others to advance their own reproduction, to spread their pollen and seeds. And it was a complex, dynamic process which she never ceased to find fascinating, and which she knew most people simply didn't understand. But if planting deadly ferns at poolside was any indication, then it was clear that the designers of Jurassic Park had not been as careful as they should have been. Isn't it just wonderful, Rodriguez was saying? If you look ahead, you'll see our safari lodge. Ellie saw a dramatic low building with a series of glass pyramids on the roof. That's where you'll all be staying, here in Jurassic Park. I've made quite a few videos on the mosasaurs before, so I hope you've watched those. Oh, the Buggy, thank you very much. Oh, wow, we've got a lot of subscribers, actually, recently. Thank you all very much for watching the Buggy, Superior, Hewo, Josh Ramey. Is there anybody else? Did I miss anybody? I don't think so. Alright. Thank you all for subscribing, much appreciated. It didn't give me any notification for whatever reason. Maybe my headset's dead? Hold on. Yeah, my headset was in fact dead. Whoops. That's my bad, folks. Could not hear what was going on. Kentucky Fried Compsognathus? Now, I don't know about that, sir. Alrighty. Getting back into this here. Grant's suite was done in beige tones, the rattan furniture and green jungle print motifs. The room wasn't quite finished, and there were stacks of lumber in the closet and pieces of electrical conduit on the floor. There was a television set in the corner with a card on top. Channel 2, Hypspilodont Highlands. Channel 3, Triceratops Territory. Channel 4, Sauropod Swamp. Channel 5, Carnivore Country. Channel 6, Stegosaurus South. Channel 7, Velociraptor Valley. Channel 8, Pterosaur Peak. He found the names irritatingly cute. Grant turned on the television, but only got static. He shut it off and went to his... Oh, dear. He shut it off and went to his bedroom, tossed his suitcase on the bed. Directly over the bed was a large pyramidal skylight. It created a tented feeling, like sleeping under the stars. Unfortunately, the glass had to be protected by heavy bars, so the striped shadows fell across his bed. Grant paused. He had seen the plans for the lodge, but he didn't remember bars on the skylight. In fact, these bars appeared to be a rather crude addition. A black steel frame had been constructed outside the glass walls, and the bars welded to the frame. Puzzled, Grant moved from the bedroom to the living room. His window looked out onto the swimming pool. By the way, the ferns are poisonous, Ellie said, walking into his room. But did you notice anything about the rooms, Alan? Yeah, they changed the plans. I think so too, yes. She moved around the room. The windows are small, and the glass is tempered, set in a steel frame. The doors are steel-clad. That shouldn't be necessary. And did you see the fence when we came in? Grant nodded. The entire lodge was enclosed within a fence, with bars of inch-thick steel. The fence was gracefully landscaped and painted flat black to resemble wrought iron, but no cosmetic effect could disguise the thickness of the metal or its 12-foot height. I don't think that the fence was in the plans either. It looks to me like they've turned this place into a fortress. Grant looked at his watch. We'll be sure to ask why. The tour starts in 20 minutes. Yes, Ensblade, this is indeed the novel. So, obviously, this is the start of where Grant begins to get suspicious of, like, what's going on. I mean, he's been kind of suspicious ever since Morris came to visit him in the last part, but, again, suspicion begins to grow. Things begin to not make sense to Grant, necessarily. Red Raptor's Gourmet Burgers. That's an interesting one. Jake Black, thank you for following on Twitch. Much appreciated. Alrighty, let's continue this show. You guys aren't getting out of curiosity, you're only getting one audio on YouTube, right? You're not getting like multiple audios or anything? Just give me a 1 if you're hearing me fine on YouTube. Give me a 2 if you're hearing me poorly on YouTube. And same with you on Twitch, I suppose. I just want to make sure that I'm sounding good to you folks. I'm sorry, did I say 1 was a good thing or 1 was a bad thing? Anime chick, you going a little nuts there, bro. Okay, just making sure. It seems like everyone's saying I'm sounding good, so just needed to make sure, Jake, thanks for letting me know. All right. All right. Oh, got a little notification that time. Das Newt, thank you for subscribing. Much appreciated. So this next chapter is called When Dinosaurs Ruled the Earth. They met in the visitor building, 2 stories high, and all glass walls with exposed black anodized girders and supports. Grant found it all determinately high-tech. There was a small auditorium dominated by a robot Tyrannosaurus Rex, poised menacingly by the entrance to an exhibit labeled When Dinosaurs Ruled the Earth. Farther on were displays, What is a Dinosaur? And The Mesozoic World, but the exhibits weren't completed, and there were wires and cables all over the floors. De Niro climbed onto the stage and talked to Grant, Ellie, and Malcolm, his voice echoing slightly in the room. Hammond sat back, his hands folded across his chest. Huh? Alright, just making sure. I don't know, there's a lot of messages going on in the chat. I'm just not sure what they're talking about. What's happening right now in the book is they're about to start the tour. That's what's going on in the book. We're about to tour the facilities, Gennaro said. I'm sure Mr. Hammond and his staff will show everything in the best light. Before we go, I wanted to review why we are here and what I need to decide before we leave. Basically, as you all realize by now, this is an island in which genetically engineered dinosaurs have been allowed to move in a natural park-like setting, forming a tourist attraction. The attraction isn't open to tourists yet, but it will be in about a year. Now, my question for you is a simple one. Is this island safe? Is it safe for visitors, and is it safely containing the dinosaurs? Gennaro turned towards the room lights. There are 2 pieces of evidence which we have to deal with. First of all, there is Dr. Grant's identification of a previously unknown dinosaur on the Costa Rican mainland. This dinosaur is known only from a partial fragment. It was found in July of this year after it supposedly bit an American girl on a beach. Dr. Grant can tell you more later. I've asked for the original fragment, which is in a lab in New York, to be flown here so that we can inspect it directly. Meanwhile, there is a second piece of evidence. Sorry, just switching hands. And I suppose I can check this too real quick. Costa Rica has an excellent medical service, and it tracks all kinds of data. Beginning in March, these reports of lizards biting infants in their cribs. God dang it. Sorry, folks. Beginning in March, there were reports of lizards biting infants in their cribs, and also, I might add, biting old people who were sleeping soundly. These lizard bites were sporadically reported in coastal villages from Ismaloya to Puntaneras. After March, lizard bites were no longer reported. However, I have this graph from the Public Health Service in San Jose on infant mortality in the towns of the West Coast earlier this year. So, just so you folks can see, there is a chart here in the book. I just want to make sure that you folks can also see it over on Twitch and YouTube. So right there. This chart is meant to track infant mortality from March of that year to where they are currently. Sorry about that. Just had to make sure we got all that set up. I direct your attention to the two features of this graph, Gennaro said. First, infant mortality is low in the months of January and February, then spikes in March, and then it's low again in April. But from May onward, it is high, right through July, the month the American girl was bitten. The Public Health Service feels that there's something new, that something is now affecting infant mortality, and it's not being reported by the workers in the coastal villages. The second feature is puzzling biweekly spiking, which seems to suggest some kind of alternating phenomenon is at work. The lights came back on. All right, Gennaro said. That's the evidence I wanted to explain. Now, are there any... We can save ourselves a great deal of trouble, Malcolm said. I'll explain it for you now. You will? Yes. First of all, animals have very likely gotten off the island. Oh, balls, Hammond said, growling from the back. And second, the graph from the Public Health Service is almost certainly unrelated to any animals that have escaped. Grant said, how do you know that? You'll notice the graph alternates between high and low spikes, Malcolm said. That is a characteristic of many complex systems. For example, water dripping from a tap. If you turn on the faucet just a little, you get a constant drip, drip, drip. But if you open it a little more, it becomes a bit of turbulence in the flow, and you'll get alternating large and small drops. Drip, 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 drip. Just like that. You can try it yourself. Turbulence produces alternation. It's a signature. And you will get an alternating graph like this for the spread of any new illness in a community. But why do you say it's not caused by escaped dinosaurs, Grant said. Because it is a non-linear signature, Malcolm said. You need hundreds of escaped dinosaurs to cause it, and I don't think hundreds of dinosaurs have escaped. So I conclude that some other phenomenon, such as a new variety of flu, is causing the fluctuations you're seeing in the graphs. Gennaro said, but you think dinosaurs have escaped? Probably, yes. Why? Because of what you are attempting here. Look, this island is an attempt to recreate a natural environment from the past, to make an isolated world where extinct creatures roam freely, correct? Yes. But from any point of view, such an undertaking is impossible. The mathematics are so self-evident that they don't need to be calculated. It's rather like asking you whether on $1 billion in income you'd have to pay tax. You wouldn't need to pull out your calculator to check. You'd know that tax was owed. And similarly, I know overwhelmingly that one cannot successfully duplicate nature in this way or hope to isolate it. Why not? After all, there are zoos. Zoos don't recreate nature, Malcolm said. Let's be clear. Zoos take the nature that already exists and modify it very slightly to create holding pens for animals. Even those minimal modifications often fail. The animals escape with regularity, but a zoo is not a model for this park. This park is attempting something far more ambitious than that, something much more akin to making a space station on Earth. Gennaro shook his head. I don't understand. Well, it's very simple. Except for the air, which flows freely, everything about this park is meant to be isolated. Nothing gets in, nothing out. The animals kept here are never to mix with the greater ecosystems of Earth, and they are never to escape. And they never have, Hammond snorted. Such isolation is impossible, Malcolm said flatly. It simply cannot be done. It can. It's done all the time. I beg your pardon, Malcolm said, but you have no idea what you're talking about. You arrogant little snot, Hammond said. He stood and walked out of the room. Gentlemen, Gennaro said. I'm sorry, Malcolm said, but the point remains. What we call nature is in fact a complex system of a far greater subtlety than we are all willing to accept. We made a simplified image of nature and then we botch it up. I'm no environmentalist, but you have to understand what you don't understand. How many times must the point be made? How many times must we see the evidence? We build the Aswan Dam and claims it's going to revitalize the country. Instead, it destroys the fertile Nile Delta, produces parasitic infections, and wrecks the Egyptian economy. We build the... Excuse me, Gennaro said, but I think I hear the helicopter. That's probably the sample for Dr. Grant to look at. He started out of the room, and they all followed. I don't know why the Mario theme just popped in my head all of a sudden, but it did. And you're gonna deal with it. Hey, everyone here on the Twitch, thank you all for joining me. Maverick, the only thing you've really missed is a couple chapters here, but you can always go back and rewatch it. It shouldn't be too much that you missed. I hope you're enjoying Jurassic World Evolution while you're listening. At the foot of the mountain, Gennaro was screaming over the sound of the helicopter. The veins of his neck were sticking out. You did what? You invited who? Take it easy, Hammond said. Gennaro screamed, Are you out of your goddamn mind? Now look here, Hammond said, drawing himself up. I think we have to get something clear. No, Gennaro said. No, you get something clear. This is not a social outing. This is not a weekend excursion. This is my island, Hammond said, and I can invite whomever I want. This is a serious investigation of your island because your investors are concerned that that's out of control. We think this is a very dangerous place, and you're not going to shut me down, Donald. I will if I have to. This is a safe place, Hammond said, no matter what the damn mathematician is saying. It's not, and I'll demonstrate its safety. I want you to put them right back on that helicopter, Gennaro said. Can't, Hammond said, pointing towards the clouds. It's already leaving. And indeed, the sound of the rotors was fading. God damn it! Don't you see you're needlessly risking... Let's continue this later. I don't want to upset the children. Grant turned and saw two children coming down the hillside, led by Ed Regis. There was a bespectacled... Sorry, fumbled that word. Give me 1 second. There was a bespectacled boy of about 11 and a girl a few years younger, perhaps 7 or 8, her blonde hair pushing up a big Mets baseball cap and a baseball glove slung over her shoulder. The two kids made their way nimbly down the path from the helipad and stopped some distance from Gennaro and Hammond. Low under his breath, Gennaro said, Christ. Now, take it easy, Hammond said. Their parents are getting a divorce, and I want them to have a fun weekend here. The girl waved tentatively. Hi, Grandpa, she said. We're here. Obviously, that is the introduction of Lex and Tim in the novels. And I apologize, about every hour, every 40 minutes, we're going to take a break so I can breathe and grab some water. So give me just a moment here. We can set TikTok up here real quick. And then we're going to set this over video, perhaps. I haven't played Jurassic World Alive in a long time. Parasaurolophus is a very cool animal. Where is the book? There is the book. Alright. And the next chapter is called The Tour. And it takes place of probably one of the best characters in any of the Jurassic Park books, Tim. Tim Murphy could see at once that something was wrong. His grandfather was in the middle of an argument with the younger, red-faced man opposite to him, and the other adult, standing behind, looked embarrassed and uncomfortable. Alexis felt the tension too, but she hung back, tossing her baseball in the air. He had to push her. Go on, Lex. Go on yourself, Timmy. Don't be a worm, he said. Lex glared at him, but Ed Regis said cheerfully, I'll introduce you to everybody, and then we can take the tour. I have to go, Lex said. I'll just introduce you first. No, I have to go. But Ed Regis was already making introductions. First to Grandpa, who kissed them both, and then to the man he was arguing with. This man was muscular, and his name was Gennaro. The rest of the introductions were a blur to Tim. There was a blonde woman wearing shorts, and a man with a beard who wore jeans and a Hawaiian shirt. He looked like the outdoors type. Then a fat college kid who had something to do with computers, and finally a thin man in black who didn't shake hands but just nodded his head. Tim was trying to organize his impressions and looking at the blonde woman's legs when he suddenly realized that he knew who the bearded man was. Your mouth is open, Lex said. Tim goes, I know him. Oh, sure. You just met him. No, Tim said. I have his book. The bearded man looked at him and said, What book is that, Tim? Lost World of the Dinosaurs, Tim said. Alexis snickered. Daddy says Tim has dinosaurs on the brain. Tim hardly heard her. He was thinking of what he knew about Alan Grant. Alan Grant was one of the principal advocates on the theory that dinosaurs were warm-blooded. He had done lots of digging at the place called Egg Hill in Montana, which was famous because so many dinosaur eggs had been found there. Professor Grant had found most of the dinosaur eggs that had ever been discovered. He was also a good illustrator, and he drew the pictures for his own books. Dinosaurs on the brain, the bearded man said. Well, as a matter of fact, I've got the same problem. Me too, Lex. Or me too, Alan. Me too, Tim. Like, dinosaurs on the brain, that's something I've always said. Dad says dinosaurs are really stupid, Lex said. He says Tim should get out in the air and play more sports. Tim felt embarrassed. I thought you had to go, he said. In a minute, Lex said. I thought you were in such a rush. I'm the one who would know, don't you think, Timothy? She said, putting her hands on her hips, copying her mother's most irritating stance. Tell you what, Edriga said. Why don't we all just head on over to the visitor center and we can begin our tour? Everybody started walking, and Tim heard Gennaro whisper to his grandpa, I could kill you for this. And then Tim looked up and saw Dr. Grant had fallen into step beside him. Another thing, too. Grant, in the books, makes it very clear he doesn't really like kids. Not a big children guy. However, in the film, makes it very clear he's not a children's guy. Doesn't like kids, doesn't like people. In the movie, or in the book, he loves children. Like, he has no issue with them. No, and I know it was like a character trait that they added for him in the films, but yeah, not the same. Crimson, that's a pretty good pick for your favorite Jurassic dinosaur. How old are you, Tim? He asked. 11. And how long have you been interested in dinosaurs? Tim swallowed. A while now, he said. He felt nervous to be talking to Dr. Grant. We go to museums sometimes, when I can talk my family into it, my father. Your father's not especially interested? Tim nodded and told Grant about his family's last trip to the Museum of Natural History. His father had looked at a skeleton and said, That's a big one. Tim had said, No, Dad, that's a medium-sized one, a Camptosaurus. Oh, I don't know. Looks pretty big to me. It's not even full-grown, Dad. His father squinted at the skeleton. What is it, Jurassic? Jesus, no. Cretaceous. Cretaceous? What's the difference between Cretaceous and Jurassic? Only about 100 million years, Tim said. Cretaceous is older? No, Dad, Jurassic is older. Well, his father had said, stepping back, it looks pretty damn big to me. And he turned to Tim for agreement. Tim knew he had better agree with his father, so he had just muttered something. And they went on to another exhibit. Tim stood in front of one skeleton, a Tyrannosaurus rex, the mightiest predator the earth had ever known, for a long time. Finally, his father said, What are you looking at? I'm counting the vertebrae, Tim said. The vertebrae? In the backbone. I know what vertebrae are, his father said, annoyed. He stood there a while longer, and then he asked, Why are you counting the vertebrae? I think they're wrong. Tyrannosaur should only have 37 vertebrae in the tail. This one has more. You mean to tell me, his father said, that the Museum of Natural History has a skeleton that's wrong? I can't believe that. Tim shrugged. It's wrong. His father stomped off toward a guard in the corner. What did you do now? His mother said to Tim. I didn't do anything. I just said the dinosaur's wrong, that's all. And then his father came back with a funny look on his face, because of course the guard told him that the Tyrannosaurus had too many vertebrae in the tail. How did you know that? His father asked. I read it in a book, Tim said. That's pretty amazing, son, he said, and he put his hand on his shoulder, giving it a squeeze. You know how many vertebrae belong in that tail? I've never seen anything like it. You really do have dinosaurs on the brain, don't you? And then his father said he wanted to catch the last half of the Mets game on TV, and Lex said she did too, so they left the museum. And Tim didn't see any other dinosaurs, which they had come for in the first place. But that's how things happened in his family. So obviously Tim is kind of a somewhat neglected child, unfortunately. TK, thank you for the subscription on YouTube. It's not necessarily that he's neglected, but it's just his dad expects him to be one thing, and he wants to be another. So, you can't really blame the kid. Yeah, I think you're right. He added the hating kids for the dramatic tension. Ghost, congrats on getting the #1 gifted job. Thank you, gifted. Thank you for gifting some bits and such, or some roses and whatnot. And once again, just thank you for everybody who's watching right now. And we're going back into it. How things used to happen in his family, Tim corrected himself. Now that his father was getting a divorce from his mother, things would probably be different. His father had already moved out, and even though it was weird at first, Tim liked it. He thought his mother had a boyfriend, but he couldn't be sure, and of course, he would never mention it to Lex. Lex was heartbroken to be separated from her father, and in the last few weeks she had become so obnoxious that, was it 5027, Grant said? I'm sorry, Tim said, jarred from his thoughts. The Tyrannosaurus at the museum, was it 5027? Yes, Tim said. How'd you know? Grant smiled. They've been talking about fixing it for years, but now it may never happen. Why's that? Because of what's taking place here, Grant said, on your grandfather's island. Tim shook his head. He didn't understand what Grant was talking about. My mom said it was just a resort, with swimming and tennis. Not exactly, Grant said, laughing. I'll explain as we walk along. Now I'm a damned babysitter, Edrigas thought unhappily, tapping his foot as he walked in the visitor center. That was what the old man had told him. You watch my kids like a hawk. They're your responsibility for the weekend. Oh, my headset shut off again. 1 second. Edrigas didn't like it at all. He felt degraded. He wasn't a damn babysitter, and for that matter, he wasn't a damn tour guide, even for VIPs. He was the head of public relations for Jurassic Park, and he had much to prepare between now and the opening a year away. Just to coordinate with PR firms in San Francisco and London, and the agencies in New York and Tokyo was a full-time job, especially since the agencies couldn't yet be told what the resort's real attraction was. The firms were all still designing teaser campaigns, nothing specific, and they were unhappy. Creative people needed nurturing. They needed encouragement to do their best work. He couldn't waste his time taking scientists on tours. But that was the trouble with doing a career in public relations. Nobody saw you as professional. Regas had been down here on the island off and on for the past 7 months, and they were still pushing odd jobs at him. Like that episode back in January. Harding should have handled that. Harding or Owens, the general contractor. Instead, it had fallen to Ed Regas. What did he know about taking care of some sick workmen? And now he was the damn tour guide and babysitter. He turned back and counted the heads. Still one short. Then, in the back, he saw Dr. Sattler and Matt emerge from the bathroom. All right, folks, let's begin our tour on the second floor. Alright. Tim went with the others, following Mr. Regas up the black suspended staircase to the second floor of the building. They passed a sign that read, Closed Area, Authorized Personnel Only beyond this point. Tim felt a thrill when he saw that sign, and They walked down the second floor hallway. One was glass, knocking onto a balcony with palm trees in the light mist. On the other walls were stenciled doors like offices reading Park Warden, Guest Services, General Manager. Halfway down the corridor, they came to a glass partition marked with another sign. So this sign, I'm not even going to read it. It's just like a biohazard symbol, for those of you who can't see it there. I mean, birds are dinosaurs, so you're not wrong there, Eliza. Underneath that one were more signs. More caution signs, tetragenetic substances, pregnant women avoid exposure to this area, and danger, radioactive isotopes and use, carcinogenic potential. Tim grew more excited all the time. Teratogenetic substances, things that made monsters. It gave him a thrill, and he was disappointed to hear Ed Regas say, "Never mind the signs, they're up for legal reasons. I can assure you that everything is perfectly safe." He led them through the door, and there was a guard on the other side. Ed Regas turned to the group. "You may have noticed that we have a minimum of personnel on the island. We can run this resort with a total of 20 people. Of course, we'll have more when we have guests here, but at the moment there's only 20. Here's our control room, and the entire park is controlled from here." They paused before windows and peered into a darkened room that looked like a small version of Mission Control. There was a vertical glass see-through map of the park, and facing it, a bank of glowing computer consoles. Some of the screens displayed data, but most of them showed video images from around the park. There were just 2 people inside, standing and talking. The man on the left is our chief engineer, John Arnold, Regis pointed to a thin man in a button-down short-sleeved t-shirt and tie, smoking a cigarette. And next to him, our park warden, Mr. Robert Muldoon, the famous hunter from Nairobi. Muldoon was a burly man in khaki sunglasses dangling from his shirt pocket. He glanced out to the group, gave a brief nod, and turned back to the computer screens. "I'm sure you want to see this room," Rodriguez said, "but first, let's see how we obtain the dinosaur DNA." That's pretty cool, honestly. That your love for Jurassic Park is what ended up causing you to get a bird. That's awesome. The signs on the door said extractions, and, like all the other doors in the laboratory, it opened with a security card. Ed Regis slipped into the card into the slot, and the light blinked, and the door opened. Inside, Tim saw a small room bathed in green light. 4 technicians in lab coats were peering into double-barreled stereo microscopes, or looking at images on high-resolution video screens. The room was filled with yellow stones. The stones were in glass shelves and cardboard boxes, and large pull-out trays. Each stone was tagged and numbered in black ink. Regis introduced Henry Wu, a slender man in his 30s. Dr. Wu is our chief geneticist, and I'll let him explain what we do here. Obviously, you guys know most of these characters, but just for a pause real quick, just so if you don't entirely, John Arnold, that's Sam Jackson's character from Jurassic Park. Robert Muldoon is Robert Muldoon. I mean, if you don't know who Muldoon is, you probably haven't actually seen Jurassic Park. Ed Regis and Donald Gennaro are probably the characters that'll confuse you the most, and that's because in the movie they are the same person. They're combined into one character, and that's what they are. They're called Gennaro with the appearance of Regis. However, in the book, they're 2 completely separate people. Ed Regis is public relations manager. Gennaro is a lawyer who is in charge of the investors. And obviously, we just met Henry Wu. Henry Wu smiled. "At least I'll try. Genetics is a bit complicated, but you're probably wondering where our dinosaur DNA comes from." "It crossed my mind," Grant said. "As a matter of fact, there are 2 possible sources. Using the Loy antibody extraction technique, we can sometimes get dinosaur DNA directly from dinosaur bones." "What kind of yield?" Grant asked. "Well, the most soluble protein is leached out during fossilization, but 20% of the proteins are still recoverable by grinding up the bones and using Loy's procedure. Dr. Loy himself has used it to obtain proteins from extinct Australian marsupials, as well as the blood cells from the ancient human remains. His technique is so refined it can work with a mere 15 nanograms of material. That's 15 billionths of a gram." "And you've adopted that technique here?" Grant asked. "Only as a backup," Wu said. "As you can imagine, a 20% yield is insufficient for our work. We need the entire dinosaur DNA strand in order to clone, and we get it here." He held up one of the yellow stones. "From amber, the fossilized resin of prehistoric tree sap." Grant looked at Ellie, and then at Malcolm. "That's really quite clever," Malcolm said, nodding. "I still don't understand." "Tree sap," Wu explained, "often flows over insects and traps them. The insects are then perfectly preserved within the fossil. One finds all kinds of insects in ambers, including biting insects that have sucked blood from larger animals." "Sucked the blood," Grant repeated. His mouth fell open. "You mean sucked the blood of dinosaurs?" "Hopefully, yes." "And then the insects are preserved in amber," Grant shook his head. "I'll be damned. That just might work." "I assure you, it does work," Wu said. "Works in the book, doesn't work in real life." He moved to one of the microscopes where a technician positioned a piece of amber containing a fly under the microscope. On the monitor, they watched as he inserted a long needle through the amber into the thorax of the prehistoric fly. "If this insect has any foreign blood cells, we may be able to extract them and obtain paleo-DNA." Alright, hold on a second. Hit a bit of boo-boo. Slenderman in the 8 pages. Not quite, but you're getting there. If the insect has any foreign blood cells, we may be able to extract them and obtain paleo-DNA, the DNA of an extinct creature. We won't know for sure, of course, until we extract whatever is in there, replicate it, and test it. That is what we have been doing for 5 years now. It's been a long, slow process, but it's paid off. Actually, dinosaur DNA is somewhat easier to extract by this process than mammalian DNA. The reason is that mammalian red cells have no nuclei, and thus no DNA in their red cells. To clone a mammal, you must find a white cell, which is much rarer than red cells. But dinosaurs have nucleated red cells, as do modern birds. It is one of the many indicators we have that dinosaurs aren't really reptiles at all. They're just big, leathery birds. Which, again, very true. And I know a lot of people are saying Mr. DNA. In the film, a lot of Mr. DNA's line, or Dr. Wu's lines went to Mr. DNA for whatever reason. But in the book, it's Dr. Wu. It's not Mr. DNA nearly as much. I don't think Mr. DNA is even in the book. My bad. Tim saw that Dr. Grant still looked skeptical, and Dennis Nedry, the messy fat man, appeared completely uninterested, as if he knew it all already. Nedry kept looking impatiently toward the next room. I see Mr. Nedry has spotted the next phase of our work, Wu said. How we identify the DNA we have extracted. For that, we used powerful computers. They went through the sliding doors into a chilled room. There was a kind of humming sound. 2 6-foot-tall round towers stood in the center of the room, and along the walls were rows of waist-high stainless steel boxes. This is our high-tech laundromat, Wu said. The boxes along the walls are all Hamachi Hood automated gene sequencers. They are being run at a very high speed by the Cray XMP supercomputers, which are the towers in the center of the room. In essence, you are standing in the middle of an incredibly powerful genetics factory. There were several monitors, all running so fast it was hard to see what they were saying. Wu pushed a button and showed one image. Alright, you guys aren't going to understand what this image means. I'm just going to show it to you real quick. It's basically a DNA strand being shown to the audience. Hold on, I want to make sure you guys can see it too. So yeah, this here is basically all of a DNA strand. Well, not all, but like a portion of a DNA strand written out. Here you see the actual structure of a small fragment of dinosaur DNA. Notice the sequence is made up of 4 basic compounds: adenine, thymine, guanine, and cytosine. This amount of DNA probably contains instructions to make a single protein, say a hormone or an enzyme. The full DNA molecule contains 3 billions of these bases, and if we looked at a screen like this once a second for 8 hours a day, it'd still take more than 2 years to look at the entire DNA strand. It's that big. He pointed to the image. This is a typical example, because you see the DNA has an error down here in line 1201. And so just to show you guys that too, that's this little blip here in the line. Here, hold on. That's this little blip here. You see how it's going continuously, blip, and then continuously? And that's the DNA strand that they're trying to show that they need to fill in. Much of the DNA we extract is fragmented or incomplete, so the first thing we have to do is repair it, or rather the computer has to do it. It'll cut the DNA using what are called restriction enzymes. The computer will select a variety of enzymes that might do the job. So here, you guys can see that it starts picking different enzymes that might replace the one that was missing. Here is the same section of DNA with the points of the restriction enzymes located. As you can see in line 1201, 2 enzymes will cut out on either side of the damaged protein. Ordinarily, we let the computer decide which to use, but we also need to know what base pairs we should insert to repair the injury. For that, we have to align various cut fragments like so. Another little chart here. Well, here, I'll show TikTok first. So, this is what they're talking about, and this one is what they're talking about. Now we are finding a fragment of DNA that overlaps the injury area and will tell us what is missing. And you can see we can find it and go ahead and make the repair. The dark bars you see are restriction fragments, small sections of dinosaur DNA broken by enzymes and then analyzed. The computer is now recombining them by searching for overlapping sections of code. It's a little bit like putting a puzzle together. The computer can do it very rapidly. The next thing is just a completed version of the other chart without the little missing blink in 1201. And here is the revised DNA strand, repaired by the computer. The operation you've witnessed would have taken months in a conventional lab, but we can do it in seconds. Then are you working with the entire DNA strand, Grant asked. Oh no, Wu said. That's impossible. We've come a long way from the 60s when it took the laboratory 4 years to decode a screen like this. Now the computers can do it in a couple hours, but even so, the DNA molecule is too big. We only look at the sections of the strand that differ from animal to animal or contemporary DNA. Only a few percent of the nucleotides differ from one species to the next, and that's what we analyze, and it's still a big job. Dennis Nedry yawned. He'd long ago concluded that InGen must have been doing something like this. A couple of years ago, when InGen had hired Nedry to design the park control systems, one of the initial design parameters called for the data records with 3 times 10 to the 9th fields. Nedry just assumed that this was a mistake, and he called Palo Alto to verify. But they had told him that the spec was correct. 3 billion fields. Puzzled, Nedry had worked on a lot of large systems. He made a name for himself setting up worldwide telephone communications for multinational corporations. Often those systems had millions of records. He was used to that, but InGen wanted something so much larger. Puzzled, Nedry had gone to see Barney Fellows over at Symbiotics near the MIT campus in Cambridge. What kind of database has 3 billion records, Barney? A mistake, Barney said, laughing. They put an extra 0 in or 2. It's not a mistake. I checked. It's what they want. He looked confused. But that's crazy, Barney said. It's not workable. Even if you had the fastest processors and blindingly fast algorithms, a search would still take days, maybe weeks. Yeah, Nedry said, I know. Fortunately, I'm not being asked to do algorithms. I'm just being asked to reserve storage and memory for the overall system. But still, what could the database be for? Barney frowned. You operating under an NDA? Yeah, and Nedry said. Most of his jobs required non-disclosures. Can you tell me anything about it? It's a bioengineering firm. Bioengineering, Barney said. Well, there's the obvious, which is a DNA molecule. Oh, come on, Nedry said. Nobody could be analyzing a DNA molecule. He knew biologists were talking about the Human Genome Project, to analyze a complete human DNA strand. But that would take 10 years of coordinated effort involving laboratories all over the world. It was an enormous taking, as big as the Manhattan Project, which made the atomic bomb. This is a private company, Nedry said. With 3 billion records? I don't know what else it could be. Maybe they're being very optimistic designing their system. Very optimistic, Nedry said. Or maybe they're just analyzing DNA fragments, but they've got RAM-intensive algorithms. That made more sense. Certain databases, search techniques ate up a lot of memory. You know who did their algorithm? No, the company's very secretive. Well, my guess is that they're doing something with DNA. What's the system? Multi-XMP. Multi-XMP? You mean more than one Cray? Wow. Barney was frowning now, thinking that one over. Can you tell me anything else about it? Sorry, Nedry said, I can't. And he had gone back and designed the control systems. It had taken him and his programming team more than a year, but it was especially difficult because the company wouldn't ever tell him what the subsystems were for. Their instructions were simple. Design a module for record keeping, or design a module for visual display. They gave him design parameters, but no details about use. He had been working in the dark. And now that the system was up and running, he wasn't surprised to learn that there were bugs. What did they expect? And they'd ordered him to be down here in a panic, all hot and bothered about his bugs. It was annoying, Nedry thought. So, I know a lot of people have opinions on Nedry, this, that, the other thing. I genuinely think InGen screwed him over here and drove him to this. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying what he did was right, but I'm saying that I get it. In the film, obviously, he's much less sympathetic, but in the books, man, like, it's not really his fault. He's portrayed in a somewhat negative light, but he's really not the bad guy with all the context we're given. He does a bad thing, though, and nothing can really permit that, but, you know. And now there was about his bugs. Ned returned back to the group as Grant asked, and once the computer has analyzed the DNA, how do you know which animal it encodes? We have two procedures, Wu said. The first is phylogenetic mapping. DNA evolves over time, like everything else in an organism, hands or feet or any other physical attribute. So we can take an unknown piece of DNA and determine roughly, by computer, where it fits in the evolutionary sequence. It's time-consuming, but it can be done. And the other way? Just grow it and find out what it is. That's what we usually do, and I'll show you how that's accomplished. Tim felt a growing impatience as the tour continued. He liked technical things, but even so, he was losing interest. They came to the next door, which was marked fertilization. Dr. Wu unlocked the door with his security card, and they went inside. Tim saw still another room with technicians working at microscopes. In the back was a section entirely lit by blue ultraviolet light. Dr. Wu explained that the DNA work required the interruption of cellular mitosis at precise instants, and therefore they kept some of the most virulent poisons in the world. Helotoxins, calcinoids, and beta-alkaloids, he said, pointing to the series of syringes set out under UV light. Kill any living animal within a second or two. Tim would have liked to know more about the poisons, but Dr. Wu droned on about unfertilized crocodile ova and replacing DNA, and then Professor Grant asked some complicated questions. To one side of the rooms were big tanks marked Liquid N2, and there was a big walk-in freezers with shelves of frozen embryos, each stored in a tiny silver foil wrapper. Lex was bored, Nedry was yawning, and even Dr. Sadler was losing interest. Tim was tired of looking at these complicated laboratories. He wanted to see dinosaurs. Which, I mean, same, Tim, same. The next room was labeled Hatchery. It's a little warm and damp in here, Dr. Wu said. We keep it at 99 degrees Fahrenheit and a relative humidity of 100%. We also run a higher O2 concentration. It's up to 33%. Oh, a Jurassic atmosphere, Grant said. Yes, at least we presume so. If any of you feel faint, just tell me. Dr. Wu inserted his security card into the slot and the outer door hissed open. Just a reminder, don't touch anything in this room. Some of the eggs are permeable to skin oil. And watch your hands, the sensors are always moving. He opened the inner door to the nursery and they went inside. Tim faced a vast open room, bathed in the deep infrared light. The eggs lay on long tables, their pale outlines obscured by hissing low mist that covered the tables. The eggs were all moving gently, rocking back and forth. Reptile eggs contain large amounts of yolk, but no water at all. The embryos must extract water from the surrounding environment, hence the mist. Dr. Wu explained that each table contained 150 eggs and represented a new batch of DNA extractions. The batch were identified by numbers at each table. Stag 458, Trike 390. Waist deep in the mist, the workers in the nursery moved from one egg to the next, plunging their hands into the mist, turning the eggs every hour, and checking the temperatures with thermal sensors. The room was monitored by overhead TV cameras and motion sensors, and an overhead thermal sensor moved from egg to egg, touching each with a flexible wand, beeping, and then going on. In this hatchery, Wu said, in this hatchery we have produced more than a dozen crops of extractions, giving us a total of 238 animals. Our survival rate is somewhere between around 4%, and we naturally want to improve that. But by computer analysis, we're working on something like 500 variables, 120 environmental, and another 200 intra-egg, and the rest from the genetic material itself. Our eggs are plastic. The embryos are mechanically inserted and then hatched here. How long before they grow? Dinosaurs mature rapidly, attaining full size in about 2 to 4 years. So now we have a number of adult specimens in the park. What do the numbers mean? These codes, Wu said, identify the various batch extractions of DNA. The first 4 letters identify the animals being grown. Over there, the TRIC means Triceratops, and the STEG means Stegosaurus, and so on. In this table here, Grant said, the code said XXX001-1. Beneath was scrawled, presumed Solura. That's a new batch of DNA. We don't know exactly what will grow out. The first time an extraction is done, we don't know for sure what the animal is. You can see it's marked presumed Coelho. So as it likely is a Solurasaurus, a small herbivore if I remember. Kind of, that's complicated, but It's hard for me to keep track of the names. There's something like 300 genera of dinosaur known so far. 347, Tim said. There are many more than that now. Grant smiled and said, is anything hatching now? Not at the moment. The incubation period varies with each animal, but in general it runs about 2 months. We try to stagger the hatchings to make less work for the nursery staff. You can imagine how it is when we have 150 animals born within a few days, though of course most don't survive. Actually, these X's are due any day now. Any other questions? No? Then we'll go to the nursery, where the newborns are. This sets up one of the most tragic scenes in the book, and like one of the saddest ones, but that doesn't come to the end. So you guys can have the joy, and then feel that joy ripped away from you at the end of the novel like I did. So suffer with me. It was a circular room, all white. There were some incubators of the kind used in hospital nurseries, but they were empty at the moment. Rags and toys were scattered across the floor, and a young woman in a white coat was seated on the floor, her back to them. What have you got here today, Kathy? Dr. Wu asked. Not much, she said. Just a baby raptor. Let's have a look. The woman got to her feet and stepped aside. Tim heard Nedry say, it looks like a little lizard. The animal on the floor was about 1.5 feet long, the size of a small monkey. It was dark yellow with brown stripes like a tiger, and it had a lizard's head with a long snout. But it stood upright on strong hind legs, balanced on a thick, straight tail. Its smaller forearms waved in the air. It cocked its head to one side and peered at the visitors, staring down at it. Velociraptor, Alan Grant said in a low voice. Velociraptor mongoliensis, Wu said, nodding. A predator. This one's only 6 weeks old. I just excavated a raptor, Grant said as he bent down for a closer look. Immediately, the little lizard sprang up, over Grant's head and into Tim's arms. Hey, they can jump, Wu said. The babies can jump. So can the adults, as a matter of fact. Tim caught the velociraptor and held it to him. The little animal didn't weigh very much, maybe a pound or two. The skin was warm and completely dry, and the little head was inches away from Tim's face. Its dark, beady eyes stared at him, and a small forked tongue flicked in and out. Will he hurt me? No, she's friendly. And are you sure about that? Asked Aaron with a look of concern. Oh, quite sure, Wu said, at least until she grows a little older. But in any case, the babies don't have teeth, even egg teeth. Egg teeth? Nedry said. Most dinosaurs are born with egg teeth, little horns on the tip of their nose like rhino horns to help them break out of the eggs. But raptors aren't. They poke a hole in the eggs with their pointed snouts, and then the nursery staff has to help them out. You have to help them out, Grant said. What happens in the wild? In the wild? Well, when they breed in the wild, Grant said, when they make a nest. Oh, they can't do that, Wu said. None of our animals is capable of breeding. That's why we have this nursery. It's the only way to replace stock in Jurassic Park. Why can't the animals breed? Well, as you can imagine, it's important that they are not able to breed. And whenever we faced a critical matter such as this, we designed redundant systems. That is, we always arranged at least 2 control procedures. In this case, there are 2 independent reasons why the animals can't breed. First of all, they're sterile, because we irradiate them with X-rays. And the second reason, all the animals in Jurassic Park are female, Wu said with a pleased smile. Malcolm frowned and said, I should like some clarification about this, because it seems to me that irradiation is fraught with uncertainty. The radiation dose may be all wrong or aimed at the wrong anatomical area of the animal. All true, Wu said, but we're confident we have destroyed the gonadal tissue. And as for them all being female, Malcolm said, is that checked? Does anyone go out and lift up the dinosaur skirts to have a look? I mean, how does one determine the sex of a dinosaur anyway? Sex organs vary with species. It's easy to tell on some, subtle on others. But to answer your questions, the reason we know all the animals are female is that we literally make them that way. We control their chromosomes, and we control the intra-egg developmental environment. From a bioengineering standpoint, females are much easier to breed. You probably know that all vertebrate embryos are inherently female anyways. We all start life as females. It takes some kind of added effect, such as a hormone at the right moment of development or right temperatures to transform the growing embryo into a male. But left to its own devices, the embryo will naturally become female. So, our animals are all female. We tend to refer to some of them as male, such as the Tyrannosaurus rex. We all call it a him. But in fact, they're all female. And believe me, they can't breed. How are we enjoying ourselves, folks? Almost done with this chapter, and then we're going to take a short break here. The life finds a way line is not quite yet, but it's going to be there. It's going to be there, trust me. The little velociraptor sniffed at Tim and then rubbed her head against Tim's neck. Tim giggled. She wants you to feed her, Wu said. What does she eat? Mice, but she's just eaten, so we won't feed her for a while. The little raptor leaned back and stared at Tim and wiggled her little forearms again in the air. Tim saw the small claws on the 3 fingers of each hand, and then the raptor burrowed her head against his neck again. Grant came over and peered critically at the creature. He touched the tiny 3-clawed hand and said to Tim, "Do you mind?" And Tim released the raptor into his hand. Grant flipped the animal onto its back, inspecting it, while the little lizard wiggled and squirmed. Then he lifted the animal high to look at its profile, and it screamed shrilly. "She doesn't like that," Regas said. "Doesn't like to be held away from the body contact." The raptor was still screaming, but Grant wasn't paying any attention. Now he was squeezing the tail, feeling the bones. Regas said, "Dr. Grant, if you please. I'm not hurting her. Dr. Grant, these creatures are not of our world. They come from a time when there was no human beings around to poke and prod them. I'm not prodding, and Dr. Grant, put her down," Ed Regas said. "But now." Regas was starting to get annoyed. Grant handed the animal back to Tim, and it stopped squealing. Tim could feel its little heart beating rapidly against her chest. "I'm sorry, Dr. Grant," Regas said, "but these animals are delicate in infancy. We have lost several from postnatal stress syndrome, which we believe to be adrenocortically mediated. Sometimes they die within 5 minutes. Tim petted the little raptor again. "It's okay, kid. Everything's fine now." The heart was still beating rapidly. "We feel it is important that the animals here be treated in the most humane manner possible," Regas said. "I promise you that we'll have every opportunity to examine them later." But Grant couldn't stay away. He again moved towards the animals in Tim's arm, peering at it. The little velociraptor opened her jaws and hissed at Grant in a posture of sudden, intense fury. "Fascinating," Grant said. "Can I stay and play with her?" Tim said. "Not right now." Ed Regas glanced at his watch. It is 3 o'clock, and it's a good time for a tour of the park itself, so you can all see the dinosaurs and the habitats we have designed for them. Tim released the raptor, which scampered across the room, grabbed a cloth rag, put it in her mouth, and tugged at the end with her tiny claws. So, obviously, this little creature is adorable. Sequiles, thank you very much for subscribing. Much appreciated. Give me... Oh my god. Hit you, boy. Sorry, everybody. Sorry. I'm so sorry. My apologies. I am so sorry, everybody. It looks like it's back up now, though. Once again, my apologies for that, folks, but we are back up and running on... Perfect. Oh, got a little notification. Dragon, thank you for the subscription. Much appreciated. Thank you, Dragon. As long as it's safe for work, fan art, sure. Alright, sorry. Back into this. Where were we? Alright, so they're essentially our prisoners. That's where we left off at. Here's the control room, Ed Regas said. Now that you know how these animals are made, you'll want to see the control room for the park itself before we go out on the... He stopped. Through the thick glass window, the room was dark. The monitors were off except for three that displayed spinning numbers and the images of a large boat. What's going on? Ed Regas said. Oh, hell, they're docking. Docking? Every 2 weeks, the supply boat comes in from the mainland. One of the things this island doesn't have is a good harbor, or even a good dock. It's a little hairy to get the ship in when the seas are rough. Could be a few minutes. He rapped on the window, but the men inside paid no attention. I guess we'll have to wait then. Ellie turned to Dr. Wu. You mentioned before that sometimes you make an animal and it seems to be fine, but as it grows, it shows itself to be flawed. Oop, hold on. My headset turned off again. To those of you leaving, I hope you guys enjoyed yourself and had a great time. To those of you joining, I hope you guys are still enjoying. I'm sorry that you don't enjoy these ads. I'll try to make maybe less ads. I don't know how. I thought that I have it on like the lower frequency, so it shouldn't be running too many ads at once. Oh, hold on. Just want to... Mikolaj, thank you very much for subscribing. Jurassic Kid, you too. Thank you guys very much. Subscribing on YouTube. Some YouTube subs. I don't plan on doing a face reveal anytime soon, no. Hey, thank you all the folks who are sharing the live in here. Much appreciated. Alright. Yes, Wu said, and I don't think there's any way around that. We could duplicate the DNA, but there's a lot of timing in development, and we don't know if everything is working unless we actually see an animal develop correctly. Grant said, so how do you know if it's developing correctly? No one has ever seen these animals before. Wu smiled this time. I've often thought about that, and I suppose it's a bit of a paradox. Eventually, I hope, paleontologists such as yourself will compare our animals with the fossil record to verify the developmental sequence. Ellie said, but the animals we just saw, the velociraptor, you said it was a Mongoliensis? From the location of the amber, Wu said, it is from China. Interesting, Grant said. I just dug up an infant, Anteropus. Are there any full-grown raptors here? Alright, pause real quick. So Anteropus, I don't know if you heard him say that there. Anteropus is Deinonychus. Deinonychus Anteropus. So they're literally just swapping the name Velociraptor for Deinonychus here in the book. Yeah, so I was just digging up an infant Anteropus. Are there any full-grown raptors here? Yes, Edriga said without hesitation. 8 adult females. The females are the real hunters. They're pack hunters, you know. Will we see them on the tour? No, Wu said, looking suddenly uncomfortable, and there was an awkward pause. Wu looked at Regas. Not for a while, Regas said cheerfully. The velociraptors haven't been integrated into the park setting just yet. We're keeping them in holding pens. Can I see them there? Why, yes, of course. In fact, while we're waiting, he glanced at his watch, you might want to go around and have a look at them. I certainly would, Grant said. Absolutely, Ellie said. Can I go too? Tim said eagerly. Just go around the back of this building, past the support facility, and you'll see the pen. But don't get too close to the fence. Do you want to go too? He said to the little girl. No, Lex said. She looked appraisingly at Regas. You want to play a little pickle? Throw a few? Well, sure, Ed Regas said. Why don't you and I go downstairs and we'll do that while we wait for the control room to open up. Grant walked with Ellie and Malcolm around the back of the main building with the kid tagging along. Grant liked kids. It was impossible not to like any group so openly enthusiastic about dinosaurs. Facts. Grant used to watch kids in the museums as they stared open-mouthed at the big skeletons rising above them. He wondered what the fascination really represented. He finally decided that children liked dinosaurs because these giant creatures personified the uncontrollable force of looming authority. They were symbolic parents, fascinating and frightening, like parents, and kids loved them, as they loved their parents. Grant also suspected that was why even young children learned the name of dinosaurs. It never failed to amaze him when a 3-year-old shrieked, Stegosaurus, saying the very complicated names was a way of exerting power over the giants, a way of being in control. What do you know about Velociraptor? Grant asked him. He was just making conversation. It's a small creature that hunted in packs, like Deinonychus, Tim said. That's right, although the evidence for pack hunting is all circumstantial. It derives in part from the appearance of the animals, which are quick and strong, but small for dinosaurs, just 150 to 300 pounds each. We assume they hunted in groups if they were to bring down larger prey, and there are some fossil finds in which a single large prey is associated with several raptor skeletons, suggesting they hunted in packs. And of course, raptors were large-brained, more intelligent than most dinosaurs. How intelligent is that? Malcolm asked. Depends on who you talk to, Grant said. Just as paleontologists have come around to the idea that dinosaurs were probably warm-blooded, a lot of us are starting to think that some of them might have been quite intelligent too, but nobody knows for sure. They left the visitor area behind, and soon they heard the loud hum of generators and smelled the faint odor of gasoline. Just another pause here real quick. The nobody knows for sure thing, we know a lot more these days than we did back then, and we assume a lot of dinosaurs are quite intelligent, actually. They left the visitor area behind, and soon they passed a grove of palm trees and saw a large, low, concrete shed with a steel roof. The noise seemed to be coming from in there. They looked in the shed. Must be a generator, Ellie said. It's big, Grant said, peering inside. The power plant actually extended 2 stories below ground level, a vast complex of winding turbines and piping that ran down into the earth, lit by harsh electrical bulbs. They can't need all this just for a resort, Malcolm said. They're generating enough power here for a small city. Maybe for the computers? Maybe. Grant heard bleating and walked north a few yards. He came to an animal enclosure with goats. By a quick count, he estimated there were about 50 or 60 goats. What's that for? Ellie asked. Beats me. Probably feed them to the dinosaurs. The group walked on, following a dirt path through a dense bamboo grove. At the far side, they came to a double-layered chain-link fence, 12 feet high, with spirals of barbed wire at the top. There was an electric hum along the outer fence. All right, folks, this is probably one of the best sequences in the entirety of the novel. Like, throughout the entire novel, this is one of my favorite parts. I'm going to try to make this, like, as good as I can. So give me 1 second. All right. Beyond the fences, Grant saw a dense cluster of large ferns, 5 feet high. He heard a snorting sound, a kind of snuffling, then the sound of crunching footsteps coming closer. Then a long silence. I don't see anything, Tim whispered finally. Shh. Grant waited. Several seconds passed. Flies buzzed in the air. He still saw nothing, and then Ellie tapped him on the shoulder and pointed. Amid the ferns, Grant saw the head of an animal. It was motionless, partially hidden in the fronds, and 2 large dark eyes watching them coldly. The head was 2 feet long. From a pointed snout, a long row of teeth ran back to the hole of the auditory meatus, which served as an ear. The head reminded him of a large lizard, or perhaps a crocodile. The eyes did not blink, and the animal did not move. Its skin was leathery, with a pebbled texture and basically the same coloration as the infant's, yellow-brown with darker reddish marking, like the stripes of a tiger. As Grant watched, a single forelimb reached up very slowly to part the ferns beside the animal's face, and the limb, Grant saw, was strongly muscled. The hand had 3 grasping fingers, each ending in curved claws. The hand gently, slowly pushed aside the ferns. Grant felt a chill and thought, he's hunting us. For a mammal-like man, there was something indescribably alien about the way reptiles hunted their prey. No wonder men hated reptiles. The stillness, the coldness, the pace was just all wrong. To be among alligators or other large reptiles was to be reminded of a very different kind of life, a different kind of world, now vanished from the earth. Of course, this animal didn't even realize that he had been spotted, or that the attack. Grant's mind was cut off as the attack came suddenly from the left and right. Charging raptors covered the 10 yards to the fence with shocking speed. Grant had a blurred impression of powerful 6-foot-tall bodies, stiff, balancing tails, and limbs with curving claws, open jaws with rows of jagged teeth. The animals snarled as they came forward and then leapt bodily onto the air, raising their hind legs with their big, dagger-like claws. Then they struck the fence in front of them, throwing off twin bursts of hot sparks. The velociraptors fell backwards onto the ground, hissing. The visitors all moved forward, fascinated, and only then did the third animal attack, leaping up to strike the fence at chest level. Tim screamed in fright as the sparks exploded all around him. The creature snarled, a low reptilian hissing sound, and leapt back among the ferns. Then they were gone, leaving behind the faint odor of decay and a hanging, acrid smoke. Hey, Smash, thanks for hopping in here. Much appreciated. That's my buddy Eli, guys, so give me some big W's for Eli. Eli is in my TikTok chat, but everybody on YouTube and Twitch, too. Eli is my buddy. He's appeared in a couple of my lives now. Some big W's for Eli. Holy shit, Tim said. It was so fast, Ellie said. Pack hunters, Grant said, shaking his head. Pack hunters for whom ambush is an instinct. Fascinating. I wouldn't call them tremendously intelligent, Malcolm said. On the other side of the fence, they heard snorting in the palm trees. Several heads poked slowly out of the foliage, and Grant counted 3, 4, 5. The animals watched them silently, staring coldly. A black man in coveralls came running up to them. Are you all right? We're okay, Grant said. The alarms were set off. The man looked at the fence, dented and charred. They attacked you? 3 of them did, yes. The black man nodded. They do that all the time. Hit the fence, take a shock. They never seem to mind. Not too smart, are they? Malcolm said. The man paused and squinted at Malcolm in the afternoon light. Be glad for that fence, senor. And he turned and walked away. From beginning to end, the entire attack could not have taken more than 6 seconds. Grant was still trying to organize his impressions. The speed was astonishing. The animals were so fast he had hardly seen them move. Walking back, Malcolm said, They are remarkably fast. Yes, Grant said, much faster than any living reptile. A bull alligator can move quickly, but only for a short distance, 5 or 6 feet. Big lizards like the 5-foot Komodo dragon of Indonesia have been clocked at 30 miles an hour, fast enough to run down a man. And they kill men all the time, but I'd guess the animal behind the fence was more than twice that fast. Cheetah speed, Malcolm said, 60, 70 miles an hour? Exactly. But they seem to dart forward, rather like birds. Yes, in the contemporary world, only very small mammals, like the cobra-fighting mongoose, had such quick responses. Small mammals, and of course, birds. The snake-hunting secretary bird of Africa, or the cassowary. In fact, the velociraptor conveyed precisely the same impression of deadly, swift menace that Grant had seen in the cassowary, the clawed ostrich-like bird of New Guinea. So these velociraptors look like reptiles, with the skin and general appearance of reptiles, but they behave more like bird, with the speed and predatory intelligence of bird. Is that about it? Malcolm said. Yeah, I'd say they display a mixture of traits. Does that surprise you? Not really. It's actually rather close to what paleontologists believed a long time ago. Oofta. Getting real hot in this mask, I tell you what. When the first giant bones were found in the 1820s and 1830s, scientists felt obliged to explain the bones as belonging to some oversized variant of a modern species. This was because it was believed that no species could ever become extinct, since God would not allow one of his creations to die. Eventually, it became clear that this conception of God was mistaken, and that the bones belonged to the extinct animals. But what kind of animals? In 1842, Richard Owen, the leading British anatomist of the day, called them dinosauria, meaning terrible lizards. Owen recognized that dinosaurs seemed to combine traits of lizards, crocodiles, and birds, and in particular, dinosaur hips were bird-like, not lizard-like. And, unlike lizards, many dinosaurs seemed to stand upright. Owen imagined dinosaurs to be quick-moving, active creatures, and his views was accepted over the next 40 years. But when truly gigantic finds were unearthed, animals that weighed 100 tons in life, scientists began to envision the dinosaurs as stupid, slow-moving giants destined for extinction. The image of the sluggish reptile gradually predominated over the image of the quick-moving bird, and in recent years, scientists like Grant had begun to swing back towards the idea of the more active dinosaur. Grant's colleagues saw him as radical in his conception of dinosaur behavior, but now he had to admit his own conceptions had fallen far short of the reality of these large, incredibly swift hunters. Actually, what I was driving at, Malcolm said, was this. Is it a persuasive animal to you? Is it, in fact, a dinosaur? I'd say so, yes. And the coordinated attack behavior? To be expected, Grant said. According to the fossil record, packs of velociraptors were capable of bringing down animals that weighed 1,000 pounds, like Tyrannosaurus, which could run as fast as a horse. Coordination would be required. How would they do it without language? Oh, language isn't necessary for coordinated hunting, Ellie said. Chimpanzees do it all the time. A group of chimps will stalk a monkey and kill it. All communication is by eyes. And were the dinosaurs in fact attacking us? Yes. And they would kill us and eat us if they could. I think so. The reason I ask, Malcolm said, is that I'm told large predators such as lions and tigers are not born man-eaters. Isn't that true? These animals must learn somewhere along the way that human beings are easy to kill, and only afterwards do they become man-killers. Yes, I believe that's true, Grant said. Well, these dinosaurs must be even more reluctant than lions and tigers. After all, they come from a time before human beings, or even large mammals, existed at all. Gods know what they think when they see us, so I wonder, have they learned somewhere along the line that humans are easy to kill? The group fell silent as they walked. In any case, Malcolm said, I shall be extremely interested to see the control room now. Alright, folks. We're going to take one more pause break. This will probably be the last pause of the reading session. And then we'll read one more chapter and end it there for the day. Super Fryland, thank you for following. Same with you, Myrez. Everyone who's been following me here on Twitch, much appreciated. Give me some W's for the Twitch chat, guys. Just honestly, because look, I appreciate both YouTube and Twitch, but I've got a lot less folks on Twitch, so I appreciate them. I have actually read Murtaugh. It's actually sitting on my couch right now behind me. I love the Murtaugh book. Very, very good. All right. This next chapter is called version 4.4. Let me just make sure. Was there any problem with the group? Hammond asked. Let's try to do an accent, huh? Was there any problem with the group? Hammond asked. No, Henry Wu said. There was no problem at all. They accepted your explanation? Why shouldn't they? It's all quite straightforward in the broad strokes. It's only the details that get sticky. And I wanted to talk about the details with you today. You can think of it as a matter of aesthetics. John Hammond wrinkled his nose as if he smelled something disagreeable. Aesthetics? He repeated. They were standing in the living room of Hammond's elegant bungalow, set back among palm trees in the northern sector of the park. The living room was airy and comfortable, fitted with half a dozen video monitors showing the animals in the park. The file Wu had brought, stamped Animal Development version 4.4, lay on the coffee table. Hammond was looking at him in that patient, paternal way. Wu, 33 years old, was acutely aware that he had worked for Hammond all of his professional life, and Hammond had hired him right out of graduate school. Of course, there are practical consequences as well, Wu said. I really think you should consider my recommendation for Phase 2. We should go to version 4.4. You want to replace all the current stock of animals? Hammond said. You want to replace all the current stock of animals? Hammond said. Yes, I do. Why? What's wrong with them? Nothing, Wu said, except that they're real dinosaurs. Well, that's what I asked for, Hammond said, smiling, and that's what you gave me. I know, Wu said, but you see... He paused. How could he explain this to Hammond? Hammond hardly ever visited the island, and it was a peculiar situation that Wu was trying to convey. Right now, as we stand here, almost no one in the world has ever seen an actual dinosaur. No one knows what they're really like. Yes. The dinosaurs we have now are real, Wu said, pointing to the screens around the room. But in a certain way, they feel unsatisfactory, unconvincing. I could make them better. Better in what way, Wu? For one thing, they move too fast, Henry Wu said. People aren't accustomed to seeing large animals that are so quick. I'm afraid visitors will think the dinosaurs look speeded up, like film running too fast. But, Henry, these are real dinosaurs. You said so yourself. I know, Wu said, but we could easily breed slower, more domesticated dinosaurs. Domesticated dinosaurs? Hammond snorted. Nobody wants domesticated dinosaurs, Henry. They want the real thing. But that's my point, Wu said. I don't think they do. They want to see their expectation, which is quite different. Hammond was frowning. You said yourself, John, this park is entertainment, Wu said. And entertainment has nothing to do with reality. Entertainment is antithetical to reality. Hammond sighed. Now, Henry, are we going to have another one of these abstract discussions? You know I like to keep it simple. The dinosaurs we have now are real, and, well, not exactly, Wu said. He paced the living room, pointing it to the monitors. I don't think we should kid ourselves. We haven't recreated the past here. The past is gone. It can never be recreated. What we've done is reconstruct the past, or at least a version of the past. And all I'm saying is we can make a better version. Better than real? Why not? Wu said. After all these animals are already modified. We've inserted genes to make them patentable and to make them lysine dependent. and we've done everything we could to promote growth and accelerate development into adulthood. Hammond shrugged. That was inevitable. We didn't want to wait. We have investors to consider. Of course, but I'm just saying, why stop there? Why not push ahead to make exactly the kind of dinosaur that we'd like to see? One that is more acceptable to visitors, and one that is easier for us to handle. A slower, more docile version for our park. Hammond frowned. But the dinosaurs wouldn't be real, Henry. But they're not real now, Wu said. That's what I'm trying to tell you. There isn't any reality here. He shrugged helplessly. He could see he wasn't getting through. Hammond had never been interested in technical details, and the essence of the argument was technical. How could he explain to Hammond about the reality of DNA dropouts, the patches, the gaps in the sequences that Wu had been obliged to fill in, making the best guesses... making the best guesses he could, but still making guesses. The DNA of the dinosaurs was like old photographs that had been retouched, basically the same as the original, but in some places repaired and clarified, and as a result, now, Henry, Hammond said, putting his arm on Wu's shoulder. If you don't mind me saying so, I think you're getting cold feet. You have been working very hard for a long time, and you've done a hell of a job. A hell of a job. And it's finally time to reveal to some people what you've done. It's natural to be a little nervous, to have some doubts, but I am convinced, Henry, that the world will be entirely satisfied. Entirely satisfied. As he spoke, Hammond began to steer him toward the door. But John, Wu said, remember back in '87 when we started to build the containment devices? We didn't have any full-grown adults yet, so we had to predict what we'd need. We ordered big taser shockers, cars with cattle prods mounted on them, guns that blow out electrical nets, all built specifically to our specifications. We've got a whole array of devices now, and they're all too slow. We've got to make some adjustments, you know. You know that Muldoon wants military equipment, tow missiles, and laser-guided devices? Let's leave Muldoon out of this, Hammond said. I'm not worried. It's just a zoo, Henry. The phone rang, and Hammond went to answer. Wu tried to think of another way to press his case, but the fact was just that, after 5 years, Jurassic Park was nearing completion, and John Hammond just wasn't listening to him anymore.
Ah, chocolate. I remember when they first invented chocolate. Sweet, sweet chocolate. I always hated it.
Sorry, I just saw that in chat here, so I had to.
Chocolate. You want some chocolate?
Oh, I heard a little buzzy buzz buzz. Christopher James, thanks for subscribing, much appreciated. Was it the Park of '87? Jesus Christ. Five Nights at Freddy fans are here, and they're trying to come for me. There had been a time when Hammond listened to Wu very attentively, especially when he had first recruited him, back in the days when Henry Wu was a 28-year-old graduate student getting out of his doctorate at Stanford in Norman Atherton's lab. Atherton's death had thrown the lab into confusion as well as mourning. No one knew what would happen to the funding of the doctoral programs. There was a lot of uncertainty, and people worried about their careers. 2 weeks after the funeral, John Hammond came to see Wu. Everyone in the lab knew that Atherton had some association with Hammond, although the details were never clear. But Hammond had approached Wu with a directness Wu never forgot. Norman always said you were the best geneticist in his lab. What are your plans now? I don't know. Research? You want a university appointment? Yes, that's a mistake, Hammond said broadly. At least if you respect your talent. Wu had to blink. Why? Because let's face facts, Hammond said. Universities are no longer the intellectual centers of the country. The very idea is preposterous. Universities are the backwater. Don't look so surprised. I'm not saying anything you don't know. Since World War II, all the really important discoveries have come out of private laboratories. The laser, the transistor, the polio vaccine, the microchip, the hologram, the personal computer, magnetic resonance imaging, CAT scans, the list goes on and on. Universities simply aren't where it's happening anymore, and they haven't been for 40 years. If you want to do something important in computers or genetics, you're going to have to do it. You don't go to a university. Dear me, no. Wu found he was speechless. Good heavens, Hammond said. What you must go through to start a new project. How many grant applications? How many forms? How many approvals? The steering committee? The department chairman? The university's resource committee? How do you get more work if you don't... How do you get more workspace if you need it? More assistants if you need them? How long does all that take? A brilliant man can't squander precious times with forms and committees. Life is too short and DNA too long. You want to make your mark? If you want to get something done, stay out of universities. In those days, Wu desperately wanted to make his mark, and John Hammond had his full attention. I'm talking about work, Hammond continued. Real accomplishment. What does a scientist need to work? He needs time and he needs money. I'm talking about giving you a 5-year commitment and $10 million in funding. $50 million. Huh? $50 million and no one tells you how to spend it. You decide. Everyone else just gets out of your way. It just sounded too good to be true. Wu was silent for a long time, and finally he said, in return for what? For taking a crack at the impossible, Hammond said, smiling. For trying something that probably can't be done. What does it involve? I can't give you the details quite yet, but the general area involves cloning reptiles. I don't think that's impossible, Wu said. Reptiles are easier than mammals. Cloning's probably only 10-15 years off, assuming some fundamental advances. I've got 5 years, Hammond said, and a lot of money for someone who wants to take a crack at it now. Is my work publishable? Eventually. Not immediately? No. But eventually publishable, Wu asked, sticking to the point. Hammond had laughed. Don't worry. If you succeed, the whole world will know about what you've done. I promise you. I think the book came out in 90, actually. I'm not positive what year it came out, but book is quite old itself. And now it seemed that the world indeed would know, Wu thought. After 5 years of extraordinary effort, they were just a year away from opening the park to the public. Of course, those years hadn't gone exactly as Hammond had promised. Wu had had some people telling him what to do, and many times fearsome pressures were placed on him. And the work itself had shifted. It wasn't even reptilian cloning once they began to understand that dinosaurs were so similar to birds. It was avian cloning, a very different proposition and much more difficult. And for the last 2 years, Wu had been primarily an administrator, supervising teams of researchers and banks of computer-operated gene sequencers. Administration wasn't the kind of work he had relished. It wasn't what he had bargained for. Still, he had succeeded. He had done what nobody else believed could be done, and at least in so short a time, and Henry Wu thought he should have some rights, some say in what happened by virtue of his expertise and his efforts. Instead, he found his influence waning. Instead, he found his influence waning with each passing day. The dinosaurs existed. The procedures for obtaining them were worked out to the point of being routine. The technologies were mature, and John Hammond didn't need Henry Wu anymore. That should be fine, Hammond said, speaking into the phone. He listened for a while and smiled at Wu. Fine, yes, fine. He hung up. Where were we, Henry? We were talking about Phase 2, Wu said. Oh, yes. We've gone over this before. I know, but you don't realize... Excuse me, Henry, Hammond said with an edge of impatience in his voice. I do realize. I must tell you frankly, Henry, I see no reason to improve upon reality. Every change we made in the genome has been forced on us by law or necessity. We must make other changes in the future to resist disease or for other reasons. But I don't think we should improve upon reality just because we think it's better that way. We have real dinosaurs out there now, and that's what people want to see. And that's what they should see. That's our obligation, Henry. That's honesty, Henry. And smiling, Hammond opened the door for him to leave. Welcome back, everyone who's joining, and goodbye to folks who are leaving. That was the end of that chapter, and we will enter into our last chapter for the night here. Unless it's a super short chapter. If this chapter is super short, I'll read one more. But if it's not, this will be the last one tonight. Grant looked at all the computer monitors. On the darkened control room, feeling irritable. Grant didn't like computers, and he knew that this made him old-fashioned, dated as a researcher, but he didn't care. Some of the kids who worked for him had a real feeling for computers, an intuition. Grant never felt that. He found computers to be alien, mystifying machines. Even the fundamental distinction between an operating system and an application left him confused and disheartened, literally lost in foreign geography he didn't begin to comprehend. But he noticed that Gennaro was perfectly comfortable, and Malcolm seemed to be in his element, making little sniffing sounds like a bloodhound on a trail. "You want to know about control mechanisms?" John Arnold said, turning in his chair to the control room. The head engineer was a thin, tense, chain-smoking man of 45. He squinted at the others in the room. "We have unbelievable control mechanisms," Arnold said, and lit another cigarette. "For example," Gennaro said. "For example, animal tracking." Arnold pressed a button on his console, and the vertical glass map lit up with the pattern of jagged blue lines. "That's our juvenile T-Rex, the Little Rex. All his movements within the park over the last 24 hours. Arnold pressed the button again. Previous 24, and again. Previous 24. The lines on the map became densely overlaid, a child's scribble, but the scribble was localized in a single area, near the southeast side of the lagoon. "You get a sense of his home range over time," Arnold said. "He's young, but he stays close to the water, and he stays away from the big adult Rex. You put up that big Rex and the little Rex, and you'll see that their pathways never cross." "Where's the big Rex right now?" Gennaro asked. Arnold pushed another button, and the map cleared, and a single glowing spot with a code number appeared in the fields northwest of the lagoon. "He's right there." Sorry. The book is a little heavy, so I got to readjust it sometimes to make it more comfortable to hold. "And the little Rex? Hell, I'll show you every animal in the park," Arnold said. The map began to light up like a Christmas tree, dozens of spots of light, each tagged with a code number. "That's 238 animals as of this moment." "How accurate?" "Within 5 feet," Arnold puffed on the cigarette. "Let's put it this way. You drive out in a vehicle and you will find these animals right there, exactly as they're shown on the maps." "How often is it updated?" "Every 30 seconds. "That's pretty impressive." "How's it done?" Gennaro asked. We have motion sensors all over the park. Most of them hardwired, some radio telemetered. Of course, motion sensors won't usually tell you the species, but we get image recognition direct off the video. Even when we're not watching the video monitors, the computer is, and the checking where everybody is. Does the computer ever make mistakes? Only with the babies. It mixes those up sometimes because they're always such small images, but we don't sweat that. The babies almost always stay close to the herds of the adults. Also, you have to category tally. What's that? Once every 15 minutes, the computer tallies all the animal categories, like this. Arnold hits a button, and once again, we are given a chart. So, this little chart here, this chart shows us the dinosaur species, the expected number, the found number, and then the version. So, species, expected number, found number, version. And then, let me make sure that you folks on YouTube and TikTok can see this as well, or on YouTube and Twitch. So, species, expected, found, version. And just for reference, some of these numbers are extraordinary. There's 2 T-Rexes, 49 compies, stuff like that. A lot of animals. 238. Oh, I skipped a page. "What you see here," Arnold said, "is an entirely separate counting procedure. It isn't based on the tracking data, it's a fresh look. The whole idea is that the computer can't make a mistake because it compares 2 different ways of gathering the data. If an animal were missing, we'd know within 5 minutes. "I see," Malcolm said. "And has there ever actually been tested?" "Well, in a way," Arnold said. "We had a few animals die. An alien got caught in the branches of a tree and strangled. One of the stegos died of that intestinal illness that keeps bothering them. One of his philodonts fell and broke his neck. And in each case, once the animal stopped moving, the numbers stopped tallying, and the computer signaled an alert. Within 5 minutes. Yep." "What is the right-hand columns?" "Release version of the animals. The most recent are 4.1 or 4.3, and we're considering going to version 4.4. "Version numbers? You mean like software? New releases?" "Well, yes," Arnold said. "It is kind of like software in a way, and we discover the glitches in the DNA. Dr. Wu's lab has to make a new version." Oh, my back's need a little crack there. The idea of living creatures being numbered like software, being subject to updates and revisions, troubled Grant. He could not exactly say why. It was too new a thought, but he was instinctively uneasy about it. They were, after all, living creatures. Arnold must have noticed his expression because he said, "Look, Dr. Grant, there's no point getting starry-eyed about these animals. It's important for everyone to remember that these animals are created by man. Sometimes there are bugs, so we discover the bugs, Dr. Wu's lab have to make a new version. And we need to keep track of what that version we have out there. Yes, of course you do, Malcolm said impatiently, but going back to the matter of counting, I take it all the counts are based on motion sensors. Yes, and these sensors are everywhere in the park. They cover 92% of the land area. There's only a few places we can't use them. For example, we can't use them on the Jungle River because the movement of the water and the convection rising from the surface screws up the sensors. But we have them nearly everywhere else, and if the computer tracks an animal into an unsensed zone, it'll remember and look for the animal to come out again. Jay, thank you very much for subscribing. Much appreciated. It'll remember to look for the animal to come out again, and if it doesn't, it gives us an alarm. Now then, Malcolm said, you show 49 Procomsognathids. Suppose I suspect that some of them aren't really the correct species. How would you show me that I'm wrong? 2 ways, Arnold said. First, I can track all individual movements against the other presumed compies. Compies are social animals. They move in a group. We have 2 compy groups in the park, so the individual should be within either group A or B. Yes, but the other is direct visual, he said. He punched buttons, and one of the monitors began to flick rapidly through images of compies, numbered 1 to 49. These pictures are current ID images from within the last 5 minutes. So you can see all the animals if you want to? Yeah, I could visually review all the animals whenever I want. How about physical containment, Gennaro said. Can they get out of their enclosures? Absolutely not, Arnold said. These are expensive animals, Mr. Gennaro. We take very good care of them. We maintain multiple barriers. First, the moats. He pressed a button and the board lit up with a network of orange bars. These moats are never less than 20 feet deep and water-filled. For big animals, the moats may be 30 feet deep. Next, the electrified fences. Lines of bright red glowed on the board. We have 50 miles of 12-foot-high fencing, including 22 miles around the perimeter of the island. All of the park fences carry 10,000 volts. The animals quickly learn not to go anywhere near them. But if one did get out, Gennaro said. Arnold snorted and stubbed out a cigarette. Just hypothetically. Supposing it happened, Gennaro said. Muldoon cleared his throat. We'd go out and get the animal back, he said. We have lots of ways to do it. Taser shotguns, electrified nets, tranquilizers, all non-lethal because, as Mr. Arnold says, these are expensive animals. Gennaro nodded. And if one gets off the island, it'd die in less than 24 hours. These are genetically engineered animals. They're unable to survive in the real world. How about the control system itself, Gennaro said. Could anybody tamper with it? Arnold was shaking his head. The system is hardened. The computers are independent in every way. Independent power and independent backup power. The system does not communicate with the outside, so it cannot be influenced remotely by modem. The computer system is secure. There was a pause, and Arnold puffed out a cigarette. Hell of a system, he said. Hell of a goddamn system. Then I guess, Malcolm said, your systems work so well you don't have any problems. Arnold snorted. We've got endless problems here, he said, raising an eyebrow, but none of the things you worry about. I gathered you worry about the animals will escape and will get to the mainland and raise hell. We haven't got any concern about that at all. We see these animals as fragile and delicate. They've been brought back after 65 million years to a world that's very different from the one they left, and the one they were adapted to. We have a hell of a time caring for them. You have to realize, Arnold continued, that men have been keeping mammals and reptiles in zoo for hundreds of years, so we know a lot about how to take care of an elephant or a croc, but nobody has ever tried to take care of a dinosaur before. They're new animals, and we just don't know. Diseases in our animals are the biggest concern. Diseases? Gennaro asked, suddenly alarmed. Is there any way that a visitor could get sick? Arnold snorted again. You ever catch a cold from a zoo alligator, Mr. Gennaro? Zoos don't worry about that, and neither do we. What we do worry about is the animals dying from their own illnesses or infecting other animals. But we have programs to monitor that too. You want to see the Big Rex's health file, his vaccination record, his dental record? That's something. You ought to see the vet scrubbing those big fangs so he doesn't get tooth decay. Not just now, Gennaro said. What about your mechanical systems? You mean the rides? Arnold said. Grant looked up sharply. Rides? None of the rides are running yet, Arnold said. We have the Jungle River ride where the boats follow tracks under the water, and we have the Aviary Lodge ride, but none of it's operational yet. The park will open with the basic dinosaur tour, the one you're about to take in a few minutes. Then the other rides will come on 6-12 months after that. Wait a minute, Grant said. You're going to have rides? Like an amusement park? Arnold said, "This is a zoological park. We have tours of different areas and we call them rides. That's all." Grant frowned. Again, he felt trouble. He didn't like the idea of dinosaurs being used for an amusement park. "You can run the whole park from this control room?" Malcolm continued his questions. "Yes," Arnold said. "I can run it single-handedly if I have to. We've got that much automation built in. The computers by itself can track the animals, feed them, and fill their water troughs for 48 hours without supervision." "This is the system that Mr. Nedry designed?" Malcolm asked. Dennis Edry was sitting at a terminal on the far right corner of the room, eating a candy bar and typing. "Yeah, that's right," Nedry said, not looking up from the keyboard. "It's a hell of a system," Arnold said proudly. "That's right," Nedry said absently. "Just 1 or 2 minor bugs to fix." "Now," Arnold said, "I see the tour is starting, so unless you have other questions—" "Actually, just one," Malcolm said. "Just a research question. You showed us that you can track the procompsognathids. You can visually display them individually. Can you do any studies of them as a group? Measure them or whatever? I wanted to know height or weight or..." Arnold was punching buttons already. Another screen came up. So, once again, we get a chart here. So this is just showing... What is this? Oh, height distribution of procompsognathids in the park. So, this is important. This will be important. For those of you, basically just looks like a basic graph, right? Showing the height of the compies. And you'll understand why this is important. Another screen came up. "We can do all of that and very quickly," Arnold said. "The computer table measured data in the course of reading the video screens, so it's translatable all at once. You see here we have a normal Gaussian distribution for the animal population. It shows that most of the animals cluster around an average central value, and a few are either larger or smaller than the average at the tail of the curve." "You'd expect that kind of graph," Malcolm said. "Yes, any healthy biological population shows this kind of distribution." "Now then," Arnold said, lighting another cigarette, "are there any other questions?" "No," Malcolm said. "I've learned what I need to know." As they were walking out, Gennaro said, "It looks a pretty good system to me. I don't see how any animals could get off the island." "Don't you?" Malcolm said. "I thought it was completely obvious." "Wait a minute," Gennaro said. "You think animals have gotten out?" "Oh, no, I don't think. I know they have," Malcolm said. Gennaro seemed confused. "But how? You saw for yourself. They can count all the animals. They can look at all the animals. They know where all the animals are at all times. How can one possibly escape?" Malcolm smiled. "It's quite obvious. It's just a matter of your assumptions." "Your assumptions," Gennaro repeated, frowning. "Yes," Malcolm said. "Look here. The basic event that has occurred in Jurassic Park is that the scientists and technicians have tried to make a new, complete biological world, and the scientists in that control room expect to see a natural world, as in the graph they just showed us, even though a moment's thoughts reveals that nice, normal distribution is terribly worrisome on this island." "It is?" "Yes. Based on what Dr. Wu told us earlier, no one should see a population graph like that." "Why not?" "Because that graph is for a normal biological population, which is precisely what Jurassic Park is not. Jurassic Park is not the real world. It is intended to be a controlled world that only imitates the natural world. In that sense, it's like a true park, rather like a Japanese formal garden. Nature manipulated to be more natural than the real thing, if you will." "I'm afraid you've lost me," Gennaro said. "I'm sure the tour will make everything clearer," Malcolm replied. And that is the end of that chapter. And that will be the last chapter we read tonight here on the live stream. Hey, I hope you enjoy the Jurassic Park audiobook. It's a very good audiobook if you ask me. Give me just a second here. I'm just going to go into the... I'm not sure. Okay. All right. So that would be the end. That'll be our end for tonight, folks. I hope everybody enjoyed that. I'm T-Rex. Thank you for the follow on Twitch. Much appreciated. Thank you very much. And everybody here on Twitch, thank you guys all for watching so very much. Dr. Nightmare, thank you once again for being our new subscriber. I'm sorry you got back just as I'm ending it. I feel kind of bad about that. But this live will still be up on Twitch for quite some time. And if you can't find it on Twitch, you can find it on YouTube at the Dino Facts.